Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently.
Of his whole movement, joining the ranks of the Defense Force, rising to the top ranks of the Defense Force. In fact, our military participation goes back to being informal Coast Guard during the World War. You know, the Second World War and the First World War. We were actually an informal Coast Guard looking at the coast, lighting torches. We were the ones who discovered U-boats coming into the Gulf of Paria, lit a torch, because as you know, we light fires. You know, lit a torch and signaled the local police at that point in time, because everybody was away fighting in the war. So our young people were the ones that did that, you know, and secured alongside the regular police our shores during that time period, and it continues today.
And you say that as there was a shot of the Coast Guard on the monitors, but we want to thank you for the work that you and everyone in the movement is doing. We know that you would have recently come back from the Jamboree.
Yes.
So we want to thank you once more, National Scout Commissioner Mark Ainsley John, and we allow you to go back to be overseeing what it is you're doing from your section, making sure that the people are good. And we will be speaking with Lieutenant Famalay in just a bit, who will help to take us through the rest of the program.
And thank you very much, DK. Have a great day and happy independence again.
Thank you so much. We take you back to some of those sites on the parade ground. Do enjoy.
Have given unstinting service every year to the Independence Day parade effort. In the case of St. John Ambulance Brigade and the Red Cross Society, both organizations have furnished personnel to take part in the actual parade, in addition to providing staff for first aid duties on every Independence Day. The government and people of Trinidad and Tobago are very grateful to the consistent service undertaken by these organizations. Military-led academic training program, Civilian Conservation Corps, Scouts Association, Seventh-day Adventist Pathfinders, the Pentecostal Crusaders, with their marching bands continue to provide an extra appeal to the annual Independence Day Parade. We thank them all.
And we are getting ready to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, ORTT, and Mrs. Denise Rodriguez Archie. They are arriving. Their contingent is there. We're also saying good morning to you, Lieutenant Karen Valer. Thank you so much for being a part of the proceedings this morning, helping take us through the paces and give us that information that we need to know, looking at what it is we're seeing on camera and breaking it down for us. And let me also say happy independence to you.
Same to you, DK. Good morning and happy independence to you and the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
So we would have seen the colors, the consecrated colors and flags paraded. We would have witnessed the arrival of the Minister of National Security, and now we're seeing the Chief Justice coming in. Explain, please, the order in which some of these dignitaries arrive. Thank you.
No problem, DK. So what happens, there is a set standard of protocol and procedure which governs how the arrivals take place. So the first arrival after the parade commander, Group Captain Hannes, would have taken over the parade, would have been the Minister of National Security. The Chief Justice is now arriving, and that will then be followed by the Prime Minister. We have a first this year, the First Gentleman, His Excellency Kerwin Garcia, and the final arrival will be the guest of honor, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Her Excellency Christine Kangaroo, the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
And as you say that, we see the contingent has arrived, they're pulled up. Individuals in the stands have stood up to observe the arrival of the Chief Justice, Mr. Ivor Archie, ORTT, as well as Mrs. Denise Rodriguez Archie, and they will be met by the National Security Minister, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of National Security, and the Chief of Protocol.
Correct. So a parade such with this magnitude and the nature of this parade, you will see a lot of protocol taking place. You will see a lot of procedures, and the hierarchy is respected at all levels throughout the parade, and it should be a very educational experience for those looking on as well.
And we also give thanks to the weather. We had but just after the Chief Justice, we're having the Prime Minister arrive, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Mrs. Sharon Rowley. They arrive and they are met with the crowd standing as well as a round of applause.
Yeah, they will be met by the Minister of National Security, as well as the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of National Security and the Chief Protocol Officer.
And one of the things I really have an appreciation for is the way that timing is mapped out. So we are looking at the time and seeing that everything is happening on clockwork. And we're now expecting that first that you mentioned, Lieutenant.
Yeah, so we should be expecting the arrival of His Excellency Kerwin Garcia, SC, the first gentleman.
That's right, His Excellency Cohen Garcia, SC. And here we have Her Excellency President Christine Paula Kangaloo, accompanied by the Chief of Defense Staff, Her Excellency's aide-de-camp and her mounted escort, will approach the parade from the direction of the President's House, Circular Road, St. Anne's. She is having Independence Day in this.
Yes, a very significant occasion. President and the appointment this year in 2023 to the official nation in a exciting and historical day for our citizens.
So let us know some of the things that we're going to see at this moment, please, Lieutenant.
So we have the president taking her position. She is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Staff, Air Vice Marshal Darrell Daniel. The parade commander, Group Captain Kemba Hannes, will now report to the president. She is on horseback, as you can see. The parade commander will report to the president. She will pay compliments to the president. A salute will be given, and on completion of that, he will subsequently inspection to be conducted by her.
And her beautiful 61 years on the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a beautiful rendition played by the combined bands. We have the bands of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service, which just performed so beautifully the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So at this time, Group Captain Hannes, she is reporting to Her Excellency, and she will invite her to inspect today's parade.
Is this the first time we're having a female group captain up here?
Yes, it is. So Group Captain Kemba Hannes is the commanding officer of the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard. She is the first female officer to be given the portfolio as a formation commanding officer, as well as she's also the first female officer to command the Independence Day Parade in the 61 years since independence.
Service in 2001 as a senator and was subsequently appointed vice president of the Senate.
Trailing the president's carriage, we have with Captain Hannes as well as her aide, squadron leader Duki. So his role and responsibility, both prior and during the parade, is to provide that support to Group Captain Hannes as she executes her duties as the parade commander.
So the invitation has been given, so we're now having the inspection of the parade.
Yes, we are. So the president will inspect both the unarmed and the armed detachments on parade today. The front half of the parade, the armed detachments are located. So there we have the officers and the men and women of the relevant formations and units of national security to the front of the parade. To the rear half of the parade, they don't have arms. Those are the fire service, the prison service, as well as various youth groups such as the Pathfinders, the traffic wardens. They form part of the unarmed detachment. So the president will be inspecting both the armed and the unarmed detachments on parade today. And this is a great moment of pride for the persons on parade. To be part of an Independence Day celebration is a wonderful career highlight for all service personnel, and the sense of pride, the sense of dedication to duty is evident on this beautiful Independence morning. So as you can see, the President, Her Excellency, is inspecting the armed detachments. We have 2 detachments of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, 2 detachments of the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard, 2 detachments of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, 1 detachment of the Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force Reserves, 2 detachments of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and 2 detachments of the Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force. Both the parade commander as well as Her Excellency will take their original positions. The parade commander will then request permission to carry on with the parade. She will then pass specific instructions to all detachments on parade, and we will see a march past taking place. Each detachment will pay relevant compliments in the form of an eyes right to Her Excellency, and then they would return to their positions that they would have taken up on commencement of today's parade. So as you can see, Group Captain Hannes, the parade commander, is taking her original position, while the President is proceeding to her position as well.
And once again, you can hear the crowd's appreciation for Her Excellency. as she is returning to her original position.
The parade commander has received the okay or the authority from Her Excellency to carry on with the parade. So she will now pass specific instructions to the detachment in preparation for the march past.
One of the things that we really look forward to on an annual basis.
That is correct. Drill is a major part of the military. From the basic training, from your first day within any military establishment, you commence parade and ceremonial training. It is said in training that the purpose of drill is to produce a serviceman who is proud, who is alert, and who is obedient, and is the basis of all teamwork. So today you will see those four attributes clearly manifested by the men and women on parade this morning.
And that is one of the reasons that it validates the comment that you said, that it is a highlight of any service person's career at this point in time to be a part of an occasion like this.
That is correct. And also the citizens as well. Enjoy seeing the forces march either on the roads and on the route march, which is taking place later on today, as well as those persons here at the Queen's Park Savannah. So it's not just for the persons on parade, but also the citizens of the Republic who are always excited to see us, the serving members, executing these movements with the precision based on the practice and the hard work that would have been put in over their respective careers.
And we see some of these movements and maneuvers have started in the sense that they've turned right.
Yes.
And they're going to march past Her Excellency momentarily.
Correct. So the parade commander would have given them the word of command shoulder arms, which means putting the arms in the weapons in an upright position, turn them to the right, and they are marching off respective detachments.
So we take some of that in at this point in time.
Yes, we will.
called Detachment 12. Fire station officer, detachment team fire service. Fire station officer, Team Francois Campbell. Second in command is Fire Station Officer El Ramkisi. In command of Detachment Number 14, Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service. Acting Superintendent D. Modest. Colors Officer, Assistant Superintendent Prison Shelley Alexander. The only female color officer on parade this evening. Detachment number 15 of the prison service. In command here, we have Superintendent of Prisons B. Mitchell. Second in command, Assistant Superintendent of Prisons L. Patrick. Detachment number 16 is commanded by Acting Superintendent I. Edwards. Second in command, Acting Superintendent E. Todd. That detachment number 17 is followed with the Municipal Police. Superintendent L. Ayong. Second in command is Acting Superintendent K. Kelly Garcia. Detachment number 18, we have the Traffic Wardens. In command there is Supervisor C. Charles. Second in command, Traffic Warden 3A Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Detachment number 19 is followed by number 19 is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross. In command of that detachment, we have Commandant T. Andrews. Detachment number 21, SYSP Milat. In command, we have Petty Officer M. Richardson. Second in command, Petty Officer B. Strong. And the Civilian Conservation Corps. In command, we have Petty Officer T. Alain. Detachment number 22, we have the Trinidad and Tobago, the Scout Association of Trinidad and Tobago. In command there, we have Senior Patrol Leader D. Nanlal. Second in command, Senior Patrol Leader M. Jaikaran. Detachment number 23, we have the Pathfinders. In command, we have Regional Uniform Coordinator A. Mulrain. Second in command, Regional Instructor I. Murray. Detachment number 24, the Pentecostal Crusaders. In command here, we have Commissioner K. Alfred. Second in command, we have M. Kassar.
Marching on from your left, ladies and gentlemen, the K9 unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The K9 unit is led by Sergeant Kurt Antwine. The second in command is Instructor Charles of the Police Academy. Dogs have been used in law enforcement from as far back as the 5th century, so it was only a matter of time before this trend was adopted by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Forming in front of you is the number 61.
Police Service K9 branch has come a long way from the days of Superintendent Thomas, who was fondly referred to as Dog Thomas because of his affinity with K9, and Superintendent Hamilton Bridgman. They give outstanding and yeoman service to the K9 branch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the K9 unit of the Trinidad and the Tobago Police Service.
Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard are about to make their way onto the parade shortly. Additionally, you will witness a drive past. So all of the assets, vehicular assets that are within the national security framework, they will be represented onto these parade. So I'm sure that the audience, both here at the Savannah as well as viewing, are looking forward to seeing the rest of today's proceedings and the splendor and the magnitude that comes with an event of such an auspicious occasion.
And it is really something because, and while we were seeing the detachments marching past, it is an honor to be part of the detachment. But the individuals who are actually holding the colors, even more so.
Correct. The role of the colors officer is a very historic role. Traditionally, in the old days, you're looking at medieval times. The flag represented the regiment or the army that they would have represented. And capturing someone's flag was seen as an ultimate insult and a clear sign that you would have lost the war. So the protection of the flag still remains today. You see the colors on parade, and they are escorted by two individuals with arms.
And we see one of the assets that you would have heralded,
yes,
actually making its way over the parade ground.
Yeah, so this is one of the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard's assets. Plays a major role within the national security framework of Trinidad and Tobago. So we'll be witnessing assets coming in shortly. And all of these assets play a very, very important role.
And part of the parade, like the fly past, when we have those explosions, also speaks to the discipline and the time and effort that would have been invested in the charges in terms of the mounts, the horses, the other animals, the canine unit, and it just speaks to that discipline that is a part of what it is we stand before at this point in time.
Yes, Vicky, that is correct. What you're seeing here, as simple as it looks, it would have brought together a wide variety of agencies, units, personnel who would have dealt with the planning, the operations, the security, the parade and ceremonial executions. So it's a lot of hard work, a lot of effort would have been put into these activities.
And we have another asset?
Yes, so this is the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard's B0105 helicopter. It plays a major role in search and rescue operations, as well as troop transportation within the national security structure of Trinidad and Tobago. And loud applause as always when the Air Guard flies past.
So it felt as though we just had a wave past as well.
Yes, we had a wave past as well. So it shows the skill and dexterity of the pilot on board, a citizen of our nation. So it also shows the standard and the quality of individuals within the armed forces, the level of qualifications, experience, and training that they undertake.
And we see two more approaches.
fittingly, this aircraft is adorned with red, white, and black on today's Independence Day celebrations.
Definitely, we're seeing a lot of that this morning for
Yes, we
obvious
are.
reasons. So we've seen airborne assets, and we are looking forward to others now that will be driving past, Lieutenant.
Yes, we are. So shortly, the parade commander will be executing some word of command. She'll be giving the troops on parade uh, an order to go into open order. On completion of that, you will see the undertaking of the drive past of the various units of the national security structure and framework of Trinidad and Tobago, the defense force assets, police assets, fire, prisons. They will drive across the parade square for the audience's good pleasure this morning.
And describe a little more what you mean when you say open order, thank you.
Okay, no problem. So on the parade square, there are specific markings that each individual within the detachment is required to line off on. Open order, based on the marking, provides a bit more space between the ranks. So a close order march, which they would have done for the march pass, they would have come into closer proximity to each other, both the rear rank and the front rank. In open order, they would spread apart a bit more. So that's a basic description using layman's terms as to how that is executed. I must say it's truly a beautiful day today, DK. A really wonderful day. The weather isn't too hot. I know we've been experiencing some really hot conditions. Pretty cool, and the persons on parade seem to be enjoying themselves, and the pride and distinction is being displayed at all by all persons.
Definitely, I think we missed a hot spell by one day with the weather, inclement weather on Saturday, but that weather on Saturday is not the weather that we're experiencing this morning,
No, it's not.
and we're very grateful for that.
Yes, we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motorized units of Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, protective services, and essential services.
pieces of music that we've heard thus far on the square musical emblems of Trinidad and Tobago, the more we are together. The arrival of the president was heralded by Chiconia, as well as Let's Build a Nation Together for the inspection.
Yes, the mass bands on parade today, they would have executed those songs so splendidly, and you would have heard the level of effort and skill that would have been displayed by those musicians. We have four bands joining together, forming the mass bands, the regiment band, the prison service band, the police band, as well as the Trinidad and Tobago fire service band as well. So excellent display of musicianship today on today's Independence Day celebrations.
And we would have also heard some of the effort that goes into making sure that there is one complete and unified sound with the previous conversation with Major Kester Francis, former Director of Music for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force.
Yes, Major Francis has played a significant role in the history of the Defense Force and the nation of Trinidad and Tobago with his skill and experience as a musician and as a former director of music. He would have laid the foundation to what we would have seen here this month.
The duties of the branch include countrywide patrol duties in both Trinidad and Tobago, crowd control duties at protests and carnival celebrations, guards of honor, and escort duties to the president at parades and to dignitaries visiting the country.
Commissioner of Police, Wayne Meister.
This is always another beautiful part of the Independence Day procedure. We would have seen the K9 unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service execute their duties earlier on today. And now we have the mounted branch led by Assistant Commissioner of Police, Wayne Meister.
Acting Assistant Commissioner of Police, Wayne Meister, as a very key condition to follow. For example, former Commissioner of Police.
I always marvel at the discipline and control of the horses, how they seem to operate specifically under the command of the persons in charge of them. And they always bring an excellent display of pomp and posterity to any Independence Day proceeding.
And also speaks to the skill of the riders as well, because we see, yes, they're using the legs, but they have one hand on the reins because the other hand is holding that lance.
That is correct. That is correct. Even the senior officers on parade as well, who would have spent time with the mounted branch getting prepared and ready to execute these duties. We have four officers on horseback today, from the parade commander, the parade second in command, Commander Zimmer King, the parade adjutant, Major Benny, and the aide to the parade commander, Squadron Leader Buki.
Section as the and providing riding courses for military personnel and civilians, as well as therapeutic riding classes for children.
you today Acting Corporal Joseph, PC Maharaj, PC Bedo, PC Ramsamy. Standard bearer is Sergeant Philip. The bugler is Corporal Pavi. The 2nd Division Sergeant Thomas. WPC Fontaine, PC Lewis, PC Emmanuel, and the rear guard comprises of Acting Corporal Williams and Woman Police Constable Cordner. Ladies and gentlemen, the mounted branch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
And let us please be reminded that they are providing the presidential escort for Her Excellency the President on what is her inaugural visit to the Independence Day Parade.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service mounted branch.
This morning, nodding their heads in approval.
One of the things that I always look at with the mounted branch is the control that they're able to hold over the mount during the national salute. Definitely is something.
These horses are very, very well trained. Very well trained. I'm aware that even outside of ceremonial responsibilities, they often prepare them for loud noises and large crowds by simulating specific activities so that so when you see them operate a certain way, it is because of the actual training that not just the riders go through, but the horses as well.
Definitely, work has gone, investment has gone into this, and even the level of training. We've been told this morning that they also help riding lessons for special needs individuals as well.
Excellent community engagement. So we'd have just witnessed the advance in review order. The parade commander would have given that instruction, and they would have made 14 marching pieces forward and halted. They are going into the shoulder arms position, and then we will hear the national anthem play.
And the principal office holders.
Another beautiful rendition of the national anthem, followed by the 21-gun salute, which was fired in honor of the 61st anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, now we saw the order that the dignitaries would have arrived. Will it be the same order that they leave in?
No, so they will be going now in reverse order. Her Excellency, the President, will depart first, and she will be by the right. Then subsequent reverse order of the departures will take place. The dignitaries will subsequently depart, and then the parade commander will order the final words of command for today's celebration.
As we see her on the monitor.
Yes, sir.
So what other signs mark the departure of the President, Lieutenant, in terms of, I believe there'll also be a fanfare?
Yes, there will be a fanfare that will be played by the combined bands. This is a significant piece of music that only is played for Her Excellency.
Of our principal office holders,
For today's ceremony, and again, she is accompanied by the Chief of Defense Staff, Air Vice Marshal Darrell Daniel, and escorted by the Mounted Branch.
this departure is followed by Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, and Mrs. Rowley.
We now see the departure of Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mrs. Sharon Rowley, escorted by the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security, and the Chief of Protocol.
We next have the departure of the Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, and Miss Archie. Mrs. Archie.
So in keeping with the departure in reverse order, we now see the Prime Minister and his wife departing.
You would have noticed service personnel accompanying each of the individuals. For the purpose of today's parade, all of the dignitaries have been appointed aides who hold the rank of captain in the regiment, lieutenant in the Coast Guard, or flight lieutenant in the Air Guard as their personal aides for today's activities. troops on parade holding true to form, maintaining that discipline and posture of excellence as we have seen since the commencement of today's proceedings, as we continue looking on at the parties of the dignitaries.
So we are currently seeing the departure of the Chief Justice, the Honorable Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, or TT, and Mrs. Denise Rodriguez Archie, they were escorted by the Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security, and the Chief of Protocol. The time now for the departure of the Minister of National Security. The Honorable Fitzgerald Hines, Minister of National Security, and Mrs. Margaret Hines are about to
Performing commencement of being the first arrival. As per standard protocol, as we would have mentioned earlier, they would have departed in reverse order, with the Minister of National Security being the final dignitary who will be departing. And then the parade will resume with the parade commander giving final instructions to the detachments.
So in terms of that march off, we saw the reverse order in departures. Will we see reverse order in the contingents?
No, we won't. So the armed detachments will stop off first, and they will be led by specific bands. So the mass bands will separate into their individual bands, and then they will march off of the square and proceed for the route march, which takes place through Port Speed.
So we would have had some individuals of the wider public here at the parade ground, but there will also be individuals who are looking to see the parade marching through the streets of Port of Spain, and they go to the Ken Cook Field in St. James Police Barracks. What happens there?
So the route marches are a really great highlight. I think for the persons on parade as well, they always look forward to hearing the cheers of the individuals who will come out and support in their red clothing, waving flags and shouting and screaming in support. They would march to the police barracks in St. James, and their final instructions will be given. The parade is fallen out at that point in time, and that honestly signifies the end of the parade. However, being Independence Day, there would be a series of events and functions taking place in celebration of today's 61st anniversary.
So we see the contingent has turned to the right. What is happening at this point in time now?
So they would have given instructions to prepare for the march past, or the march out of the Queen's Park Savannah. The officers, the commissioned officers on parade who lead the detachments, they would go to the front, with the detachment commander going to the front, and the detachment second command going to the rear, part of the detachment, and they will then be waiting for the bands to take their positions. The parade commander will then give the order to quick march, and they will exit the Queen's Park Savannah and begin the commencement of today's route march. The parade commander will give the order for the armed detachments to step off, and the parade second in command will give the order for the unarmed detachments to step off. So you can see the mass bands have been splitting up. This is the regiment band taking the lead, and they will lead the parade as we leave the Savannah and proceed on to the route march. Based on the individual detachments, various bands will intersect and will lead those areas musically.
Once again, as they are getting themselves ready to begin, we just see the talent and skill on display here, Independence Day, and it makes me remember the Edinburgh International Military Tattoo that we would have had representation at, showing what we are capable of as Trinidad and Tobago. And we're doing this today on the 61st of observation of our independence.
The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Field Orchestra are truly ambassadors of Trinidad and Tobago. We always represent extremely well wherever they go, and that tattoo is a perfect demonstration of that.
Are we going to look at some of that demonstration right now?
In time for the big day itself, Independence Day Parade. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is profoundly indebted to those public officers who year after year work tirelessly towards the success of the Independence Day Parade effort. And we are in that era, we are in that time in our lives where we need and we recognize the need for encouraging the youth. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force, led by police band and corps drums under Captain Peter Sawyer, and the Cadet Force detachment under the command of Captain Amlin Dipnaran. The Trinidad and Tobago Cadet Force providing uninterrupted service from 1910 to present. fine and upstanding young citizens for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Tobago Prison Service Band, led by Supervisor of Prisons Ricardo Hassan Ali. Scout Band, ladies and gentlemen. They came all the way from Miaro. They are 52 strong, of young people ranging from age 11 to 19. Ladies and gentlemen, they are followed by the San Fernando District Scouts, Sea Scouts to be exact, and they all represent the Scout Association of Trinidad and Tobago. Put your hands together for the youth of our nation, ladies and gentlemen. They have worked hard for the last 8 weeks and they're out here sweating and toiling just for you. Still celebrating our youth is the Pathfinders Band going to pass before you shortly. These are all demonstrations of the fact that there are organizations out here that are putting in the work to groom younger people to become responsible adults in society. They all are generally self-funded with some help, but they do need to be properly financed in order to make a bigger and better program. Still representing our youth, the Pentecostal Crusaders, bringing up the rear. Bringing up the rear on horseback is the parade adjutant, Major S. Benny. Ladies and gentlemen, the ushers amongst you will usher members of Parliament, senators, and members of the House of Representatives and the Diplomatic Corps at this time. Those persons with tickets and invitations for the toast to the nation will follow the departure of the members of the House of Representatives, Parliament, senators, etc., and the diplomatic corps. They would be followed by members of the judiciary, those of us with tickets and invitations for the toast to the nation and choose to be transported by a shuttle, the shuttle will be outside. Those of us who choose to make the small trek across the road, please do so.
So we've just seen the march off of the parade ground. Lieutenant Famalay, I want to ask you for your closing comments, like you.
Firstly, Dickie, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for working with you today on this tremendous occasion. Today truly was a wonderful and an excellent display of patriotism, national pride, and dedication to duty by all of the persons on parade today. It is an honor to be here. It is an honor to celebrate the 61st anniversary of our independence. And to you, your family, and the entire management and staff at the Trinidad and Tobago Television, happy Independence Day and all God's richest blessings to you as we continue as a nation. I look forward to 62 and much more.
Thank you, and likewise, there was a certain contingent that was driving past, and I saw you kind of lift up and square your shoulders. I won't say who it was.
Okay, all right. I'll have to.
But I see you had a little bit of, yes, man, that's my crew. That's my bad. But I want to thank you as well, Lieutenant Caron Valer. We also want to thank Major Kester Francis and National Scout Commissioner Mark Ainsley John. We invite you to stay tuned to TTT 8:30 to 9 p.m. tonight. We are going to show the very first Independence Day parade, and this is coming your way courtesy of the Information Division. So we say thank you as well to InfoDiv. Technical crew, we thank you very much for making this broadcast possible. I also want to selfishly take the opportunity to say happy birthday, TTT Limited. It is our birthday today, and last but not least, you, the viewers, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. This has been the Independence Day Parade 2023. Happy Independence.
The birth of TTT. On the historic birth of the sovereign state, the Trinidad and Tobago Television was born. TTT transmitted its services through two channels, TTT channels 2 and 13. TTT's origins trace back to the visionary aspirations of Lord Roy Thomson, a Canadian businessman. As TTT made its debut, its first broadcast featured nightly news readings at 7 p.m. Led by news anchor Mervyn Telfer, TTT's original management consisted of non-nationals who installed cutting-edge equipment and trained a local workforce. Formally inaugurated on November 1st, 1962, TTT rapidly became a focal point of the nation's cultural and informational landscape. TTT resonated with viewers through a multitude of captivating programs, from its flagship news program Panorama to engaging shows like Scouting for Talent, Mastana Bahar, 12 and Under, and Community Dateline. TTT embraced a rich variety of content that mirrored the nation's diversity.
Thank you for watching TTT's coverage of the 2023 Independence Day Parade. TTT.
This Independence Day holiday, join TTT for a spectacular Independence Day Parade broadcast. Get ready to experience the heartwarming surge of patriotism as we honor our heroes, first responders, and those who have dedicated their lives to protecting our freedom. Whether you're on the parade route or from the comfort of your home, tune in to TTT 91.1 FM and TTT Live Online on August 31st at 8 a.m. as we celebrate the magic of freedom. Happy Independence Day, Trinidad and Tobago.
The melodic conqueror of TNT's 1962 Independence Calypso crown. In 1962, Cade Simon, also known as Lord Bryner, emerged as the triumphant figure in the realm of Calypso, claiming the coveted title of Independence Calypso King. In 1962, the Independence Calypso show, held at City Hall, was packed to capacity. When the results were announced, Bryner had to run and jump onto entry in a fiercely contested Calypso competition, surpassing other esteemed contenders such as the Mighty Sparrow, Nat Hepburn, and the Mighty Bomber, who secured second, third, and fourth positions respectively. This achievement earned Lord Bryner a substantial cash prize of $1,000. Bryner went on to record 57-inch records and LPs. On at least one of his calypsos, Bob Marley was a backup chorus singer.
Send down thy blessings on our land, O God, and make us free. Let love and wisdom lead our hearts to dwell in unity.
Coach Antigua is my second home. And fellas, those of you that are allergic to extremely beautiful women, don't come Antigua, right? Because there's problems in there.
Come here next year.
Visit here.
And come to Isle of Soca.
At 10:30 a.m. Play with the 12 King Megaball Core. Pick 2 the number.
This is your place, and also it's my place. Till we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And let's sing again. I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low. The time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because it is your land, just as well as my land. It is your place.
Stand by 45. 45 to be the first tape. Hey, Cal, we'll be coming to you. 3, 2, 1. Run here.
From the love of liberty in the hands of love and
The birth of a nation. The end of a British colonial era. As our beloved nation took this giant step of independence, Trinidad and Tobago Television held up the mirror, reflecting our brand new start, our nation's first birthday, the station's first live broadcast, 2 defining moments celebrated as one.
I think it meant for some people that we had entered the world as a country because we had this new plaything.
We were young, we were vibrant, we were fresh, we were new. And so what TTT was an opportunity for the nation to be informed, entertained, right, and educated.
It represented ambition. It represented the quest to be among the nations of the world with television coverage.
The government set up television stations in like Woodford Square and a few other squares, but people didn't have sets at that time.
The set count was only 1,500 television sets. The population at that time might have just been around 800,000 in Trinidad and Tobago.
In fact, TCT did not exist as a building at that time. It was just a concrete slab. From what I understand from reading, they built a quick hut on the slab with enough room for Mervyn Telfer, who was the first presenter on television.
The new national station provided our young nation with an early collection of local celebrities.
The TTT story is a big story. It's a long story. It's populated by huge personalities.
People like Trevor McDonald, Clyde Lane, Mervyn Telfer, who was the very first news anchor at TTT.
Even Peter Minshall later on was a news presenter.
Don Proudfoot, Bobby Thomas, Alison Hennessy, Albert Charles, Wellington Yenchong, Jamaluddin Samad, and the list goes on. All names of persons who were in various roles and capacities at TTT. I love Mr. Rafi Knowles.
You probably don't know the name, but Rafi Knowles was a legendary sports presenter on Panorama. He would memorize the whole sports broadcast. He was also meticulous with his statistics, and he would learn all those statistics and he would just spout them out.
The eyes and ears of a nation, giving us a glimpse into some of the earliest viral worthy moments.
Blue Boy going on, and the whole stage is full of people.
Everybody, start the wave, start the wave, start the wave, start the wave. Everybody, start the wave, start the wave, start the wave, start the wave. When it comes to four, when it comes to four, when it comes to, let me go.
There's Shadow singing Pak Pak, but the crowd is just losing its mind. I'm so glad that we had a television station there to capture those things.
A lot could be said about TTT as an institution.
I born 2 years after independence, so we're the first independent generation. I'm watching TTT back in the day as the only station that was your conduit to the world.
Trinidad and Tobago Television was created by Canadian businessman Roy Thompson, then owner of the Thompson Organization. Back then, a partnership existed between the Thompson Organization, Rediffusion, a business that distributed radio and TV signals, CBS, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, who then owned a 10% share in the television station. Channels 2 and 13 were the two channels used to transmit the service. The initial operational management was a combination of foreign and local individuals. The success of any nation depends on the collective efforts of its people. Much like their newly independent country, the new employees of TTT would roll up their sleeves, committed and dedicated to this unknown territory despite their color, creed, and race.
The training I received was very hands-on.
Salaries started at $375 a month for a trainee. You know, $375 went a long way when you're living by your mother and you don't really have any expenses.
The experienced editors trained me. So I sat and I looked at them and I watched what they were doing. And then you go in and you try to get your hands dirty. As an editor, what we did was we had to make sure that there was no obscene content. We had to hold the film and clean the film as it goes through the reels, and clean the film to make sure there were no holes in the film and there were no slices.
When I left high school, I walked into TTT at 17 and said I want a job because I had seen an after-school program where people were actually on the TV looking like me. And they're like, we don't hire minors. So come back when you're 18. So I went away and I came back when I was 18 and said, okay, I'm 18, I want a job. And they made me wait for like 3 months. But that's a whole other story. I would start as a trainee reporter in the newsroom. I never wanted to be a reporter. I mean, it used to be, felt good to be talking to my English literature teacher who told me, you know, I was like a crazy person, basically. So I used to like, I'm telling you the news, you have to listen to me. I found it to be a place where I had opportunities and I took them.
Seeing your name rolling in a credit in a show was still something that made you feel proud that you worked on this, especially if you're proud of the show. I mean, there were some shows I told them I don't want no credit. You know what I mean?
We had pride in what we were doing back then.
And we also had great, you know, camaraderie in terms of liming together.
The station's early programming was a reflection of its ownership, consisting of mainly British and American culture.
You had shows like Bonanza. Of course, Bonanza was one of the big shows.
It was an outing for us to go to the neighbor's house to look at Bonanza on a Friday evening. One villager had a TV set.
We would rent our television set in those days. You didn't buy one in the early days. You rented it from sports games and tele-rentals. You rent it per month, just like you would rent your Rediffusion set and so on.
There was a shop in the village, a Chinese shop, where we collected our mail. And I went to the shop and the shopkeeper said to me, there is a letter here for you. And I saw the picture of the 4-star cast. Adam, Ben, Hoss, and Little Joe. And I began to shout and show everybody in the shop. I got a personal autographed photograph from the Bonanza crew.
The Lucille Ball show, I Love Lucy, Hogan's Heroes. Those are some of the really big shows in those days.
You think he's satisfied? Why don't you ask him?
We grew up on those monumental films. And there's a story that I can tell related to me by one of the seniors at TTT by the name of Errol Harry Lal, a caller to the station, a female caller to the station in the early life of TTT, called for Little Joe to speak with Little Joe. And Errol, the witty person he was, said to the lady, hold on, ma'am, let me check. And he walked around and came back, took up the phone and said to her, I'm sorry, he just rode off.
I watched enough Indian movie on TTT, so that by the time I got to India, which is one of the high points of my life, going to all those cities in India, went on a trip to India, it was like, you understand the place, it making sense, you know.
You know, we used to run them on a Sunday. They were like 4 or 5 hours long, and we had to go through those tapes and clean them actually, because they would come in reels, and we had to make sure that the reels didn't have holes so they wouldn't skip when they're being shown. We actually enjoy looking at them because they had this storyline. They will grip you and pull you in.
Love. Listening to Lata Mangeshkar later on in life because of this cultural grounding of looking at Bollywood films.
I mean, you have to give thanks for that cultural richness. You know, we're not operating in ignorance. It's like, wow, I know this. I'm familiar with this.
Sunny day, sweeping the clouds away. On my way to where the air is sweet.
Well, of course, all of us at that age was Sesame Street and Electric Company eventually.
Up to today, I can still sing so many songs from Sesame Street because that was something that we watched with a sort of, you know, religious obsessiveness.
And do the duck, rubber duck, duck, rubber duck, rubber duck, duck, rubber duck, duck, rubber duck, duck, rubber duck, duck, rubber duck.
But the station's first programming manager, Farouk Mohammed, had his eyes set on doing something more.
I always saw Trinidad and Tobago as a multicultural, poly nation with many cultures. And so I tried to reflect on the screen faces from all of the various ethnic groups in Trinidad and Tobago. So there was a combination of cultural programming and sport.
Best Village, Indian Cultural Magazine, No Boundaries, Community Dateline, That Week with Yusuf Ali, Not for Women Only, College Quiz, Calypso Showcase, News Capsule, Play Your Cards Right, the first game show in the country, Teen Dance Party, Ricky Tiki, Parade, Indian Variety, Mastana Bahar, Scouting for Talent, 12 and Under, Teen Talent, Party Time, Talking It Out. That's just some of the content.
I mean, those things, you know, kind of make you feel real in the society that you live in. And the things that I do, they're not totally invisible, and they're not totally things that are hidden and denied from the national conversation about what it means to be Trinidadian or Tobagonian.
As an Asian, someone who I could identify with across all lines. Who owns the story for me is even as important as who tells the story. And so for many years, you had our stories being told by other people who had a different impression of who we are. And so we grew up thinking, this is beauty. This is what's important. These are the persons I need to emulate. This is my impression of what the world looks like. And it may not be our world.
Our very first Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, in one of his initial speeches said that, you know, the future way forward for the people of the Caribbean is to be the subjects of their story and not the objects, so not being defined by others. We have to take on the task of defining ourselves, to ourselves, for ourselves. I was like a kind of a TV guide in the house. Like I knew what shows were coming up on what day and whatnot. I was inherently a TV peon. I was drawn to TV. I was intrigued by TV. I would watch almost anything that was on the TV at the time. I remember one of the main things I got from early television was Best Village, a sense of our folk culture. Scouting was huge. Watching the many characters that come up, and some of them surprise you, and some of them are just so funny.
All sorts of people would be on it. We were very disparaging. We used to call it scrunting for talent. You know, there was a deep, deep value to being able to see yourself replicated on a show like this.
That is going to age me. Interestingly enough, Auntie Germaine Erishi ran the show at the time. And so, you know, she would say, you have to come on the show, you guys have to come. And I would come as a 6-year-old, read my poem, you know, pretty birds in the trees, sing for me, please. When you sing, you bring me joy like my beautiful toy. I wrote that when I was 6 years old, and I came and I recited it. So, you know, I was like a regular coming on and off. And then when I was 13 years of age, and then, you know, I'd come and do little things like make my cookies or whatever, right? But then when I was 13 years of age, O'Neill Davis, I was waiting on my brother who was doing the Rikki Tikki disco time at the time, Robert Wickham. So I was waiting on Robert, and O'Neill said, Lisa, come, I have something for you to do. I was 13, and I said, no, not me, not me. And then he said, yes, come. And he put me to do the spelling bee, right? And that was the segment where, you know, I'd ask, spell Robert, you know, or spell whatever. And it was a full segment. So I did it because, you know, your girl have to shine wherever you go. And he said, at the end, he said, well, you know, this is not going to be the last time you do this. And that's how I got that segment, right? So it was the Rikki Tikki spelling bee. And then, you know, just continued doing weekly, every week. And to date, I think it's still the only live children's show that ever existed. That prepared me for so much, because it prepared me for being able to be spontaneous, confident, because live is live, right? And live is a different animal. So I always liked live since then. And then just staying on. So I did that all the way up until 6'4". And then Albert Charles called me. He said, I've spoken to Wendell. I think Wendell was casted first, Constantine, right? He said, you're the person who he wanted, you know, as his female lead. And I said, okay, for what? He said, well, party time. I was like, what? And that, let me tell you, that was like nothing we've ever experienced before, because that, again, one TV station, no internet. I know people watching this like, no internet? What's going on? You know, but no internet, nothing else but TTT. So can you imagine the whole country watching Party Time? That was insane.
You grew up in the 80s where, you know, you're seeing like this kind of TV that is almost nostalgic, right? And that belongs to your parents. And then Party Time happened, and all of a sudden you're seeing your contemporaries. You know, like I remember the first time, you know, seeing, oh gosh, what was the name of that group that Hot Dog was in? But, you know, then they came into schools, and it was like, these are our stars, you know? So Hot Dog being on the street, Marlon Grant is his name. But, you know, seeing Hot Dog on the street, seeing people like Jamie Thomas, the late Jamie Thomas.
Party Time provided the platform for young people to show their talent.
Marshall Montano and the Panasonic Express debuted on Party Time. Oscar Benjamin won the lip sync category of Party Time and was selected by Byron Lee to be his frontline vocalist from Jamaica Carnival for 10 years onwards. We've had Sinel Dempster. We've had Denise Belfort. We have persons from H2O Flow, persons who went on to record with the Kiss Kitty Caravan. Some became dancers for outstanding groups, both locally and internationally.
Ricardo Mendoza, who's now a big singer in New York. You know, Ozzy Merrick, who won lip syncing with a David Rudder song, which was unheard of in that time.
There are no boundaries.
We had some good soap operas that, you know, that situated us, and, you know, Of course, we love Bacchanal, right? We love a Bacchanal.
You ever went to jail, Trevor? I never helped no woman with no barrier. Jail is not a nice place. I make up my mind. I done with all women, especially them pretty ones. I go be a priest.
I basically ninjaed and jumbied Horace to put me on the crew where I was the entire production department. Being the person that got the food, the person that took the notes, the script supervisor, the PA, the person that, the wardrobe person sometimes the makeup artist. So it just whatever needed to be done, I did it. And we made it happen with 5 people. It was the most amazing experience. I think it set the foundation for me, for my work ethic.
Kenroy, Lalu, we're ready when you are.
Okay, Miss B. All right. My name is Kenoy X, and don't get me vexed, cause you will never get a taste of my super sex. My name is Lalu X, and I am up next. And all these saucy girls, they get to come and squeeze my pecs. Because we're hard, and we're bad, not just another passing fad. I say we're groovy, just like a movie.
Well, I started writing about my apartment building where I was living, because why in Italia? There was a lot of Bacchanal. So, and then just people that I knew, and too. At 12 o'clock on TTT was Young and the Restless, that the country used to shut down for. And I remember walking into a restaurant or a fast food place in Ellerslie, and gone up to the counter to order my food, and then all of a sudden I'm feeling eyes on my back. And I look around and I'm like, why is everyone staring at me? On the counter was a TV.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see her there. I didn't see her there. That's all right. Whole brand of music. So whole brand of music is All right, my battery's overheating apparently. Let's go. Bro, this man just said the Trinidadian Air Force. Why is this man cracking jokes in chat, bro? Why are you doing us like that, bro? Fantastic for the children. This is absolutely fantastic for the kids. Look at that. That's so sweet. Trinidad, you know, easy now. Guys, a police boat. A whole police boat coming. Yep, police boat. The more you know. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to go down Tragrit Road to see the pan that's taking place on Tragrit Road, or do you want me to go home and gear up for the fireworks later? Hey, again. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi. That's the pan. All right, I need 1 second. Okay. Go home, take a rest. Ah. Look at all these people saying they're feeling for KFC, bro. Yo, fat and chat, bro. Yo, some fat people. Alright, here's what. Oh boy. Inline, I'm not feeling to go and try it for the pan, but let me just take a little break. The pan starts at 12, so let me just take a little break, release, drink, and see how I feel, and then I'll let you know. Oh, my hat almost disappeared, bro. Shit. KFC must be crowded, yes. That KFC right on the end there, super crowded. I don't think we will be getting KFC today. Bam, bam, ba, da, 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 bam, ba, dam, ba, da, da, bam. I could have sworn I saw a store open somewhere. I don't listen it. Yeah, you guys are suspect with KFC right now. I wonder if the breakfast shed would be open. I feel like that's a high unlikely thing. I feel like the breakfast shed would not be open. What is that at the bottom there? Next to the island. In the plastic bottle. That's so good. What's that right there? Next to the island. Oh, well, yeah. My girl wants please. Oh, it looks a little different from it. Yeah.
Now the election back and I'll die away. In short, this is what I have to say. Let us forget fights and grudges and concentrate.
Services, set water up ahead. So who knows what happened. Yeah, so that's the motor parade. Oh yeah. Woo! Yeah, you see, there's a lot of things happening here, right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Right now, this is the Apuru Cemetery. You can't even hear me, so I'm just gonna switch back to the camera in front. Who got any country? No, well, they'll have they'll have officers guarding normal spots and everything. So they will still have security out there. So this is just a portion of the defense force. So yeah. And yeah, we just passed with our from all we come up to Victoria Avenue. We're on Chabot Road, still walking down. If you see rare people there, I am going to see if I can. Well, the parade is coming down. I'm still walking. Now, this is the thing, right? What will keep the hold up is because, right, there's actually stop and allow kids to come and take photos inside the vehicles, in front of the vehicles, with the officers, everything. That's always keep back everything, because you know once they stop somewhere, everybody will rush and do that. So Shirley is saying I need a GoPro. Well, I have a GoPro, Shirley, but the connection on the GoPro and not all that to do these kind of lives. I'm using my phone, and the phone quality, this is the best I could get at this point in time with the current data plan. So yeah. I'll show you all some of the features right here in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, one of the old features of house. That's pretty cool. Yeah, look, I'll give you all a glimpse of the cemetery. So yeah, let me continue the walk until we, see something nice. The fire trucks and them, well, when you're young and you see a fire truck. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. I have no idea where this car is going. Your car. Technically, these roads are closed. So we're walking on till I get a little spot again. So we're now passing Victoria Street. I think these Desperados Spaniard. yeah. They get lost, so I'm gonna wait here because it looks like, all right, they're directing the fire services vehicles, the fire parade, So, all right, come to go forward because you're actually seeing that there's a gap. So I was just chilling, yeah. The Commissioner of the Fire Services. I'm live right now. See, once again, there's kind of ease up because photos take photos. Definitely gonna get some rain. I see the clouds done forming up there already. Well, I guess they will be used when required, eh? I can't say for... Oh, look. What's happening there? Everybody ready to beat. Now that will come in handy in the seats right now. For sure, Sean, for sure. For sure. All right, I'm far away enough, you know, you can see it. And I may get a little sprinkle, but I should be good there. People really enjoying this. I'm going to run away from the wet. Like, nope. We good, and now let me run away from that. Oh my gosh, it's raining in. Oh yeah, I can see that because like when you watch up, so you can see it like up on the mountain range on that side quick down, so it rain. So yeah, so it will probably be a matter of time before it reach here. People, oh Lord. The thing on the live, you doesn't know where you could get and see, so I probably want see anything that is not too, you know, sanitary. Wait, Renee Marval too? Wow. That means rain will come down here in a little while. Wait, I'm afraid to go up there, you know, I might get wet. And normally I don't mind wet, but the equipment right now, you know, it didn't come waterproof at this point in time. The phone here. But the have it on a gimbal, the Osmo Pocket 3. So I just, you see, good thing I didn't walk up and I get wet for sure. Woo, everybody enjoying that one, man. All these kids, they're just enjoying that. You can't get them wrong at all for that. Yeah. They would. And especially with that on this hot day. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. All right. Let me walk up a little bit because I feel like I'm gonna shoot again. So I'm just gonna walk up. All right, check out this stuff. They're like a sub truck, boy. And they would be the reason why everything was kept back. All right, on Philip Street right now. We're almost in town itself. Oh, there you go. Oh, can see what you see. Wait, I wonder how it is on this side, boy. I won't lie to you all, I feel a slight death right now. Land and search rescue units, big up them. For anytime people go missing, we have actually the hunters, it's more the Hunters Association of Trinidad and Tobago. I find is the one who do a lot of better work in terms of finding missing people and stuff. So big up them. Just yes. Prison's motorcade. So they're ready to go. So you know, yeah, jump up. You know. Let's cross the road. Let's see what's going on. Oh shit, a man fall long. All right. They look like the next hole up there, like a man collapse, and they just get them first aid. In this heat, you have to be careful. I would not cross the road because I don't want to really show that. But yeah, somebody just collapsed and there's a next hole up there. So yeah, so he's being treated at the moment with the paramedics. So yeah, as the next hole up. So we just continue to walk down and see what's going on. Favorite island girl just say she just passed me on the avenue. Okay. Yeah, so they're gonna put him in the ambulance and take him to the hospital or something. So you have to be careful and stay hydrated, especially in this heat, because for the past month we have been experiencing the highest level of temperature right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, we get like rain one day, we might get something today, which will help tremendously. But yeah, we gotta stay hydrated. I should probably take some of that advice. Might buy some water somewhere going down, but you know, we walk in. You know, this thing is I gotta walk back. So I walk all this distance and I gotta walk back afterwards. But that's alright. Trinidad vibes. That's how we used to it. So these are the traffic wardens on them. Motorcade with us. Going down the road, taking the little drumming session going on here. The Olion. Teaching the youth how to, you know, the iron and the drums. Big up, man. Nice. Look like they're really reaching us sooner than I thought, boy. Yeah, definitely. So let me. continue walking into town itself. I already make a nice one, yeah. Ooh, look, I think so. What we saw earlier was all the different divisions of the defense force. Now we're just the motorcade. I think after this, that's it. So we'll walk until the end of the parade in a sense, and then we'll see what's going on. I'll walk back. We'll see what we can get. And yeah, look at the bikers and them down there. Hey, people should know, all right? Like on Independence Day morning, it don't make sense to come this part of town. You'll just be stuck in traffic, just like this evening. Like if you come in to watch the fireworks should be probably around 8 o'clock. Normally it'll be around 8 o'clock, I think. So it's a reach probably around 6, 7, get a good park and walk, because closer to the time of the fireworks this evening, tonight, at the Queen's Park Savannah, it's going to be messy. It's going to be level traffic. So yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. I wonder. So the thing is, right, when I'm doing these public lives, I'll be on my phone. Oh, she was my screen saying, yeah, we crossed the 600. Wow. This is probably the record for most amount of people on our live right now here on the channel. So yeah, so I was saying, because I do the live on my phone, and this phone is the highest resolution, unfortunately, I could get with the current data plan is 720p. Quality may not be as good as like the normal regular Saturday videos, but yeah, this is live. And the next thing about the phone, I can't reply to the text coming in. So yeah, and sometimes you may send something to me and I may not see it because it will show up on the screen and then it will disappear. And what bike club is this, boy? The what? Oh, Enforcement Bikers Foundation. All right, nice. So let's just waiting to do all the thing on the road. So yeah. So the parade would have come up park, and this is the only time. This is the only time this here is normally this is one way heading east, and this is only the parade is you. Oh my gosh, you check out these old cars, horse. I didn't know it's have all this. Wow, good thing I decided to just take a walk and not stick to where it is. That's kind of cool. It's like the mini squad. The mini squad in Trinidad and Tobago. I'll take my time and walk here instead of walking so quickly. So you all could take in all this. Yeah. Wrong direction. Hey, that's real cool though. Mook. All right, so yeah, that was nice. vintage cars by. So normally on a regular day, you can really go this way on this street, on Park Street at the moment. But for the parade, they'll come down Frederick and then come across Park and then head down to Chagrit. So yeah. But we hit the 2 mile mark in walking here at this point in time. To be honest with you, I didn't expect to reach so far. I thought I'd see the end of the parade, like somewhere around here probably. But yeah, I guess because of how things is happening on the road and everything, things will be staggered. But I would like to believe that that's it there, right? But I just walking down to double check because like it looked like all the defense force and everything already went. So I could ask the officers if they have any more stuff coming. Yeah, so let me find out before we go further. Morning, officers. They have anything else coming, or that's the last thing there? That was it there? Yeah. All right, cool. We walk back then. So you see? Woo, yeah. Yeah. So everything we see is basically that was it there. So you saw at the beginning. If you was watching from the beginning, you'd have seen everything. And now I'm just going to take a nice walk back. Yeah. I'll see if I can answer any questions. If you want to ask any questions here while we walk back. Or, I might just end the live here. So right now, we're on Park Street. As St. Vincent Street we reach up to. Is it? Yeah, I think so. And we're now going to pass Abercrombie. And all you'll see here from here on in is... Yeah, I definitely got in my cardio today in this rounds. And I'll get in more cardio later because I'll be walking towards the Savannah to take in the fireworks. I wouldn't be recording that, unfortunately, because the lighting and everything, and yeah, not everything we would record. I'm not sure where the ambulance is coming. That's probably with the dude that they picked up from earlier. Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, right now I'm live, so I'm taking the whole parade live coming down, so I'm not walking back. So yeah. Okay. Keep this stuff coming. Thank you so much. Yeah. Big up subscribers here. Honey. So that was it there. So traffic, at least for this part, would return to normal, but it's independent, so everybody would. Oh, thank you so much. Big up this officer, I got a subscriber, I got her water, and I'm staying hydrated. Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for joining. So, we're in town right now. We're walking back to Chagrit Road, and we'll head down. I doubt we will catch back. We might be able to catch back the trucks parade and everything, because you know how they stick on everything. So we can see. Shall see on this Tuesday. If you all did watch my doubles video where I ate doubles in town, this would have been the spot. I would have been the spot where I've had that last doubles. But I was 3 double. So yeah. For those of you who want to head out now, just gonna tell you all have a great day. Happy Independence again, Trinidad and Tobago. And yeah, I'll stay on the live until I reach further back down where the session's happening. I'm not sure how things will be. You'll get to see, for those of you who probably missed the vintage cars and the bike parade, you'll actually see them probably actually going down. So at this point, traffic would return to normal. Well, at least up to this point, it's like the end of the parade is where the boundary would happen. So all those cars who want to go down Chagrit would not be able to at this point until the parade reach further down. So yeah. I'm just walking back now. And yeah, I hope you all enjoy this walk through on Chagrit Road, this Independence Day parade. So just waiting for the crowd to go through before I could pass, before I could cross. Yeah. Ooh. All right, so here's your next scope of the vintage cars from behind. We did see it from in front where it was going, and it was parked up well. There they go. Oops. The Nazi flags. Well, I guess you'll see it as we walk back down.
And builders that will build homes for you. And electricity people.
Ah, yes. Boy. At this point, I might be able to see peeps. I mean, that's cross here. Yeah, you all. I just pressing it down for a little bit. Let me just hydrate a little bit. Yes. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me. Right, you could go ahead and hold it if you want.
Yeah, hold it for you because I don't hydrate.
Well, you can face it to you though, because right now they see you.
Oh, I don't want to be seen.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling.
This is the warmth of Trinidad and Tobago. All right, we hydrate. So we continue to walk. Yeah. It's only a matter of time before I catch back up with the whole rest of the parade, you know. Question is like, because of as they go further into what we saw earlier, where the hold up was along the streets here, the same thing will happen as they go along Chagrit Road before they reach where they finally end up at the, the barracks, police barracks in St. James there. Basically, for those of you who don't know, is like when you pass Roxy roundabout, Roxy is an old cinema. Right now it's a Pizza Hut. When you pass Roxy roundabout, you'll see the St. James sign, and right past St. James sign on the right hand side is the police barracks and the grounds, and that's where this whole entire parade is going to end. Yeah, so they started at the Queen's Park Savannah, came down Frederick Street, came across Park, and then from Park they jump onto Chagrit Road by what they call Green Corner. Although not green, it's basically a white building, but I think at some point B-Mobile was there, so that corner was actually green. So you see, I tell you, it's only a matter of time before we bounce up back the vintage cars and you all see PS and PW. You know they will. When they see those two letters only. Well, forget the P and this pan, a little more recent. But still. Tingole. Alright. Let's cross here because a crowd, you know. I'm gonna block this guy doing this video there because you'd have seen all these cars. Big up to this plumber, we lost an icon. They got one of the icons they lost this week, this plumber, well, last weekend. It's always be hard to hear about that, but that's all right. So it looks like the rest of those squads heading out there. They're heading out there. So big up everybody who joined on this live. You know, thank you all. Yeah. So I'm walking back towards Roxy Roundabout now, and yeah. Now, for those of you who hear spoilers, I'm not sure what video I'm going to drop Saturday. I know if you watch me live, I've been thinking about that one, but I'm not sure yet because I still may need more time to edit that video. So we'll see what happens Saturday. All right, let me just click back on the book. I'm not sure. So if that was him, big up him. So yeah. So we reach back the end. This time I might be moving a little more pace because, yeah, the majority of this parade would have already reached high up on Traffic Road and probably to the barracks already. And yeah. Big up our defense force. Hey, National Insurance Board by Stanmore here. Continue walking. Well, yeah, only hearing back the sirens already. Now, I'm not sure if you all hear me, but if you had watched the pizza hopping video that I did with my brethren, Robert and Sunil, this would have been the Marios we had the pizza from. Yeah. If it's one thing, you can feel safe on this one. And normally around town is the normal. So. Yeah, the fire trucks is always be impressive. Us. Like somehow the next fire services always give us our best show. You got Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. The silent walk. Well, not really silent walk because you just keep hearing the sirens going forward at this point. People now probably walking back to their vehicles or wherever they park. yeah. Whew. I could hear a little bit now. So yeah. So this was our 2023 Independence Day parade right here. Look at people. Where you fly, brother? I'm trying a little thing like you. Yeah, yeah. Nice. I didn't get back to you on that, you know. Yeah. So, I'm live right now. Oh, you're live? Yeah. Look at the fire truck. I get everything, yeah. I get everything. So I'm walking back so now. Take care. Look at them younglings. People getting wet right through. Make sure. All right, nice. I told you all how things going with the pictures and everything. Sorry. Wait, I reach back. They change. Interchange. Somebody get out of here before, you know.
So Trinidad beat Barbados in the CPL last night. They won 1-61. So let's bring up Trinidad.
Yeah, if I can, that's the CPL, that's the TKRBD Barbados Tridents. So,
oh, but one more with Spine Mays and that's it. So guys, let's welcome the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service.
So this is basically a walk up and down traffic road, more or less. That a touch of park and yeah. The parade, I walked down to the end of the parade where it finished, and now we're just walking back. So in case you all miss anything, well, you'll get to see it here. Up to a point. So big up everybody who I meet along the way. Yeah. And big up the officer, subscriber. You know, I get a bottle of water. So I was able to hydrate on this walk back. Yo. Liam, what's up? So I reach back to the water truck now. The submarine looking water truck from the fire services. Yes, I hope you do as well. There's our vibes. You will swear the water lord is out. Whoa. Big up you all. Are you good? I good. Yeah. Right now I'm live, so I just walk down to the end of the thing and I'll walk over. Yeah. You want to see police? Yeah, big up the police. Hold on. Big up the police. Yeah. This is still all the Trinidad Vibe subscribers. Big up them. Doing their job here on this Independence Day. Big up them. Hey. Stay safe, fellas. Hi. Oh, is he the one? Yeah, sure. Nice. You're welcome. So yeah. Big up Island Girl just now there. We just take a photo with. That's all. Let's flip this. Yeah, look, Island Girl there. Yeah, big up Island Girl. Alright, take care. So yeah. Just walking through the vibes here. I'll go back and meet the wife. So yeah. Live and direct. Like these TV stations will give all you a certain aspect and more high quality stuff, but you know here we're walking through all again it live and direct. Tobago vibes. We almost reached back up to the submarine truck. Oh gosh, look, you might have the next water thing. See what I mean? Look at people! Submarine truck, you know? Yeah, they did. All of them was high up. So if you go back in the video, you'll see the police. But at this point, yeah, the police is high up already. This is just the fire brigade services. And we reach back the bike squad. This time is more pace and walking. I feel like I possibly right now. No, not really. Just walking, but. That's all. Let me hold up there, fellas. Sorry about that. Let me just show you all some subscribers there. Right now, they're live, eh? See me. It's always be fun to do those kind of things, you know. I just walking through the little crowd here because they've been pelting up the road now. They realize that they're very late for, you know, the rendezvous. So across this road here. Well, you gotta big up, big up sauntering, big up peeps. Yeah. Yeah. The violence. Oh boy. See the chaos up there. But I think that's about it. I'm going to end the live about here. Thank you all for joining me on this Independence Day. Happy Independence Day, Trinidad and Tobago, 61 years. Yeah. And thank you all. Be safe, stay safe. And I'll see you all in the next one. Go on. Whew, sorry. I'll be careful because you don't have people taking photos here and there. So until the next one, my Tobago, bye. Peace.
People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cipriani start the ball rolling, now the doctor doing the bowling, so that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll be independently.
The history of Trinidad and Tobago begins with the settlements of the islands by indigenous First Peoples. Both islands were visited by Christopher Columbus on his third voyage in 1498 and claimed in the name of Spain. Trinidad remained in Spanish hands until 1797, but it was largely settled by French colonists. Tobago changed hands between the British, French, Dutch, and Courlanders, but eventually ended up in British hands following the Second Treaty of Paris. In 1889, the two islands were incorporated into a single crown colony. Trinidad and Tobago obtained its independence from the British Empire in 1962 and became a republic in 1976. Pre-Columbian period. Human settlement in Trinidad dates back at least 7,000 years. The earliest settlers, termed archaic or ordoroid, are believed to have settled Trinidad and Tobago from northeastern South America around 4000 BCE. 29 archaic sites have been identified, mostly in South Trinidad and Tobago. This includes the 7,000-year-old Banwari Trace site, which is the oldest discovered human settlement in the Eastern Caribbean. Archaic populations were pre-ceramic, and dominated the area until about 200 BCE. Around 250 BCE, the first ceramic-using people in the Caribbean, the Saladoid people, entered Trinidad and Tobago. The earliest evidence of these people come from around 2100 BCE along the banks of the Orinoco River in Venezuela. From Trinidad and Tobago, they are believed to have moved north into the remaining islands of the Caribbean. 37 Saladoid sites have been identified in Trinidad and Tobago, and are located all over the island. After 250 CE, a third group, called the Barrancoy people, settled in southern Trinidad and Tobago after migrating up the Orinoco River toward the sea. The oldest Barrancoid settlement appears to have been at Aran, on the south coast. Following the collapse of Barrancoid communities along the Orinoco around 650 CE, a new group, called the Arakwanoid, expanded up the river to the coast. The cultural artifacts of this group were only partly adopted in Trinidad and Tobago and adjacent areas of northeast Venezuela, and as a result, this culture is called Guayabitoid in these areas. Around 1300 CE, a new group appears to have settled in Trinidad and Tobago and introduced new cultural attributes which largely replaced the Guayabitoid culture. Termed the Mayoid cultural tradition, this represents the native tribes which were present in Trinidad and Tobago at the time of European arrival. Their distinct pottery and artifacts survive until 1800, but after this time they were largely assimilated into mainstream Trinidad and Tobago society. These included the Nepoya and Sepoya and the Yao. They have generally been called Arawaks and Caribs. These were largely wiped out by the Spanish colonizers under the encomienda system. Under this system, which was basically a form of slavery, Spanish encomenderos forced the Amerindians to work for them in exchange for Spanish protection and conversion to Christianity. The survivors were first organized into missions by the Capuchin friars, and then gradually assimilated. Spanish period. The arrival of Columbus. The first ever contact with Europeans occurred when Christopher Columbus, who was on his third voyage of exploration, arrived at noon on July 31, 1498. He landed at a harbor he called Point Galera, while naming the island Trinidad, before proceeding into the Gulf of Paria via the Serpent's Mouth and the Caribbean Sea via Dragon's Mouth. Colonial settlement of Trinidad. Trinidad is reported to have been densely populated at the beginning of the colonial period. Although in 1510 Trinidad was said to have the only peaceful Indians along the whole South American coast, demand for slaves to supply the pearl fisheries in nearby Isla Margarita led to them being declared Caribs in 1511. As a consequence of this, Trinidad and Tobago became the focus of Spanish slaving raids, primarily to supply Margarita's pearl fisheries. In 1530 Antonio Cedeno was appointed governor. Granted a contract to settle Trinidad, with an eye toward discovering long-rumored El Dorado and controlling the trade in slaves. In 1532 he attempted to establish a settlement, but was driven off the island following the Battle of Cumucurapo. He withdrew to Margarita, but he returned a year later and built a settlement at Cumucurapo. After failing to attract more settlers to Trinidad, Cedeno was forced to withdraw in 1534. In 1553 Juan Cedeno was authorized to settle Trinidad, but the contract was never fulfilled. In 1569 Juan Troqui Ponce de Leon built the town of the Circumcision, probably around modern La Ventil. In 1570 this settlement was abandoned. In 1592 Antonio de Barrio established the first lasting settlement, the town of San Jose de Orona. Sir Walter Raleigh, who was searching for El Dorado, arrived in Trinidad on March 22, 1595 and soon attacked San Jose and captured and interrogated de Barrio, obtaining much information from him and from the cacique Topiawari. Lack of Spanish ships arriving on a regular basis forced the settlers to trade with the English, French, and Dutch, in violation of the Spanish exclusive. The Spanish also lacked the means to defend the colony, which consisted of only 24 Spanish settlers in 1625. Thus the Dutch attacked St. Joseph with impunity in 1637. By 1671, the island included 80 settlers and 80 domesticated Amerindians. By 1772, the Spanish capital of St. Joseph had a population of 326 Spaniards and 417 Amerindians. Yet the houses consisted of mud huts with thatch roofs. In general, lacking gold, the island was poor and undeveloped, inducing many to leave. The Captaincy General of Venezuela was created on September 8, 1777, through the Royal Decree of Graces of Charles III of Bourbon, to provide more autonomy for the provinces of Venezuela, previously under the jurisdiction of the Viceroyalty of New Granada and the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. The Crown established a unified government in political, military, fiscal and judicial affairs. Its creation was part of the Bourbon reforms and laid the groundwork for the future nation of Venezuela, in particular by orienting the province of Maracaibo towards the province of Caracas. Colonial settlement of Tobago. In Tobago, the first Dutch colony of Nieuw Valkeren was short-lived. 68 colonists established Fort Vlissingen near modern Plymouth in 1628. They were reinforced by a few hundred more settlers from Zealand in 1629 and 1632. Attempted colonies by Courland in 1637, 1639, and 1642 in England in 1649, 1642, and 1647 all failed. In May and September 1654, Kurish and Dutch colonies were re-established successfully. The Kurish colony of Nieuw-Courland was centered at Fort Jacob on Great Courland Bay. The Dutch colony on the other side of the island had 3 forts, Lampsensburg, Beveren, and Bella Vista. In 1658, 500 Frenchmen joined the Dutch colony but formed their own settlement called 3 Rivers. On December 11, 1659, the Courlanders peaceably surrendered their colony to the Dutch. At the time, the island held about 1,500 Europeans and around 7,000 African slaves working on 120 plantations, supporting 6 or 7 sugar mills and 2 rum distilleries. British Jamaican pirates captured the island in January 1666. The official English garrison surrendered to a French attack in August the same year. The Dutch Admiral Abraham Crynson reclaimed a deserted colony in April 1667 and re-established a fort. An attempt to restore the Kurish Fort Jacob was suppressed in December 1668. In December 1672, the British attacked and destroyed the Dutch colony as part of the Third Anglo-Dutch War. Dutch control was regained under the status quo ante provisions of the Second Treaty of Westminster in 1674. In September 1676, Fort Stereskens was constructed near the ruins of Fort Vlissingen. This star fort was reinforced in February 1677. But French attacks in February, March, and December of that year finally succeeded in killing the Dutch governor and capturing the island. In 1749, Britain and France agreed to keep the island neutral, but Britain took control after 1763, prompting France to capture the island in 1781, then Britain to recapture the island in 1793. The population in 1771 was 5,084. Of which only 243 were white and 4,716 were slaves. In 1791 the population was 15,020, of which 541 were white and 14,170 were slaves. There were then 37 sugar factories, 99 cotton factories, and 4 coffee factories. After nutmeg was discovered in 1768, 40 nutmeg plantations were started. The island became a British acquisition for good in 1802, with a ratified treaty in 1814. Spanish missions in Trinidad. Spanish missions were established as part of the Spanish colonization here as in its other New World conquests. In 1687 the Catalan Capuchin friars were given responsibility for the conversion of the indigenous population of Trinidad and the Guianas. Tensions between priests and Amerindians led to the Arena massacre of 1699, wherein the Amerindians murdered the priests. After being hunted by the Spanish, the survivors are reported to have committed suicide by jumping off cliffs into the sea. In 1713 the missions were handed over to the secular clergy. Due to shortages of missionaries, although the missions were established they often went without Christian instruction for long periods of time. Between 1687 and 1700 several missions were founded in Trinidad, but only 4 survived as Amerindian villages throughout the 18th century: La Anunciada de Nazaret de Savannah Grande, Purísima Concepción de María Santísima de Guairai, Santa Ana de Sabaneta, Nuestra Señora de Montserrat. The mission of Santa Rosa de Arima was established in 1789 when Amerindians from the former encamientos of Tacarigua and Arauca were relocated further east and settled in Santa Rosa close to today's town of Arima. French settlement in Trinidad. Although Spanish settlement began in the 16th century, the census of 1777 recorded only 2,763 people as living on the island, including some 2,000 Arawaks. In 1777, Rome de Saint Laurent proposed French planters from the islands of Martinique, Guadeloupe, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and Grenada, and their African slaves, immigrate to Trinidad. He estimated 1,532 whites, with 33,322 of their slaves, would be interested in such a proposal. The Spanish gave many incentives to lure settlers to the island, including exemption from taxes for 10 years and land grants in accordance to the terms set out in the cedula. In 1783, The proclamation of a cedula of population by the Spanish crown granted 32 acres of land to each Roman Catholic who settled in Trinidad and half as much for each slave that they brought. Uniquely, 16 acres was offered to each free colored or free person of color, and half as much for each slave they brought. French planters with their slaves, free coloreds and mulattoes from neighboring islands of Grenada, Guadeloupe, Martinique and Dominica migrated to the Trinidad during the French Revolution. These new immigrants establishing local communities of Blanchisseuse, Champs Fleur, Paramin, Cascade, Carenage, and La Ventile. This resulted in Trinidad having the unique feature of a large French-speaking free-colored slave-owning class. By the time the island was surrendered to the British in 1797, the population had increased to 17,643, 2,086 whites, 4,466 free people of color, 1,082 Amerindians, and 10,009 African slaves. In addition, there were 159 sugar estates, 130 coffee estates, 60 cocoa estates, and 103 cotton estates. Yet, the island remained unfortified. British period. In 1797, a British force led by General Sir Ralph Abercrombie launched the invasion of Trinidad. His squadron sailed through the Bocas and anchored off the coast of Chaguaramas. The Spanish governor Chacon decided to capitulate without fighting. Trinidad thus became a British crown colony, with a French-speaking population and Spanish laws. British rule was formalized under the Treaty of Amiens. British rule led to an influx of settlers from the United Kingdom and the British colonies of the Eastern Caribbean. English, Scots, Irish, German and Italian families arrived. Under British rule, new estates were created and the import of slaves did increase, but this was the period of abolitionism in England and the slave trade was under attack. Slavery was abolished in 1833, after which former slaves served an apprenticeship period which ended on August 1, 1838 with full emancipation. An overview of the population statistics in 1838, however, clearly reveals the contrast between Trinidad and its neighboring islands. Upon emancipation of the slaves in 1838, Trinidad had only 17,439 slaves, with 80% of slave owners having fewer than 10 slaves each. In contrast, at twice the size of Trinidad, Jamaica had roughly 360,000 slaves. On October 20, 1889, the British government made Tobago a ward of Trinidad. End of slavery. In August 1816, 700 former slaves from the USA arrived, having served for 14 months in the Corps of Colonial Marines at the Royal Naval Dockyard, Bermuda. After rejecting British government orders for transfer to the West India regiments, and on the Admiralty refusing to continue responsibility for them, they finally accepted, but only with reluctance, a government offer of settlement in Trinidad. These ex-colonial Marines were organized by the authorities in villages according to their military companies. In Trinidad and Tobago, as in other Caribbean slave colonies, an attempt was made to circumvent the abolition of slavery in 1833. The first announcement from Whitehall in England that slaves would be totally freed by 1840 was made in 1833. In the meantime, slaves on plantations were expected to remain where they were and work as apprentices for the next 6 years. Trinidad and Tobago demonstrated a successful use of nonviolent protest and passive resistance. On August 1, 1834, an unarmed group of mainly elderly ex-slaves being addressed by the governor at Government House about the new laws, began chanting, "Pa de Sixens. Point de Sixens," drowning out the voice of the governor. Peaceful protests continued until a resolution to abolish apprenticeship was passed and de facto freedom was achieved. This may have been partially due to the influence of Dr. Jean-Baptiste Philippe's book A Free Mulatto. At the request of Governor Sir George Fitzgerald Hill, on 25 July, Dr. Jean-Baptiste Philippe, the first colored member of the council, proposed a resolution to end apprenticeship and this was passed. Full emancipation for all was finally legally granted ahead of schedule on August 1, 1838. Agricultural development and indentured labor. The sugarcane plantations which dominated the economy of Trinidad and Tobago in the 19th century gradually gave ground to the cultivation of cacao. Trinidad and Tobago chocolate became a high-priced, much sought-after commodity. The colonial government opened land to settlers interested in establishing cacao estates. French Creoles were being marginalized economically by large English business concerns who were buying up sugar plantations, and this gave them a fresh avenue of economic development. Venezuelan farmers with experience in cacao cultivation were also encouraged to settle in Trinidad and Tobago, where they provided much of the early labor in these estates. Many of the former cocoa-producing areas of Trinidad retain a distinctly Spanish flavor, and many of the descendants of the cocoa panuels remain in these areas, including Trinidad and Tobago's most famous cricketer, Brian Lara. In 1844, the British government allowed the immigration of 2,500 Indian workers as indentured servants, from Calcutta and Madras. According to Williams, this was an effort to provide an adequate and dependable supply of labor. 1/3 of the cost of passage, including return, was to borne as a public expense. Additional funds were provided for the Office of Protector of Immigrants, medical and police services. Wages were set at $2.40 per month for males, and $1.45 per month for females. In 1899, the working day was fixed at 9 hours. They could buy a plot of land in exchange for return passage. Between 1838 and 1917, 145,000 Indians immigrated to Trinidad. There were also workers brought from China at about the same time. In Trinidad there were, about 20 years ago, 4,000 or 5,000 Chinese, but they have decreased to probably about 2,000 or 3,000. They used to work in sugar plantations, but are now principally shopkeepers, as well as general merchants, miners and railway builders, etc. Many Indian immigrants who had completed their indentureship also established cocoa estates, most notable of them being Haji Goko ol Mia, a Kashmiri-born immigrant who went on to become one of the wealthiest men in Trinidad and Tobago. The Indian community has steadily prospered and grown until now it makes up about 35% of the population of the nation. The arrival of witch's broom and black pod diseases in the 1930s, coupled with the Great Depression, destroyed the cacao industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Although prices for Trinidad and Tobago cocoa beans remains high on the world markets, cocoa is no more than a marginal crop. Relations between the Indian immigrants, and both the British, and the black population were generally strained, and occasionally erupted into violence such as the 1884 Hosey Massacre. Discovery of oil. The American Merrimack Oil Company drilled an early oil well at La Brea at Trinidad and Tobago in 1857, where oil was struck at 280 feet. Also mentioned is the pioneering work of Captain Darwin with his Paria Petroleum Company Limited, and Conrad F. Stolmeyer, an entrepreneur of that period who felt that a combustible fuel could not be distilled out of the asphalt from the pitch lake. The other point of view from Captain Darwin was that a combustible fuel, refined from oil drilled from the earth, would be the ideal fuel for the future. In either 1865, 1866, or 1867, according to different accounts, the American civil engineer, Walter Darwin, discovered and produced oil at Araparo. Efforts in 1867 to begin production by the Trinidad and Tobago Petroleum Company at La Brea and the Paria Petroleum Company at Araparo were poorly financed and abandoned after Walter Darwin died of yellow fever. In 1893, Mr. Randolph Rust, along with his neighbor, Mr. Lee Lum, drilled a successful well near Darwin's original one. By early 1907, major drilling operations began, roads and other infrastructure were built. Annual production of oil in Trinidad and Tobago reached 47,000 barrels by 1910 and kept rapidly increasing year by year. Estimated oil production in Trinidad and Tobago in 2005 was about 150,000 barrels/d. 20th century political development. West Indian Federation and independence. Trinidad was ruled as a crown colony with no elected representation until 1925. Although Tobago had an elected assembly, this was dissolved prior to the union of the two islands. In 1925, the first elections to the Legislative Council were held. 7 of the 13 members were elected, the others were nominated by the governor. The franchise was determined by income, property and residence qualifications, and was limited to men over the age of 21 and women over the age of 30. The 1946 elections were the first with universal adult suffrage. Labor riots in 1937 led by T.U.B. Butler shook the country and led to the formation of the modern trade union movement. Butler was jailed from 1937 to 1939, but was rearrested when the United Kingdom entered World War II and jailed for the duration of the war. After his release in 1945, Butler reorganized his political party, the British Empire Citizens and Workers' Home Rule Party. This party won a plurality in the 1950 general elections. The establishment feared Butler as a radical, and instead Albert Gomez became the first chief minister of Trinidad and Tobago. The 1956 general elections saw the emergence of the People's National Movement under the leadership of Eric Williams. The PNM, opposed by Dr. Rudranath Kapildeo of the Democratic Labour Party and Ashford Sinanan, who later founded the West Indian National Party, continued to dominate politics in Trinidad and Tobago until 1986. The party won every general election between 1956 and 1981. Williams became Prime Minister at independence, and remained in that position until his death in 1981. In 1958, the United Kingdom tried to establish an independent West Indies Federation comprising most of the former British West Indies. However, disagreement over the structure of the federation led to Jamaica's withdrawal. Eric Williams responded to this with his now famous calculation 1 from 10 leaves not. Trinidad and Tobago chose not to bear the financial burden without Jamaica's assistance, and the federation collapsed. Trinidad and Tobago achieved full independence via the Trinidad and Tobago Independence Act 1962 on August 31, 1962, within the Commonwealth, with Queen Elizabeth II as its titular head of state. On August 1, 1976, the country became a republic, and the last Governor-General, Sir Ellis Clark, became the first president. In 1968, the National Joint Action Committee was formed by members of the Guild of Undergraduates at the St. Augustine campus of the University of the West Indies, under the leadership of Geddes Granger. In 1969, it was formally launched to protest the arrest of West Indian students at Sir George Williams University in Montreal. Together with trade unions and other groups, this led to the birth of the Black Power movement. In 1970, a series of marches and strikes led to the declaration of a state of emergency and the arrest of 15 Black Power leaders. In sympathy with the arrested leaders, a portion of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, led by Rafiq Shah and Rex LaSalle, mutinied and took hostages at the Teteran barracks. However, the Coast Guard remained loyal and was able to isolate the mutineers at Teteran. After 5 days, the mutineers surrendered. Political difficulties in the post-Black Power era culminated in the no-vote campaign of 1971. In 1973, in the face of a collapsing economy, Eric Williams was prepared to resign as Prime Minister. However, the outbreak of the 1973 Arab-Israeli War led to the recovery of oil prices, and Williams remained in office. The high oil prices of the 1970s and early 1980s led to an oil boom, which resulted in a large increase in salaries, standards of living, and corruption. In 1979, construction on the Eric Williams Plaza began. It would eventually finish in 1986. It remained the tallest building in Trinidad and Tobago until the construction of the Nicholas Tower in 2003. Williams died in office in 1981. The PNM remained in power following the death of Dr. Williams, but its 30-year rule ended in 1986 when the National Alliance for Reconstruction, a multi-ethnic coalition aimed at uniting Trinidadians of Afro-Trinidadian and Indo-Trinidadian descent, won a landslide victory by capturing 33 of 36 seats. Tobago's A.N. R. Robinson, the political leader of the NAR, was named Prime Minister. The NAR also won 11 of the 12 seats in the Tobago House of Assembly. The NAR began to break down when the Indian component withdrew in 1988. Bastio Pondy, leader of the old United Labour Front, formed the new opposition with the United National Congress. The NAR's margin was immediately reduced to 27 seats, with 6 for the UNC and 3 for the PNM. Sexual Offences Act of 1986. The Sexual Offences Act was passed by the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in 1986, serving as an act to repeal and replace the laws of Trinidad and Tobago relating to sexual crimes, to the procuration, abduction and prostitution of persons, and to kindred offences. The Sexual Offences Act consisted of 35 provisions, 6 of which have since been repealed. The Act functioned to criminalize a number of sexual acts, including acts of incest, buggery, rape, bestiality, abduction, and forceful intercourse within a marriage. The crime of buggery is punishable by 10 years of imprisonment if found guilty. Criticism of Sexual Offences Act. The Sexual Offences Act received criticism in its criminalization of non-procreative sex, homosexual intercourse, and sex work performed by prostitutes. In M. Jackie Alexander's article Not Just Body Can Be a Citizen, The Politics of Law, Sexuality, and Post-Coloniality in Trinidad and Tobago, Alexander details the ways the Sexual Offences Act of 1986 regulated and enforced conjugal heterosexuality by punishing deviant sexual activities, and conflated violent acts of heterosexuality with non-procreative sexual activity. The crime of marital rape, while punishable by 15 years imprisonment, was not referred to as such, but instead referred to as forceful intercourse between a husband and his wife, without her consent. 1990 Jamaat al-Muslimin coup attempt. In July 1990, the Jamaat al-Muslimin, an extremist black Muslim group with an unresolved grievance against the government over land claims, tried to overthrow the NAR government. The group held the Prime Minister and members of Parliament hostage for 5 days while rioting shook Port of Spain. After a long standoff with the police and military, the Jamaat al-Muslimin leader, Yashin Abu Bakr, and his followers surrendered to Trinidadian authorities. Having had the matter referred back to the local courts by the Privy Council with a clear indication of a view that the amnesty was valid, in July 1992, the High Court upheld the validity of a government amnesty given to the Jamaat members during the hostage crisis. Abu Bakr and 113 other Jamaat members were jailed for 2 years while the courts debated the amnesty's validity. All 114 members were eventually released. Subsequent to this, the UK Privy Council deemed the amnesty invalid but expressed the view that it would be improper to rearrest the 114 accused. Later developments. In December 1991, the NAR captured only the 2 districts in Tobago. The PNM, led by Patrick Manning, carried a majority of 21 seats, and the UNC came in second. Manning became the new Prime Minister and Bastio Pondy continued to lead the opposition. In November 1995, Manning called early elections, in which the PNM and UNC both won 17 seats and the NAR won 2 seats. The UNC allied with the NAR and formed the new government, with Pondy becoming Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister of Indo-Trinidadian descent. Elections held in December 2000 returned the UNC to power when they won 19 seats, while the opposition PNM won 16, and the NAR won. The UNC government fell in October 2001 with the defection of 3 of its parliamentarians amidst allegations of corruption in the then UNC government, and the December 2001 elections resulted in an even 18-18 split between the UNC and the PNM. President Robinson appointed Patrick Manning Prime Minister despite the fact that the UNC won the popular vote and that Pondy was the sitting Prime Minister. Despite the fact that Manning was unable to attract a majority, he delayed calling elections until October 2002. The PNM formed the next government after winning 20 seats, while the UNC won 16. Both parties are committed to free market economic policies and increased foreign investment. Trinidad and Tobago has remained cooperative with the United States in the regional fight against narcotics trafficking and on other issues. The serious crime situation in the country has led to a severe deterioration in security conditions in the country. In addition, a resurgent Jamaat al-Muslimin continues to be a threat to stability. On May 26, 2010, Kamla Prasad Bisesar, leader of the People's Partnership, was sworn in as the country's first female prime minister. On August 21, 2011, she asked President George Maxwell Richards to declare a limited state of emergency. Dr. Ket Rowley is now Prime Minister. On March 19, 2018, Trinidad's first female president, Ms. Paula May Weeks, was sworn in. In August 2020, the governing People's National Movement won general election, meaning the incumbent Prime Minister Keith Rowley will serve a second term.
Trinidad and Tobago, once a relatively poor place claimed by the Spanish, is now English-speaking and one of the wealthiest countries per capita in the Americas. To see how 2 separate islands, only 6 miles off the coast of Venezuela, ended up as 2 distinct British colonies and then a single country, join me for a brief explainer on the history and politics of Trinidad and Tobago. The first European to set foot in either island was Christopher Columbus when he stumbled upon Trinidad on his 3rd voyage in 1498. He named it La Isla de la Trinidad after the day of the Holy Trinity, the day when he had begun his trip across the ocean, May 30th. At the time, Caribs and Arawaks were the island's sole inhabitants. given that the island lacked much in the way of gold or other precious metals, the Spanish initially gave it only scant attention, but that did not mean that they left the islanders in peace. In the 16th century, many of the Trinidadians were captured by Spanish slave traders and sent to work in other Spanish possessions. The Spanish began to pay more attention to the island after the stories of the mythical land of gold of El Dorado began circulating. Multiple explorers came searching for it and attempted to set up colonies in 1530, 1532, and 1550, but they all failed. In effect, there was no Spanish presence in Trinidad until 1592, when Antonio de Berrio, a veteran soldier from the Italian Wars, took official possession of the island and founded San Jose of Oruña, a town just east of Port of Spain, later renamed St. Joseph. This served as the capital until 1784. The Spanish were not the only ones that had heard of El Dorado, however, and in 1595, Sir Walter Raleigh raided the island of Trinidad. First, the small stockade at Port of Spain, and later St. Joseph itself, where he captured Governor de Berrio and released 5 native Indian chiefs whom Berrio had bound with one long chain, tortured and left to starve. Raleigh did not stick around, though, as he continued on his way to try to find El Dorado, and thus the island remained within Spanish domain. It would not be the last time the British attacked Trinidad. After 1595, the development of the island proceeded slowly. There was little interest in migrating there, especially as the island produced little in the way of export. But for those who came, there was the hope of being awarded an encomienda. The encomienda was a labor system rewarding conquerors with the labor of a specified number of natives from a specific community, with indigenous leaders in charge of mobilizing the assessed tribute and labor. The Spanish encomenderos were to take responsibility for instruction in the Christian faith, protection from warring tribes, suppressing rebellion against Spaniards, protection against pirates, instruction in the Spanish language and development, and maintenance of infrastructure. In return, the natives would provide tributes in the form of metals, maize, wheat, pork, or any other agricultural product. In the first decades of the Spanish presence in the Caribbean, Spaniards divided up the natives, who in some cases were worked relentlessly. The old Spanish families in Trinidad, that is, those dating back to the time of the conquistadors, had been granted large tracts of land in which villages had been established. The first encomiendas were Acarigua, San Juan, Arauca, Aruca, Tacarigua, and Caura. Using the Trinidadian labor in the 17th and early 18th centuries, tobacco and later cacao were cultivated. But after a disastrous failure of the cacao crop in the 1720s, the industry declined. Thus, the island remained undeveloped well into the late 18th century. From 1776, the Spanish government encouraged Roman Catholics from the other Caribbean islands to settle in Trinidad with their slaves. This immigration became significant after the Cédula, or Decree of 1783, which offered generous land and tax incentives to settlers and transformed Trinidad's population, economy, and society. Most of the settlers were French, and French influence became dominant. Many enslaved people were brought in from the other colonies and from Africa. Plantations were established, production of cotton and sugar began, and trade increased markedly. By 1797, when Britain seized the island from Spain, Trinidad had begun its development as a plantation economy and a slave society. The British military conquest was formalized in 1802 in the Treaty of Amiens, the negotiation that ended the UK's conflict with revolutionary France. Under British rule, Trinidad's development as a sugar colony continued, although in 1806 and 07, the slave trade was completely prohibited. Slavery was abolished in 2 stages between 1834 and 1838, and the sugarcane planters were unable to secure the steady, tractable, and cheap labor they wanted. As it happens, the most prominent slaveholder in Trinidad was a New Yorker educated in London, and he was also the first person to suggest bringing indentured servants from Asia to solve the shortage problems. His name was William Burnley. This began in 1845, when the first immigration of indentured workers from the Indian subcontinent came. It then continued until 1917. As early as 1870, about 1/4 of the total population consisted of Indo-Trinidadians. The original Trinidadian native inhabitants had by then virtually disappeared. Other immigrants came to Trinidad after 1838 from the smaller British Caribbean colonies, Africa, Madeira, China, Syria, Lebanon, Venezuela, and the United Kingdom. Trinidad's population became one of the most heterogeneous in the Caribbean. Tobago's early history is a separate story. Also cited by Columbus and claimed by Spain, the Spanish began calling it tobacco, although with varying spellings, around 1511, as it resembled the shape of the cigar the natives smoked. Given that it also lacked precious metals, at first it followed a similar development pattern as Trinidad, as the Spanish did not attempt to develop any settlement, but instead kept raiding the island in an attempt to enslave its inhabitants. This led to the decimation of the population. The first serious attempt at a settlement did not come until 1628, when the Dutch founded Fort Lissigen in a colony they called Nieuw-Walcheren. Constant raids by the Spanish and fierce indigenous opposition, however, meant it was short-lived. It would fail just as multiple other attempts did as well in 1629 and 1632. Soon after, the Courlanders, a duchy that would eventually become present-day Latvia, would also try their luck, and after multiple failed attempts would finally establish a longer-lasting settlement in 1654 called New Courland. Incidentally, the duchy would be the second smallest state to try their hand at colonization in the Americas, surpassed only by Malta, who would also have a brief presence in the Caribbean during that period. During the 17th century, Tobago changed hands numerous times as the English, French, Dutch, and Courlanders wrestled for control. In 1704, it was declared a neutral territory, which left room for pirates to use the island as a base for raiding ships in the Caribbean. For the next nearly 60 years, the island would go back and forth between the French and the British as a small part of a much larger struggle between the two powers. In 1763, after the 7 Years' War, for instance, the French ceded it to the British, and for the first time, the British would set up a successful sugar industry in the island. By 1777, its economy had flourished, and it was exporting large quantities of cotton, indigo, rum, and sugar. But in 1781, the French re-invaded Tobago and destroyed the plantations and forced the British governor to surrender. The island's buoyant economy fell into decline. French rule in the island would be victim to the fortunes of revolutionary France first, and later to Napoleon's empire. Thus, in 1814, the island would be ceded to the British for the last time as a result of the Treaty of Paris, the semi-final negotiation between Napoleon and the rest of Europe, as only a year later he would face final defeat at Waterloo. From that point on, the British tried to revive the sugar industry in Tobago, but by then it had already hit an irreversible decline. While lower sugar prices had already hit it hard, the last nail in the coffin was the Sugar Duties Act, which took away their tariff protection. Facing added competition from Cuba and Brazil, the industry collapsed. As Tobago's economy declined, so did its importance to the British government. To reduce the costs of ruling the island, the British government sought to unite Tobago with neighboring islands into a single administrative unit. In 1833, Tobago, Grenada, and St. Vincent were put under the authority of the governor of Barbados, but the island retained a representative assembly. A key turning point came in 1876 as a result of the Balmana riots. These occurred when police tried to control the unrest among Barbadian immigrant laborers at the Roxborough estate on the southern coast of Tobago. But the crowd resisted, and as a consequence, a woman was shot by the police, while the person commanding the group, Corporal Balmana, was beaten to death by the mob, and several other officers were injured. The event convinced the resident whites that there could be future problems like this one, or like the Morant Bay Rebellion in Jamaica 11 years earlier. Thus, they began to think that Tobago would be better protected if they became a pure crown colony constitution, that is, one with direct British rule and no elected legislative assembly. So they looked to become unified with Trinidad, a colony that had never enjoyed any type of self-rule because, unlike Tobago and other British Caribbean colonies, Trinidad had become part of the empire as a result of military conquest. This government setup would remain in place until 1925. The lack of representation and inequality in the unified islands sometimes turned explosive. The most famous example of this were the water riots of 1903. The underlying cause of these were first the abolishment of the local government at Port of Spain, and second, an increase in the cost of water, as the government decreed the installation of water meters in private homes. Locals immediately organized to protest this under the leadership of Emmanuel Mzumbo Lazare. This culminated on March 23rd outside the Red House, the seat of the country's executive council. Protesters threw rocks at the building, smashing windows and eventually setting it on fire. The police then opened fire on the crowd, killing 16 people and injuring 42 others. The fire completely gutted the Red House. It had to be entirely rebuilt in 1907. During the British colonial period, many activists sought to change the constitution to allow the inclusion of some elected members on the Trinidad and Tobago Legislative Council. In 1925, a constitutional reform did that, adding 7 elected members. Further agitation, especially an island-wide series of strikes and riots in 1937 under Grenadian-born leader Uriah Butler, led to the grant of universal suffrage in 1945 and other constitutional reforms that provided for a measure of self-government. Butler was jailed from 1937 to 1939 and then rearrested when the United Kingdom entered World War II and jailed for the duration of the war. After his release in 1945, Butler reorganized his political party, the British Empire Citizens and Workers' Home Rule Party. This party won a plurality in the 1950 general elections, but the establishment feared Butler as a radical, and thus Albert Gomez became the first chief minister of Trinidad and Tobago instead. The 1956 general elections saw the emergence of the People's National Movement under the leadership of Eric Williams. The PNM, a nationalist outfit on the center left, would go on to dominate politics in Trinidad and Tobago for the next 3 decades. Its main opposition was the Democratic Labour Party, a fusion of parties with various ideological factions, but mostly anti-communist, led by Dr. Rudnarath Kapildeo and Ashford Sinanan, who later founded the West Indian National Party. Williams became Prime Minister at independence and remained in that position until his death in 1981. In 1958, the United Kingdom tried to establish an independent West Indies Federation comprising most of the other British West Indies. However, disagreement over the structure of the federation led to Jamaica's withdrawal. Eric Williams responded to this with his now famous calculation: 1 from 10 leaves naught. Trinidad and Tobago chose not to bear the financial burden without Jamaica's assistance, and the federation collapsed. So instead, Trinidad and Tobago gained full independence on August 31st, 1962, within the Commonwealth, with Queen Elizabeth II as its titular head of state. On August 1st, 1976, the country dropped that too and opted to be a republic. And the last Governor General, Sir Ellis Clark, became the first head of state or president. The PNM won 6 consecutive elections and held power from 1956 to 1986. Despite the continuity and stability in government, there were economic problems and social unrest, which broke out in widespread disturbances in 1970 to 1971. This was because much of the promise to Black Trinidadians had been left unfulfilled as the colonial legacy of discrimination persisted, and this fueled the Black Power protests in the island. The Black Power Revolution of 1970 nearly brought down the government, especially after the police killed Basil Davis, a young protester. But the government ended up suppressing the movement enough that Eric Williams's government, although weakened, survived. In the end, what really calmed things and changed the island was the 1973-1981 oil boom. Oil as a resource was not new to the islands. Famously, the largest natural deposit of asphalt in the world is at Pitch Lake, not far from Port of Spain, something that Walter Raleigh discovered could be used to caulk some of his ships all the way back in 1595. Not surprisingly then, that's where the first oil well was drilled, although it took until 1857 for that to happen. Oil increased in importance over the years for the Trinidadian economy. In 1940, it produced as much as 40% of the oil within the British Empire. Its production levels, however, did not truly take off until the 1960s, when vast reserves were discovered. Thus, when oil prices skyrocketed in the 1970s, production exploded, and so did the government's tax intake. This boom brought sudden prosperity to most sections of the population, and Trinidad and Tobago entered a period of rapid development and industrialization in the period between 1973 and 1981. A substantial state sector and fairly comprehensive social welfare programs were created from the petroleum profits, while the private sector expanded rapidly. But just like it happened with other oil countries, a collapse in oil prices created major economic problems. This, along with the PNM's failure to win support from most Indo-Trinidadians and deep-seated corruption, led to a marked decline in the party's popularity after 1981, the year of Williams's death. In December 1986, the National Alliance of Reconstruction, or NAR, a coalition party led by A.N.R. Robinson, won the majority of seats on a program calling for the divestment of most state-owned companies, reorganization of the civil service, and structural readjustment of the economy in light of the shrinking oil revenues. Although the NIR government succeeded somewhat in stimulating economic growth while keeping inflation low, its policies were widely resented, and the party was damaged by splits and defections. In July 1990, a small radical Muslim group called Jamaat al-Muslimin attempted a coup in which several ministers, including Robinson, the prime minister, were held hostage. The armed group then took over the only TV station and tried to convince the country that the government had been overthrown and they were now in charge.
Everyone is safe. No one has been harmed.
The army, however, had other ideas, and after 6 days, the group surrendered. In the end, 24 people died, including Leo Devine, a member of parliament. All the members of Jamaat al-Muslimin would be charged with treason, but later, all of them, along with their leader, Abu Bakr, would be granted amnesty. To this day, it remains the only militant Islamic coup attempt in the Western Hemisphere. Although the coup failed, it severely weakened NAR, and the party was defeated the very next election in December 1991, when the PNM returned to power. Since then, Trinidadian politics have been dominated by the PNM and the United National Congress, or UNC, a center-left party traditionally supported by Indo-Trinidadians and other minorities. It has managed to elect 2 prime ministers. The first was its founder and first Indo-Trinidadian prime minister, Basdeo Panday, and the country's first female prime minister, Kamla Persad Bisesar, also of Indian descent. The current prime minister, however, is Keith Rowley of the PNM, serving his second term that began in 2020. Today, Trinidad and Tobago are one of the richest countries per capita in the Western Hemisphere, but they face serious challenges. The first is their overdependence on oil, and the second are security problems related to drug trafficking and to a disproportionate number of recruits for Islamic State that come from Trinidad and Tobago. There have been many Trinidadian jihadists that have been killed in Iraq and Syria, and there's a concern that those who return could radicalize others or find local or regional jihadi projects. Thus, compared to the rest of the region, Trinidad and Tobago has a solid democracy, but similar problems. How well they manage those challenges is as yet unclear.
From the Hansard, the Marlborough House Conference. Trinidad and Tobago prepares to celebrate 60 years as an independent nation. Today, we are reminded that our independence is the end result of a chain of events which culminated in the red, white, and black being hoisted at the Red House on our very first Independence Day. One of the most interesting links in this chain was the Marlborough House Conference held in London. On May 11, 1962, the Legislative Council in Trinidad met to debate on the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider proposals for an independence constitution for Trinidad and Tobago. During this debate, Premier Dr. Eric Williams expressed the hope that the constitutional proposals would push the territory further in terms of greater emancipation of the spirit and the human personality. Speaking about the upcoming Independence Constitution Conference at Marlborough House, Dr. Williams said the real work will be to make a success of the independence that is now within our grasp. The conference, which began on May 28, 1962, was the place where it was decided that August 31st of that year would be the date that Trinidad and Tobago would become an independent nation. In addition to deciding on provisions for the constitution of the Twin Island state, the Trinidad and Tobago delegation expressed its wish for our nation to be accepted as a member of the Commonwealth.
The members of the Trinidad and Tobago delegation to be here this morning in this historic building, taking our place long overdue in the independence queue. The improvement of the material foundations of our society is a necessary safeguard for the preservation and entrenchment of our emerging democracy. This will entail adjustments, economic and psychological, for Trinidad and Tobago in its relations with its West Indian neighbors to the rapidly changing world economy.
Our delegation included Dr. Williams and Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Rudranath Kapildeo, as well as other members of the government and opposition. It was on the advice of the members of the opposition that it was decided that a portion of our Senate would be appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, a portion would be appointed on the advice of the opposition leader, and another portion would be appointed on the advice of the Governor General. A few weeks later, on July 16, 1962, Dr. Williams told the Legislative Council at the Red House he was happy with the successful conclusion of the constitutional talks at Marlborough House. Dr. Williams praised members of the government and the opposition benches in both houses, saying, "We were able to resolve whatever differences there were between us and to remove the very unfortunate impression that was being gathered abroad that we were a people of divided loyalty." It was after the Marlborough House Conference that Trinidad and Tobago moved swiftly onto independent nation status on August 31st, 1962. Today, London's Marlborough House serves as the headquarters of the Secretariat of the Commonwealth and still stands as an integral part of our nation's history. From the Hansard. From the Hansard. The Public Holidays and Festivals Act, Chapter 1905, Act 10 of 1872, Independence Day. At midnight on the 30th of August, 1962, the Union Jack, or the British flag, was lowered at the Red House and the Trinidad and Tobago flag was raised for the first time. Bells tolled and sirens rang out to herald the birth of the newly independent nation. This first Independence Day was marked by more than a week of festivities and events across the country from August 28th to September 5th, 1962. Several international dignitaries were present for this auspicious occasion, including the Queen's representative, Her Royal Highness the Princess Royal, who read the message sent by Queen Elizabeth II, relinquishing her role. Any national holiday in Trinidad and Tobago is regulated under the Public Holidays and Festivals Act, Chapter 1905, Act 10 of 1872. This act establishes all of the national holidays and provides the President of the Republic the authority to add one-time holidays throughout the year if deemed necessary. In addition, the act allows for holidays that fall on a Sunday to be celebrated on the following Monday. For instances where two holidays occur on the same date, an additional day of recognition can be added. A day of public festival can also be declared on any day by way of this act by the President of Trinidad and Tobago. During the 16th sitting of the Senate on Saturday, 25th August 1962, the then Attorney General, Senator George A. Richards, moved an amendment to include Independence Day among the list of public holidays. Attorney General Richards said, "It is most fit and proper and will meet with universal acceptance that the day on which we attained independence should become a fixed public holiday." Prior to attaining independence, Trinidad and Tobago was a British colony with the Queen of England as the head of state. Upon its independence, the governor, Sir Solomon Hochoy, was installed as the first Governor General, and the Premier, Dr. Eric Williams, automatically became the first Prime Minister. The British monarch remained as head of state until Trinidad and Tobago attained Republican status in 1976, and the Privy Council, the highest court of appeal. Some of the other changes included national emblems, the national flag, national anthem, coat of arms, national birds, national flower, the Constitution, and the Defense Force comprising the regiment and Coast Guard. As we look back, Trinidad and Tobago can certainly boast of its many achievements as we continue to carve out our unique identity while appreciating our past and the concept of progress at the forefront. From the Hansard.
Lying at the end of the eastern Caribbean chain near the northeast coast of South America are the islands of Trinidad and Tobago. Discovered in 1498 by Christopher Columbus, these islands have reached the most interesting stage of their history and development. With an area of 2,000 square miles and a population of 850,000, they thrive on an economy, the mainstay of which is the petroleum industry. Point-à-Pied, the oil refining center, is a port of call for tankers from all over the Commonwealth. Together with sugar and asphalt, oil forms the backbone of the export trade. Tobago's history is perhaps the more colorful. In many battles, it changed hands time and again: French, Dutch, Spanish, English. As a people, we are of many races and of mixed origins, descendants of the African, the Spanish, Indian, Chinese, English, and the Portuguese, a people living together as one. We take a positive interest in the affairs of our country. In answer to a call to support the demand for independence, we turned out in our thousands to march as only Trinidadians can. Thousands of us, eager to demonstrate publicly our readiness for self-determination. And not even the heavy tropical showers could dampen our enthusiasm. At Independence Square, we assembled around the memorial to one of the great sons of our country, Captain Arthur Andrew Cipriani, who from his earliest days had dedicated his life to the service of the people and the achievement of self-rule. A significant page in our history was written in 1960, when, with the departure of Sir Edward Beetham, one of our own, Sir Solomon Hochoy, became governor.
I, Solomon Hochoy, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. I, Solomon Hochoy, do swear that I will well and truly serve our Sovereign Lady, Queen Elizabeth II, in the office of Governor of the Territory of Trinidad and Tobago, and I will do right to all manner of people after the laws and usages of this colony, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God. I, Solomon Hochoy, do swear that I will well and truly serve Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in the office of Governor of the Territory of Trinidad and Tobago. So help me God.
By now, our government was insisting on independent representation in all major issues affecting the territory. Federation, of course, and the negotiations for a new treaty with the Americans on the Chaguaramas base. With the emphasis on the provision of higher education, the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture at St. Augustine became a branch of the University of the West Indies. Another important achievement was the acquisition by the government of the national airline, British West Indian Airways. This was in 1961. The handover ceremony and the Premier, Dr. Eric Williams.
Mr. Chairman, Lord Tweedsmuir, members of the Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, we are gathered here this afternoon to mark the formal transfer of British West Indian Airways Limited from British Overseas Airways Corporation to the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. It only remains for me, Mr. Chairman, in acknowledging the documents and the check which have been handed over by Lord Tweedsmuir on behalf of British Overseas Airways Corporation, to hand over to him our documents signifying his own BOAC's participation in BWIA and a check drawn on the Bank of England for £520,833, 6 shillings and 8 pence, the sterling equivalent of the purchase price of $2.5 million West Indies, which to mark this historic occasion, I have endorsed as Premier for and on behalf of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago. Lord Tweedsmuir. Ladies and gentlemen, in asking Lord Tweedsmuir to accept this document, I would just like to say to him that our check testifies at one and the same time the stability of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago and to our readiness to assume the responsibilities of self-determination.
Recognizing the importance of external representation, the government opened the country's first overseas office, the Trinidad and Tobago London office, with Sir Larry Constantine as commissioner. This office, intended to present Trinidad and Tobago to the investor and the tourist, became the nucleus of a High Commission. But it was after the 1961 general elections that new heights were reached. Our country attained full internal self-government with an elected House of Representatives and a Senate. With the breakup of the West Indies Federation, this was the prelude to independence, as the governor hinted in his speech opening the new legislature.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, honorable members of the House of Representatives, senators, to me and to my government has fallen the honor of presiding today over yet another stage in the consummation of the aspirations to independence of the people of our territory. The internal self-government which we have achieved, of which this new bicameral legislature is the symbol, represents a decisive repudiation of our long colonial past. My government is satisfied that the only real bulwark of independence, the only real guarantee of rational economic development is an educated democracy. My government, like the psalmist, acknowledges that except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. I invoke the blessing of Almighty God on all of you who have been given a mandate to build the house of self-government and to keep the territories independent.
Thus, in May 1962, final talks on Trinidad and Tobago's independence opened at historic Marlborough House in London, with the then Secretary of State, Mr. Reginald Mawnin, in the chair.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome here today the delegates of Trinidad and Tobago to a conference at which we hope to reach agreement on a constitution and a date for independence. As you well know, this conference has been preceded by a great deal of public discussion and debate in Trinidad and Tobago about the issues with which we shall be dealing. The last vestiges of external control, for better or worse, are about to be removed, and the heavy responsibility therefore lies upon those attending an independence conference to ensure that the constitution they are devising will be one under which the peoples of a former dependency can emerge and govern themselves as a single nation. This is the task that faces us here today. I have little doubt that with goodwill on all sides, we shall succeed. The islands of Trinidad and Tobago are in many ways more blessed with natural resources than many of your neighbors. And given good government and political stability, your people will have much to offer to the world outside. It is our task at this conference to try and create conditions in which the islands of Trinidad and Tobago can embark upon independence, confident of enjoying economic prosperity, sound government, and political stability. Now I call upon Dr. Williams.
Mr. Secretary, gentlemen, it's a great honor for us, the members of the Trinidad and Tobago delegation, to be here this morning in this historic building, taking our place long overdue in the independence queue. For a century and a half, the dominant political issue in the Western Hemisphere, in its southern section, has been the survival of democracy. Democratic forms and democratic practices have traditionally had to contend against subversion, either from military juntas or from civilian conspiracies. The Independence Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago must therefore reflect the responsibility of Trinidad and Tobago for the realization of the ideals of the Western democracies and the Commonwealth in particular, with emphasis on the protection of basic human rights. In the final analysis, this is a matter not only for political parties in Parliament, but also for the vast mass of the citizen body in their reputable organizations, whether economic, social, cultural, or religious. To this principle, our constitutional exercises at home have given the fullest recognition. Number two, the steady progress to full internal self-government in the last few years has enabled the government to raise the standard of living of the people of Trinidad and Tobago to a level higher than that of many independent countries in the contemporary world. The improvement of the material foundations of our society is a necessary safeguard for the preservation and entrenchment of our emerging democracy. This will entail adjustments, economic and psychological, for Trinidad and Tobago in its relations with its West Indian neighbors to the rapidly changing world economy. The Independence Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago must therefore endow the government, which represents the general will of the people, with sufficient powers to sustain the responsibilities of independence, to guarantee continued investment from all sources, and to ensure the continued improvement of the well-being of the people. Number 3, the people of Trinidad and Tobago represent a diversity of racial and national origins and cultural stocks and strains. They are the product in varying degrees of a common subordination, either political or economic or social. The advance of democracy and the expansion of economic opportunities have already produced a substantial measure of national integration and cultivated a new sense of national dignity. The independent nation of which we dream is like to a grain of mustard seed, which indeed is the least of all seeds. But when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof.
I'll call on Dr. Capildeo.
Mr. Secretary of State, gentlemen, I am grateful for this opportunity to make a statement before this conference gets underway. Mr. Chairman, our objective is to have a constitution which would ensure the preservation of democracy in our country after independence. We want a judiciary which is independent. We want provisions which really guarantee effectively the rights and freedoms which ought to exist in a democratic society. We want Parliament democratically constituted. We want a procedure for the amendment of the Constitution which effectively protects us from the arbitrary exercise of the power to amend. We want the various commissions so constituted as to ensure that they function efficiently and impartially. Further, and above all, we want provision made to ensure free and fair elections in our country. We have come here to make a genuine effort to solve the problems which now confront us. We can only hope that the aim of the Trinidad government is the same as ours. And we want to assure this conference and you, sir, that we shall do all we can to bring about an early conclusion of its proceedings and to ensure that the Constitution will, as far as is humanly possible, reflect almost total agreement between us.
Well, gentlemen, that concludes the business of our formal session. I'd like to ask the delegates to the conference to remain in their places. They'll be good enough while the press and the television and the public withdraw. We have a little business to transact this morning.
The conference agreed on 8th June that Trinidad and Tobago should become independent on 31st August 1962, and that it wished to be accepted as a member of the Commonwealth. This achievement brought pride to all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. In the words of the Premier,
in the short space of 6 years, we have traveled rapidly and peacefully from Crown Colony rule to independence. We have developed our economy by our own efforts, without help from outside. Our achievement is without parallel in the world, though we are only a small country. As the citizens of an independent country, we must preserve the qualities we have developed in the testing period before independence. We must work even harder than in the past. The watchwords I have chosen for the nation are discipline, production, tolerance. I appeal to you to let them ever be your guide to conduct. If we do this, we will build a nation which can hold its head high and be accepted anywhere in the world, and which any other nation will be glad to welcome as a friend. One final word. As we march forward to our great day, let us do so as a united people, bridging all the differences of class, race, color, and creed. Let us make a living reality of our new motto. Together we aspire. Together we achieve.
Let's forget who is PNM. Let's forget who is DLP. Let's live in harmony. In racial solidarity, this is our place. Let's forget this nonsense about race. Discipline, tolerance, and production for our nation. Laddie, tell them the slogan. Tolerance and production for our nation.
It is with a feeling of deep pride, pleasure, and satisfaction, as Prime Minister of the newly independent state of Trinidad and Tobago, that I offer you for transmission to Her Majesty the Queen the profound thanks and appreciation of the government, parliament, and people of this country.
One of the things that we need to appreciate about Eric Williams was that when he came to power, he had that messianic zeal to do constitutional reform.
So many other people like myself, mostly of African origin, were anxiously awaiting the arrival of a leader of that quality and level, who we felt were able to match the best that the expatriates had to offer.
The electricity that he generated when he came back to Trinidad and said he was letting his bucket down was absolutely almost to the point of hysteria, and the way that people responded to him.
My father was the eldest of 12. His father's name was Thomas Henry Williams. He was a postal clerk. His mother was Eliza Boissier. She descended from slaves of the French de Boissier family. He was a disciplinarian. When I was growing up, I was terrified of him. But as I got older and became a teenager, he was my greatest confidant. I could speak to him about boyfriends, about anything. And he was always extremely loving. It was quite, amazing, because not only was he a scholar and very scholarly when he was going to school, but he was also an athlete. He was captain of the QRC football team, and he was on his Oxford University cricket team. He did like to play a card game with my family called Romoli. He enjoyed that. He played that every weekend.
And Eric Williams was not a prime minister who was ever worried about the circumstances around him. He was very much an academic, because Williams was a scholar.
He would resort to the library. That was his kingdom.
Reading, just reading. He has 25 years of diaries, no personal stuff in it. Capitalism and Slavery actually emanated from his doctoral thesis at Oxford, which he wrote at the age of 27, which is really phenomenal.
He was coming down the steps of the library on Pembroke Street. Gum's hands was around his shoulders. And I said, Chief, yeah, I wrote it. I said, when I leave this big belly Pudigi man and come and meet you in the square. That was my first encounter with him. I said, we don't want you in the library, we want you in Woodford Square, which at that time was the headquarters for the rabble-rousers and loudmouths like myself.
He had these incredible lectures. That's why they call it Woodford Square, the University of Woodford Square, because he would go there and people would pack the place. He did it on the forum of the Teachers Association. And what he was doing was helping people to make sense of their history and their story.
When he first came to power in 1956, only 14,000 students in Trinidad and Tobago could go to school, and they were paying. So he ensured that what he said was to educate is to emancipate.
And a lot of local, majority Afro-Trinidadians got scholarships. So the emphasis was on educating.
So therefore, he understood that if you were going to bring people out of their situation as full-fledged citizens of independent Trinidad and Tobago, they needed to be educated. So free secondary school education was one of them. Democracy, independent press, you should be appreciative of that, an independent judiciary, and also ethnic and religious tolerance and respect, not to mention energy. And energy is all we're talking about in this world.
His biggest challenge perhaps came in 1970 when the Black Power uprisings took place throughout the country. And Williams responded with a state of emergency and with a number of other measures. He banned Stokely Carmichael from coming to Trinidad and Tobago.
So there was no justification. What the Black Power movement, just don't forget how it started in Trinidad. They didn't go at the government. The attack was on the Roman Catholic Church and the banks.
We became part of a global reckoning, really, of the discrimination based on race. Black Power in the late 60s, the marginalization of people who had been previously enslaved and who 100 years later had still not found a place around the table of power. All of those forces were coming together with the needs in Trinidad of young, Black, Indian people who could not find a place, who had the promise of education being delivered, went to university, could not find a job, found the institutional racism, lack of opportunity.
His admonition to the nation, which I've abbreviated here, there can be no Mother India and no Mother Africa, no Mother England and no dual loyalties. There can be no Mother China, no Mother Syria and no Mother Lebanon. A nation, like an individual, can have only one mother, and mother cannot discriminate between her children. So you got to look at the history in order to appreciate it, I think.
One of the big issues about Williams was his attempt to resign as political leader of the PNM in 1973. Williams also spoke during that particular parliament about millstones around his neck, and there were some backbenchers that he was very unhappy with.
That period prior to his passing was a period of intense protest. Public servants, everybody would do just, and you often wonder if he had not died, whether the next election, which was due in 81, whether he would have stayed in office.
At all levels, you have lack of training, inefficiency in management. The requirements are the same, even though the jobs might be different. And above all, the mentality with which the different groups approach the question is the same. You can't have dedication in one field and then something else. If we could only get, as I said repeatedly, the sort of attitude that the population as a whole has to the entire carnival celebration, if you could have that throughout the year, Trinidad would be and Tobago would be the richest country in the world.
Today, January 29, 1977, marks the dawn of a new significant era in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. On the grounds of the President's House, Port of Spain, guests are gathered for the inauguration of our first elected president, Ellis Emmanuel Innocent Clark. Among them are the Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, members of government, the judiciary, the diplomatic corps, and religious organizations. The Honorable Chief Justice Isaac Hayatali administers the oath of office.
Your Excellency, as the duly elected President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, are you ready and willing to enter upon the duties of your office on this 29th day of January in the year of our Lord 1977, and for that purpose to take and subscribe the oath of office prescribed by the Constitution?
I am.
Will you then take the Bible in your right hand and say after me? I, Ellis Emmanuel Innocent Clark.
I, Ellis Emmanuel Innocent Clark,
do swear by Almighty God.
Do swear by Almighty God.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago.
And to the best of my ability.
And to the best of my ability.
Preserve and defend the Constitution and the law.
Preserve and defend the Constitution and the law.
That I will conscientiously and impartially.
That I will conscientiously and impartially.
Discharge the functions of President.
Discharge the functions of President.
And will devote myself to the service and well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
And devote myself to the service and well-being of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So help me God.
Having taken the oath of office, President Ellis Clark addresses the nation.
Almost exactly 4 years ago, on the 31st of January, 1973 to be precise, I was sworn in as Governor General of Trinidad and Tobago. I took an oath that I would be faithful and true allegiance bear to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. That oath was prescribed by our 1962 Independence Constitution. In 1962, we had traveled the familiar road that leads from the dictatorship of Crown Colony government via internal self-government to the desirable goal of independence. Very shortly after independence, it was my privilege to help to secure for us our appropriate place amid the family of independent countries at the United Nations. Later, it was my good fortune to be called upon to steer us into several organizations and groupings, particularly the Organization of American States and the Inter-American Development Bank. Today, the will of the people, freely expressed, has resulted, albeit immediately, in my assuming office as the first elected president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. How vastly different is the oath that I have just taken from that earlier one 4 years ago. The earlier oath was simply an oath of allegiance to a sovereign. Our country found no mention in it. Today, it is to Trinidad and Tobago that I have pledged to be faithful and bear true allegiance. Today, it is to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, their service and their well-being, that I have sworn to devote myself. Section 37 of our Republican Constitution requires me to take this oath before entering upon the duties of my office. None of you, my fellow citizens, is required by the Constitution to participate with me in that oath. But I beg you to pledge yourselves, here and now, silently, as I did vocally, to bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago. I entreat you to devote yourselves to the service and well-being of every one of our fellow citizens. I implore you to banish any sentiments, any attitudes, any preconceived notions, any concepts or ideas that might tend to divide or embitter us or alienate us one from another. I beseech you to look upon and regard every one of our fellow citizens without exception as a sister or a brother, and to act accordingly. Then, and then only, will my oath be the leaven with which our entire society is leavened. Then, and then only, will we justly reflect upon today as the dawn of a new, significant era, as a proud milestone in our history, as a blessing for our people. I pray, Almighty God, and I ask you to join in my prayer, will permit that this should come to pass. Thank you.
Trinidad and Tobago, a twin island state drawn together by historical events. Through the strength of our people, our nation rose from the ashes of our colonial past. Today, with the stately colors of our flag, we celebrate our 50th anniversary of independence and present, from Crown Colony to Republic, Trinidad and Tobago's independence journey.
A noble red, white, and black flag slid gracefully up the lofty white pole in the floodlit forecourt of the Red House, Port of Spain. A thunder of feverish applause from thousands of citizens, and a nation was born. Swept by a surging spirit of nationalism, crowds and families had come in leagues, by cars, trains, by sea, and by air, for the symbolic ceremony.
That is how the Trinidad Guardian described the scene as the national flag of Trinidad and Tobago was hoisted for the first time on the 31st of August 1962. Independence was greeted with great hope and expectation for the new nation. Throughout the country, citizens expressed their pride and jubilation. In contrast, the attainment of Republican status in 1976 received little attention from the public, the occasion being marked mainly by the swearing-in ceremony of Sir Ellis Clarke, Trinidad and Tobago's first president. What could have caused this drastic change in public sentiment in the 14 years between independence and republicanism? To understand why republicanism was welcomed in a somewhat lukewarm manner, it is necessary to examine the social and political climate that surrounded both occasions. Though the transition to independence in 1962 was not equally supported by all groups in society, the majority of the population endorsed the idea. The general mood reflected citizens' aspirations mixed with apprehension. Dr. Rudranath Kapildeo, who led the opposition Democratic Labour Party, called for inclusion of the East Indian community, one of the country's major ethnic groups, in all aspects of the development of the new nation. Against the backdrop of social and ethnic tensions, the process of consultation on the Independence Constitution drafted by then Attorney General Sir Ellis Clarke commenced.
In 1961, unasked by the Prime Minister, Dr. Williams, I'd begun a draft constitution as part of a group of a few of us who were trying to plan what Trinidad's future position would be following the secession of Jamaica. The Prime Minister heard in February that I was doing this and demanded it as of the end of January. So anyhow, he did get it by late February. And it was published, public comment, and the comment was absolutely adverse. And I won't go into all the details of it, but eventually that resulted in what became known as the Queen's Hall Conference.
The Queen's Hall Conference, held in April 1962, initiated discussion on the nature of the Constitution, civil rights and liberties, the composition of the Senate and the Boundaries Commission, and the independence of the judiciary.
But the government here drafted a constitution, presented it for debate at Queen's Hall, but it had no input from the opposition. It had no input from the people. And there was a chaotic discussion and debate over this draft constitution at Queen's Hall, which I attended personally. And a number of people walked out of it. One of the persons there was Mr. John Brooms, who represented the African National Congress. So the discussion on the Constitution was one controlled by the government and did not go down well with the people, because that Constitution, they felt, was not really a Constitution that would have served the multiracial population we had. And we were, in fact, going to become independent. And it was not possible to have a Constitution which did not adapt to the circumstances of the people.
Dr. Eric Williams' vision of a bicameral legislature comprising the House of Representatives and Senate was reflected in the proposed constitution. Discussion on the establishment of the new nation would continue at the Independence Conference at Marlborough House in May 1962.
The whole constitution was discussed fully. Certain amendments were made. And then a draft constitution was introduced into Parliament. And then it was taken to the Colonial Office, because we had to do that in those days, for them to approve it. So that was the Marlborough House Conference. It was attended by the Secretary of State for the Colonies and all his advisors, and the government of the day, Eric Williams and his ministers, and the leader of the opposition, Rudranath Kapildeo, and all his supporters. And I was there as constitutional advisor to the cabinet.
Following intense debate among representatives of the ruling People's National Movement and the opposition, Democratic Labour Party and independent senators, agreement was finally reached.
You had the two political parties, the PNM and the DLP, and both parties were very keen on independence. However, there are differences of opinion. The protest about a constitution suitable to a multiracial population was one of the fundamental issues debated in the parliament.
Trinidad and Tobago would become a constitutional monarchy with its own two-chambered parliament consisting of the fully elected House of Representatives and the Senate, comprising nominated members. The Queen would remain head of state, exercising oversight of the former colony through the Governor-General resident on the island.
A constitutional monarchy is an arrangement by which a constitution determines the processes of government, but also one in which the monarch becomes the titular head of that particular state. Actual position, political positions, and policies are determined largely by the Prime Minister or whatever name he is given, but they're all done in the name of the monarch.
In the years following achievement of independence, optimism began to fade as the young nation faced increasing challenges. The relationship between the country's major ethnic groups continued to be strained, and the tension was exacerbated by the emergence of the two major political parties, which were racially aligned. At the same time, the labor movement agitated against the adoption of the Industrial Stabilization Act, the ISA. Many labor leaders felt the ISA, which mandated arbitration before strike action and prohibited striking in key utility services, threatened the rights of workers. In 1969, labor unrest escalated as bus workers stayed away from work, highlighting the deficiencies of the ISA. Social discontent would eventually find its ultimate expression in the Black Power movement of 1970. Industrial workers were joined by academia and university students led by Geddes Granger, who would be later known as Macandal Dagger, demanded changes to the established socio-political system. The authorities were left no option but to respond to the cries of the populace, resulting in the revocation of the ISA and the enactment of the Industrial Relations Act of 1972.
During the 1970s, there was an awakening, so to speak, by the intelligentsia of Trinidad and of the Caribbean generally. The period was characterized by a great deal of re-examination of traditional beliefs and certitudes. And in Trinidad, one of the central questions that was addressed by the Black Power theoreticians was the relevance of the culture of Trinidad and Tobago for its goals and aspirations. And while it is true that the impetus in the thinking of a number of research people that it had to do with economic conditions, I think there was a much broader experiment taking place, namely the relevance of the institutions that under which they were operating for the tasks that lay ahead.
The Wooding Commission, set up in 1971 to consider the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago and to make recommendations for its revision, reported in 1974 that
the survival of constitutional parliamentary politics is being challenged as never before in Trinidad and Tobago. Many believe that the institutionalized channels of constitutional politics no longer respond unless there's some dramatic gesture of confrontation. Others have carried this belief into even more extreme action by resorting to armed confrontation. The society has painfully to adjust itself to stories of shootouts and killings and woundings, of early morning searches, and of widespread public fear of victimization by one side or the other.
The creation of the Republic in 1976 was therefore overshadowed by fundamental issues which held national attention. Nevertheless, the Republican Constitution established several important constitutional changes that would strengthen our democracy.
Republicanism became a form of government in which there would be a president as head of state and a prime minister who would perform the remaining functions. Power now, in our context, was going to be shared between the prime minister and the head of the president. It was felt by the political elites of the day, as well as aspiring elites, that that power should be shared and checked and balanced. The role of the president then and the office of the president was really to act as a check and a balance on what was believed to be the excessive power of the prime minister. A number of powers over critical areas were removed from the prime minister and vested in the president. The chief among them were the powers over the Judicial and Legal Service Commissions, the Public Service Commission, the Police Service Commission, the Office of the DPP, the Integrity Commission.
Today, 36 years after becoming a republic, the report of the Wooding Commission finds echoes in the current climate, and calls continue to be made for constitutional reform.
In any transition, that new problems will emerge over a period of time. Looking back at the experience of republicanism over the years, I believe that some issues have been some concerns have been raised in relation to the nature of consultation. For instance, where a prime minister dies suddenly in office. The second has to do with some ambiguity as regards the deployment of the armed forces. It's fuzzy on who has the ultimate responsibility of deploying the armed forces.
Whether republicanism was viewed as a natural progression from independence, or whether its impact was not fully embraced or understood by all citizens, it is to the credit of the people that our nation has survived through the political storms of the past.
The need for education and consultation in respect of the political system in this country is in great need. There is a demand for it, and we have actually been in default of doing it over the period since we became independent, that schools should be exposed to certain areas of our constitution, and so that our voters, when they become adults, would understand what they're voting for.
The interactions of people with the politics of the country take place not only at election time or general elections, but they do so during local government elections. They take place also at the village council level, and through the mouths of political activists, the views of people are expressed, and they are taken into account by politicians if they are to stay in office for very long.
As we reflect on 50 years of independence and 36 years of republicanism, we must rededicate ourselves to the common cause of nation building. The future of this great republic lies firmly in our hands.
Widely regarded as the father of the nation, Dr. Eric Williams was the country's first prime minister, serving from 1956 until his death in 1981. He was also a noted Caribbean historian. Williams, on January 15, 1956, Dr. Williams inaugurated his own political party, the People's National Movement, which would take Trinidad and Tobago into independence in 1960 and dominate post-colonial politics. In 1961, the PNM under Dr. Williams introduced the Representation of the People's Bill. The bill was designed to modernize the electoral system. In 1961, elections gave the PNM 57% of the votes and 20 of the 30 seats. The two-thirds majority allowed them to draft the Independence Constitution. Although supported by the Colonial Office, independence was blocked by the opposition DLP. Until Williams was able to make a deal with the DLP leader, Reginald Capildeo, Trinidad and Tobago thus became independent on August 31st, 1962.
The 50 most influential personalities since independence. We want your view via text on Facebook and online at 50tt.guardian.co.
In this episode of Milestones in Our Democracy, we will look at 3 parliamentary terms from 1971 to 1986. Following the Black Power riots and army mutiny of April 1970, the opposition Democratic Labour Party, DLP, moved a vote of no confidence in the government. The DLP then allied itself with former PNM Deputy Leader A.N.R. Robinson and his new movement, the Action Committee of Democratic Citizens, ACDC. When Prime Minister Dr. Eric Williams called the general elections 6 months early, Robinson declared that he would not contest and called upon supporters to boycott the election. 1971 became the year of the No Vote campaign. This campaign was launched to pressure the government to embark on electoral reforms before the elections. The DLP supported Robinson, but the boycott gave the PNM a landslide victory, winning all the seats in the 1971 general elections. The boycott did, however, result in a switch from voting machines to paper ballots. From 1971 to 1976, Dr. Eric Williams led a government without an opposition. Without an opposition in Parliament, there were no alternate views, and a void in the consultation that the Constitution provided for between government and opposition. Despite its dominance, the PNM faced some internal challenges. Dr. Eric Williams and Carl Hudson Phillips were engaged in a heated public exchange. Hudson Phillips resigned as deputy chairman of the party and from the cabinet. On September 28, 1973, at the 15th annual PNM Party Convention, a frustrated Williams announced that he would not seek re-election as political leader. On December 2nd, a PNM delegation asked Williams to continue in office until the necessary steps were taken to implement a new constitution for Trinidad and Tobago. Williams returned as political leader, but stated, "Your resolution that I continue in office will disrupt my plans and interrupt my personal work." January 2nd, 1974. A draft constitution was laid in the House. After a grueling debate on June 16, 1975, a joint select committee of Parliament was established to draft a new constitution. February 20, 1976, the committee laid its report before the House. On August 1, 1976, Governor-General Sir Ellis Clarke signed the proclamation. Republican status was celebrated on September 24, 1976, because that was when the first Parliament met under the new Republican Constitution. The Constitution provided for a republic headed by a president. The increase in oil prices and the constitutional reform provided the base for a strong economy and a strong government. Under no term of government was the level of strike activity higher than from 1971 to 1976. This resulted in the PNM passing the Industrial Relations Act in 1972, which gave the unions the right to strike. George Weeks, Joe Young, and Rafiq Shah were among the noted activists, and Basdeo Panday emerged as a union leader. On February 18, 1975, the United Labour Front was formed at a rally of the radical trade unions, a march for peace, bread, and justice. It was dubbed Bloody Tuesday. By March 28, 1976, the ULF was launched as a political party. After the 1971 elections with its boycott, on September 13, 1976, the first proper elections in 10 years were held. With 11 political parties and 5 independents, the PNM remained in government. The ULF displaced the DLP and formed the new opposition with 10 seats. Two local government elections were fought during this period, April 25, 1977 and April 21, 1980. With very low voter turnout, the PNM remained dominant. In fact, by 1980, the PNM controlled 11 municipal and county councils. 1976 to 1981 was a period of remarkable economic transformation. Between 1970 and 1980, the price of oil per barrel rose over 22 times, from US $1.30 to US $28.70. Government revenue rose about 20 times, from over 300 million to over 6 billion. The GDP rose over 2/3, and in his 1978 budget speech, Williams declared, "The Trinidad and Tobago government is a billionaire." Along with increased revenues, government expenditure rose. As government took on an expanded role in the economy, the most significant area of investment was in an industrial program concentrated in the Point Lisas estate in central Trinidad. Overall, it was a time when the material standard of living rose. Unemployment fell to a record low of 9.9%. Along with the general prosperity, the population became extravagant. One of the political effects of this spectacular oil boom was an increase in corruption, including the infamous DC-9 scandal. On the opposition benches, the newly formed ULF suffered from bitter infighting. Between 1977 and 1978, it changed its nominee for leader of the opposition from Panday to Shah and then back to Panday. On the government side, Hector McLean, the MP for Aruca and Minister of Works, Transport and Communications, crossed the floor to the opposition benches. He was responding to Williams compelling each MP to sign an undated resignation letter addressed to the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Disruption in the PNM also occurred when Carl Hudson Phillips and Ferdy Ferreira were suspended for publicly criticizing Williams. April 19, 1980. Hudson Phillips launched the Organization for National Reconstruction, ONR. Attacks on corruption and inefficiency were among the ONR's strongest platforms. Hudson Phillips was formally expelled from the PNM. September 12, 1980, an internal self-government bill was debated in the House of Representatives. A.N.R. Robinson voted against, and the ULF walked out. The bill was passed with the support of Tobago West MP Winston Murray. This bill provided for the establishment of the Tobago House of Assembly. November 24, 1980, THA held its first elections. March 1, 1981, the DAC, Tapia, and the ULF reached an accord whereby they would collaborate and not contest against each other in the upcoming general elections. March 29, 1981. Dr. Eric Williams died unexpectedly from a diabetic coma. After meeting with PNM Party Chairman Francis Pravat and the three deputy leaders, President Sir Ellis Clark appointed George Chambers as Williams's successor. March 30, 1981, George Chambers is sworn in as Prime Minister. May 9, 1981, Chambers was elected political leader of the PNM unopposed. July 1981, the coalition of the DAC, Tapia, and the ULF launched its campaign under the name Alliance. September 24, 1981, Parliament was dissolved and elections were called for November 9. In the 1981 elections, 11 parties and 2 independents contested. Surprisingly, the ONR did not capture any seats. The PNM secured its largest majority ever with 26 seats, and the ULF formed the opposition again with 8 seats. By 1980, Trinidad's domestic budget deficit had reached over 2.2 billion TT dollars. This, accompanied by sizable wage increases and declining productivity, had significantly weakened the economy. January 18, 1982, Prime Minister George Chambers warned the population of a global recession, inflation, high interest rates, and unemployment. In 1984, Chambers continued to appeal to the population to cut back on consumer spending. The country was facing severe economic difficulties, even with its special long-term development funds and foreign reserves. Between 1974 and 1979, almost 3.5 billion TT dollars had been withdrawn from the special funds, and by 1983, withdrawals reached a total of over 11.5 billion TT dollars. Despite the rise in the price of oil, by 1983, government revenues had dropped abruptly because of the decline in crude production. From 1981 to 1983, the government had increased direct taxation on individuals, helping to maintain revenue levels. However, in 1982, the deficit reached almost 2.7 billion TT dollars. 68% of the current expenditure went to wages and salaries due to the government conceding to the demands of some 52,000 public servants. In 1982, the alliance was formalized into the National Alliance of Trinidad and Tobago, NATT. February 1983, the NATT entered into an accommodation with the ONR for the local elections. May 10, 1983, leader of the opposition Basdeo Pandey appointed Carl Hudson Phillips as an opposition senator. In the August 8, 1983 local elections, the ONR contested 65 seats and the NATT 47. The accommodation won 66 seats, while the PNM won 54. It was the first time since 1959 that the PNM had been defeated in local elections. Although the momentum of the alliance had been slowed by various rivalries, in November 1984, the alliance accommodation secured a major victory in the THA elections. SARA polls were conducted in October 1983 and April 1985, showing 70% of the sample dissatisfied with Chambers' performance as Prime Minister and 54% agreeing that the ONR-NATT coalition was a good thing. In August 1985, the alliance accommodation leaders, except Best, who was abroad, met with Hudson Phillips and reached an accord. Hudson Phillips and Pandey accepted deputy leaderships so that ANR Robinson could become political leader. September 8, 1985, the newly formed National Alliance for Reconstruction, NAR, held its inaugural convention. September 9, 1985, the NAR was publicly launched at the Queen's Park, Savannah. Best did not become an executive member of the NAR or contest the elections. Similarly, the ONR's representation in the NAR was also marginal, and Hudson Phillips withdrew. These issues in the NAR were perhaps overshadowed by the population's loss of confidence in the Chambers administration. In an effort to improve the government's image, on February 28, 1985, Chambers announced a cabinet reshuffle. However, this did not make an impact due to the government's inability to cope with the drop in oil prices in 1986, its deficit spending, dwindling savings, and high borrowing. Along with a failing economy was a series of PNM scandals. To protest government's lack of accountability, by December 1985, Opposition Senator Lincoln Myers conducted a 40-day dawn-till-dusk fast on the steps of the Hall of Justice. November 9, 1986, the PNM presented its manifesto and its electoral candidates and announced the date of the elections as December 15, 1986. On December 13, the NAR made history with its final campaign rally, attracting the largest crowd ever to Woodford Square. And Tobago was being swept away by the tide of the NAR in the face of a very heated election campaign. On December 13, the NAR made history with its final campaign rally, attracting the largest crowd ever to Woodford Square.
Everything begins somewhere. Everything has a once upon a time. So join me as we take a look at some of the milestones in the establishment of parliamentary democracy in the islands of Trinidad and Tobago. Milestones to parliamentary democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. From Spain they came, 1498 to 1797. You appear to have had a very long journey, senor.
Too long. So many challenges. But I'm closer to that which I seek. Is this El Dorado?
No, no. This land is called Aire.
Well, I call this land La Trinité, in the name of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain.
We all know that Trinidad was located by Italian sailor Cristoforo Colombo, or Christopher Columbus, on his third voyage to this region in 1498. He had a mandate, of course, bring wealth back to Spain. After all, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella had invested in his vision. But Trinidad wasn't overflowing with riches as Columbus and the Spanish settlers had assumed. In their perception, it also lacked an established, productive peasantry for Spanish settlers to exploit. So, for almost 100 years, the island was ignored because there appeared to be no reason to commit further resources from Spain without having tons of precious metals shipped in return. In 1592, this changed. Antonio de Berrio y Orunha, the Spanish-appointed governor of Trinidad, instructed his lieutenant, Domingo de Vera, to formally establish the city of San Jose de Orunha in 1592. San Jose, or St. Joseph, was then recognized as the center of Spanish governance in Trinidad until 1784. This first form of known government comprised a cabildo or municipal council shared by the governor, 6 elected regidores or councillors, and 2 elected alcaldes ordinarios or municipal magistrates. In 1593, Antonio de Berrio assumed his governorship and settled in the city of St. Joseph, which became the first capital of Trinidad. Now, the governor represented the Spanish crown, and the cabildo was made up of Spanish settlers. This cabildo was an elective body, but due to the scarcity of white Spanish males, the posts were held for life. These influential officials were put in charge of all aspects of local government. They also elected the regidores or councillors, who elected the alcaldes or magistrates. Thus, Trinidad had its first localized system of government, which would continue for 2 centuries. Hi, Governor Don Pedro de la Moneda. I see you're going on a trip.
I am leaving San Jose de la Orunha. This place is filthy. It is impoverished. I cannot live under these conditions any longer. I am moving to Puerto de España.
Well, in that case, let me not delay you any further. God save His Majesty in Spain.
Yes, yes, yes. The sovereign leader.
Governor Pedro de la Moneda had a lot to be angry about. Over the period 1593 to 1757, the Spanish-appointed governors in Trinidad had several difficult tasks: controlling the indigenous peoples, instituting an encomienda system to distribute land and labor to settlers, ensuring the conversion of the Indians to Christianity through the establishment of missions, and quelling the ambitions of the Cabildo, which at one point resulted in a revolt and imprisonment of the governor.
But there were a large number of other First Nations that resented this Spanish control. Because first of all, they were not accustomed to working like slaves in this way. They were doing their own work, cultivating cassava, cultivating peas, doing a lot of fishing and hunting and having a very free life. Now, all of a sudden, in the encomiendas, they are restricted. They are no longer traveling, peripatetic. They become sedentary, so they resent that. They also strongly resented the Capuchin missionaries who were continuously telling them about how worthless, how useless their many deities were. These deities revolved around sun and moon and earth and so on. And the Capuchins never lost an opportunity for degrading, imprisoning, sometimes beheading the shamans were priests. So that there was a good deal of resentment from both angles, the religious and the economic. And so the history of Spanish and Amerindian contact in Trinidad is a history of continuous revolt.
In the 16th century, the population had retreated to the missions, Naparima, Savaneta, Arena, Tacarigua, Cora, and Montserrat. These missions also had cabildos, which were subordinate to the cabildo in St. Joseph. They were ruled by male native Indians, but subject to the control of the missionaries and churches.
Well, it ended very tragically, very sadly for these various First Nations, who, as I said, are very proud people for their own culture, for their own civilization, for their own means of production. This constant barrage of Spanish oppression caused a large number of these Indians to run from Tagarigua and Aruca and Sabaneta further back into the forest. So instead of moving forward in civilization, they went backwards. And then there's a constant resistance on the part of the Indians, those who could resist, those who remained in the larger centers of habitation. And there was also the fact that the Spaniards were increasingly became less and less interested in Trinidad as they were opening up the mines of Mexico and Peru and other areas of Central America. And these precious metals that they got from those areas are far more valuable than cultivating cocoa or coffee or such things in Trinidad. So as a result of the combination of these various factors, Spanish getting increasingly dissatisfied, having continuously to suppress Amerindian revolt, Amerindians themselves becoming less and less because of the diseases and so on. So all of these factors made the Spanish have less and less interest, increasingly less and less interest in developing Trinidad anymore.
The Indian population was declining. The settlers were poverty-stricken and bordering on rebellion. As had occurred in the past, Spain was ignoring Trinidad. From the early 16th century, the island fell under the supervision of the viceroy in Bogota, Colombia. And it wasn't until 1777 that it was brought under the jurisdiction of the Captain General of Venezuela.
One of the most outstanding dramatic incidents as a result of Spain's neglect stemmed from the level of autonomy that developed among the Spanish settlers. The Cabildo, which was one of the main arms of the local government in Trinidad, in 1743, revolted against the governor. Now, that kind of
"31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism. Let discipline, production, and tolerance guide us to independence, because it is your land just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low, the time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because it is your land, just as well as my land. It is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cyprian start the ball rolling, now the doctor doing the bowling. So that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently. "31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism. Let discipline, production, and tolerance guide us to independence, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently." Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low, The time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because it is your land, just as well as my land. It is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, independently. People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cipriani start the ball rolling, now the doctor doing the bowling. So that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. It is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll be independently. "31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism. Let discipline, production, and tolerance guide us to independence, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently." Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low. The time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because it is your land, just as well as my land. It is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll be independently. People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cipriani start the ball rolling, now the doctor doing the bowling. So that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently. 31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism, let discipline, production and tolerance guide us to independence, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low, this time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently.
So bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in La Trinity. It's one heart, one soul, so brave, so bold. We building stronger, growing together, climbing higher and we reaching further. It's one heart, one soul. This land is my land and my legacy. All for fathers and for mothers fought vehemently, united so that we stand independently.
Celebrating our nation's first half century,
with a culture so inherently in all our we.
I love the way we walk and talk with rhythm and such melody. I salute my country, my Trinidad and Tobago.
fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in La Trinity. One heart, one soul, so brave, so bold, building stronger, growing together, climbing higher
rather die the sinful flight. We are kings and queens and scholars. We are soca pet in the night.
We are food and mood and gas and food and such a breezy attitude.
This longitude and latitude,
I always show my gratitude.
We are Trinidad and Tobago, at this island, yes, also me love it so. We are Trinidad and Tobago, and let me tell you this land, so we love it so. We are silver, bronze, and a gold. That a mercy we go tell the old world. Loving me heart, loving me soul. Trinbago, let me tell the old world.
Little dill, little out my head, bahut bahut sahase.
Oh island, here in the sea, let us keep swimming in oceans of integrity,
aspiring and achieving with real unity, believing and nurturing that philosophy. And though we're not free of controversy, I always need you close to me.
I cherish our democracy and our history.
My Trinidad and Tobago, way-o, my Trinidad and Tobago.
Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right, unity and equality. White and black, and there's no turning back. I see hope for the future. We must take it further.
So much here to treasure, gifted beyond measure.
We've done such great things and continue to do much more.
My Trinidad and Tobago, my Trinidad and Tobago. Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in La Trinity, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Trinidad, Tobago. The blood will be bleed, soul will be got. Trinidad in the bones, Tobago we are yours. Yeah, yeah. Country of burden. Yeah. All right.
My Trinidad and Tobago. Whoa, whoa. My Trinidad and Tobago. Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in La Trinity.
It's one heart, one soul, so brave, so bold. We building stronger, growing together. We climbing higher and we reaching further. It's one heart, one soul. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This land is my land and my legacy. Our forefathers and foremothers fought vehemently, united so that we stand independently.
Celebrating our nation's first half century.
With a culture so inherently in all our we.
I love the way we walk and talk with rhythm and such melody. I salute my country, my Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah, my Trinidad and Tobago.
Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in our Trinity. One heart, one soul, so brave, so bold, building stronger, growing together, climbing higher, reaching further. We are one heart, yeah.
We are mass and calypso, birthed from a womb. We are bright Chaconia flowers in full bloom.
We are the speedy coquelicot, the scarlet eye, the sinful fly. We are kings and queens and scholars. We's a soca fete in the night.
We are food and mood and girls and good, and such a breezy attitude.
This longitude and latitude, I always show my gratitude.
We are Trinidad and Tobago, at this island, yes, also me love it so. We are Trinidad and Tobago, and let me tell you this island, so me love it so. We are silver, bronze, and a gold. That I'm wishing we go tell the old world. Loving me heart, loving me soul. Trinbago, let me tell the old world.
Little dill, little out my head, bahut bahut, bahut sahase. Oh island, here in the sea, let us keep swimming in oceans of integrity,
Aspiring and achieving with real unity, believing and nurturing that philosophy. And though we're not free of controversy, I always need you close to me.
I cherish our democracy and our history. My Trinidad and Tobago, wayo, my Trinidad and Tobago.
Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep unity and equality in our Trinity.
We are, I love we are, we are,
I keep it
I bleed red, white and black, and there's no turning back. I see hope for the future, we must take it further.
So much here to treasure, gifted beyond measure.
We've done such great things and continue to do much more.
My Trinidad and Tobago, my Trinidad and Tobago. Keep my heart full of fire that burns so bright, dedicated to everything that's right. Keep me unity and equality in La Trinity, yeah.
People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cyprian is start the ball rolling. Now the doctor doing the bowling. So that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently. 31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism. Let discipline, production, and tolerance guide us to independence, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. Conscientiously and constitutionally, forget all this lousy rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low, this time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let me put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll be independently.
Islands in the sun, islands in the fun. Welcome, welcome one and all to the land of death. Trini to the bone, Tobago to the bone. When it comes to Bacchanal, well, they can't beat we at Trini to the bone, Tobago to the bone. Sweet woman parade abundantly. The brethren, they full of energy. Some people say God is a Trini. Paradise or not convincingly. God gave us a spirit fiery, but nothing in the world will bother we. But look, a smart man gone with great money. We still come out and mash up the party. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love up this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Oh, how I love up my country, sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can be good for me. Oh, from Tobago to Caroni. Oh, Maraval to San Souci. Oh, from Scarborough to Kokori. Oh, profiling on Frederick Street. Oh, how I love place where the people are the real energy. Trinidad to the bone, Tobago to the bone. You could get a beach and the sun, but the heat really come from we. Trinidad to the bone, Tobago to the bone. Look and miss a real Trini roti, but look at crab running from a curry. These Tansa and Panya calling me, well I got to get there in a hurry. There's no place like home, some people say, though some have to leave to make their way, but in their hearts I know their destiny to come home and big up the country. Sweet, sweet TNT, Lord how I love of this country. No place in this world I'd rather be. Lord how I love of the country, yeah, yeah, yeah. All this sugar can't be good for me. From Cuba to Signal Hill, Arima to Charlottesville, Matlock down to Port of Spain, yeah. We play in my sun or rain. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Look at Trini girl there, she breaking away. A big old girl, a what a black and white. The man gone wild, the wickedest style. The girl look back, the money we attack. The style just changed, man rearranged, and that gone clear. Cause nothing can compare to a Trini rising. No, no, no. Nothing can compare to a Trini rising. No, no, no. As crazy as we might seem to be, we still fight to be a family. Indian, African or a Chinese, Syrian, French, Creole or Portuguese. We blessed with a spirit fiery. Some people say God is a Trini. Sweet woman parade abundantly. Now the problem is plain to see. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. There's no place on earth I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can't be good for me. Westmoreland to Lucy Road, from Sando to Maya Road, from Pina to Grand River. Sweetness in abundance everywhere. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet TNT.
and confusion, poverty, hunger and frustration. My people home still partying, seabathing and complaining. Don't know how much people out there wish that they could be living here. Mandela wish he was right here. Ortega wish he was right here. Marcos wish he was right here. Julie Swaggart wish he was right here. My country Trinidad, for me to live here I must be mad. My little Tobago, a peaceful place where milk and honey flow. Ask me, says me, about flying fish and good curry, crab and dumpling dish. I know you're dying to know what else they have in Tobago. We have the goat race, right there. We have the great race, right there. Blue sea and white sand, right there. And plenty nice woman, right there. Tobago, if ever I leave here, it's there I'll go. Because no war and famine, right here. No bomb melting, right here. Calypso playing, right here. And I staying, right here. My country Trinidad, for me to leave here, I must be mad.
Such a rarity to born in TNT. You could see that as lucky or unlucky, but once you're living here, this is your family. Niceness of the land is in the sea and sand, is the champion in every citizen. So don't let nothing hold our people down. Cause when we cry, whoa, it is be for a short time, and when we smile, whoa, it is stretched from mile to mile just to survive. Oh, it takes spirit deep inside, we always shine, yeah. And I could say exactly why, cause we create the rhythm in this calypso, and we who make the carnival that the world knows. So if you feel it, you should let it show. Cause we are mighty. It's we who make the pan in the last century. Our people from Japan come in here just to see. So if you doubt in your ability, so this we country, cause we are holy. Even though we are 1.4 million, we does make quality men and women with intentions to forge we nation on. It's the struggles we face here every day that make leaders rise out we community and sometimes creating great history. See what they strive for was as strong as TNT, risking their lives for the common folk like you and me. We know they are pure for them to fight so viciously. So take some time to respect legends of TNT, cause here is where the guardian fight for civil rights, and Anthony Sabga break economic strife. And you Uriah but like a colonials a fight. Cause we are mighty, mighty. Ciela James make people stand up tall, and Leroy Clark give TNT his all. So tell me how could you say you wanna fall? So this we country, cause we are holy. Everywhere we go, people always agree that we are the life of the party, representing we land infectiously. If you have some of we in your DNA, then you could become a celebrity, even if you're from foreign country. Because we vibe here when we having a good time. The whole world dark for so, but TNT in the spotlight. We life is like a show, and that does make hard times alright. So let me tell you why my people shining so bright. It's we who put the wine in Mighty Sparrow, and we who put the hype in Marshall Montano, and we who put them legs on we boy at all. Cause we are mighty, mighty. It's we who put the flair in Brian Lara, and we who get White York hero power. So if you're feeling like you are not a star, so this we country, cause we are holy.
Because no race has the last word on culture and civilization. They do not know what we are capable of. They do not know what we are thinking. Because my work has only just begun. Up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty. Feel it down in your soul, till you can't control it. Put your hand up to the sky, mama don't ask why. In these dark and lonely times, we gon' turn the tide. If you're looking for a sign, turn and look inside of you. Your body is a temple, your sweat is holy water. Every move you're making is praise unto the master, yes. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because you're powerful, powerful, inside, outside, wonderful, magical, beauty, can't hide me and you, never lose, trust me, can't lie, hopeful, hopeful, till the day we die. Whoa.
from the south of the archipelago. We have soul and colorful for soul, but them mashing up we good living, we don't live so. Call your neighbor them, rise we name again, state your claim again, tell them we go rain again. Because you're powerful, powerful, inside, outside, wonderful, magical, beauty, can't hide. Me and you never lose, trust me, can't lie. Hopeful, hopeful, till the day we die. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people.
Cause my work has only just begun. Because no race has the last word on culture and civilization. They do not know what we are capable of. They do not know what we are thinking. Because my work has only just begun.
Up you mighty people, up you mighty people, up you mighty, up you mighty, up you mighty.
Feel it down in your soul till you can't control it.
Put your hand up to the sky, mama don't ask why. In these dark and lonely times, we go turn the tide. If you're looking for a sign, turn and look inside of you. Your body is a temple, your sweat is holy water. Every move you're making is praise unto the master, yes. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because you're powerful, powerful, inside, outside, wonderful, magical, beauty, can't hide. Me and you never lose, trust me, can't lie. Hopeful, hopeful, till the day we die. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full of wonder, wonderful. Of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty people, of you mighty, of you mighty, of you mighty people. Every world know how we coming through, coming from the south of the archipelago. We have soul and colorful for soul, but them mashing up we good living, we don't live so. Call your neighbor them, rise we name again, state your claim again, tell them we go rain again. Because you're powerful, powerful, inside, outside, wonderful, magical, beauty, can't hide. Me and you never lose, trust me, can't lie. Hopeful, hopeful, till the day we die. Whoa, powerful, yeah. Oh, my beautiful people, full
I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a bad. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, as a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Cause they know how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk. And we make good company. Yeah, and we make good company. And we make good company. See me done. We don't dictate all the best partner. We don't represent for we so cars. We don't sell out all the strong liquor. We don't represent for we so cars. Them say we mad and we bad. I'm telling you where we from. We're from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. See me done, boy. I party until it rain, I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass bands. Them say I'm a man. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, a Trini. Oh, cause they love how Trini does look. And they love how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they love Trini woman walk. And we make good company. And we make good company. And we make good company. We don't dictate all the best partner. We don't represent for we so now. We don't sell out all the strong liquor. We don't represent for we so now. This can
Some take this carnival lightly. The way we laugh and dance and smile. How melody rolls out of us like the waves crashing all over the hearts of mankind. If you only knew what we've been through, you would understand how amazing our joy is and what a marvel it is to be a Caribbean. Some take this carnival lightly. The way we laugh and dance and smile. How melody rolls out of us like the waves crashing all over the hearts of mankind. If you only knew what we've been through, you would understand how amazing our joy is and what a marvel it is to be a Caribbean.
May your heart find peace anywhere you come from. Coulda up, you coulda down. Blessings on my nation.
This city can't hold me. My vibe's too high, and my heart it told me jump right now. You will touch the sky. Feel my love unfolding like a laughing flame. All who did not know me when not done, they gon' know the name.
a drum. Let me start to beat. Don't mind them politics, politicians. I will they follow tricky situation. We done jamming and we jamming and jam cause we know the story. Let them fight if they want in this land of the deeper glory. So put up your hand if you understand. Now come, see how we moving, watch how we grooving, see how we step in style. Islands in the sun, islands in the fun. Welcome, welcome one and all to the land of death. Trini to the bone, Bego to the bone. When it comes to Bacchanal, well, they can't beat we at Trini to the bone, Bego to the bone. Sweet woman parade abundantly. The brethren they full of energy. Some people say God is a Trini. Paradise or not convincingly. God gave us a spirit fiery. But nothing in the world will bother we. But look at smart man gone with big money. We still come out and mash up the party. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love up this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Oh, how I love up my country, sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can be good for me. Oh, from Tobago to Caroni. Oh, Maraval to San Souci. Oh, from Scarborough to Kokori. Oh, profiling on Frederick Street. Oh, how I love up this country, sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love up my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. We come from the place where the people are the real energy. Trini to the bone, Bego to the bone. You could get a beach on the sun, but the heat really come from we. Trini to the bone, Bego to the bone. Look and miss a real Trini roti. But look at crab running from a curry. These Tassa and Panya calling me. Well, I got to get there in a hurry. There's no place like home, some people say. Though some have to leave to make their way. But in their hearts I know their destiny. To come home and big up the country. Sweet, sweet TNT. Lord, how I love of this country. No place in this world I'd rather be. Lord, how I love of my country, yeah, yeah, yeah. All this sugar can be good for me. Oh, from Cuba to Signal Hill. Oh, Arima to Charlottesville. Oh, Matlock down to Port of Spain. Oh, yeah. We play in my sun or rain. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Look at Trini girl there, she breaking away. A big old girl, a what a bacchanal. The man gone wild, the wickedest style. The girl look back, the only way I got it. The style just changed, man rearranged, and that gone clear. Cause nothing can compare to a Trini rising. No, no, no. Nothing can compare to a Trini rising. No, no, no. As crazy as we might seem to be, we still fight to be a family. Indian, African or a Chinese, Syrian, French, Creole or Portuguese. We blessed with a spirit fiery. Some people say God is a Trini. Sweet woman parade abundantly. Now the problem is plain to see. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. There's no place on earth I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can be good for me. Oh, Westmoreland to Lucy Road. Oh, from Sando to Maya Road. Oh, from Pina to Grand River. Oh, sweetness in abundance everywhere. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet TNT.
People only talking, but they really don't know what's the proper meaning for Trinidad and Tobago. Cyprian is start the ball rolling, now the doctor doing the bowling, so that we help Uncle Eric to perform a real hat trick, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we'll live independently. "31st of August, the year 1962, will go down in history for every one of you. Forget racialism and nationalism. Let discipline, production, and tolerance guide us to independence, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently."
In our last
Conscientiously and constitutionally,
in our last
forget
episode,
all this
you would
loud
have seen
rumor about racial equality. If you are an East Indian and you want to be an African, just shave your head clean like me, then they can't prove your nationality, because this is your land, just as well as my land. This is your place, and also it's my place. So let we put our heads together and live like one happy family. Democratically, educationally, we live independently. And next thing again, I want you to know, I must tell you plain, whether your status is high or low, this time has come at last when there's no more colonial rule, I believe. So together we will aspire, together we will achieve, because this is your land, just as well as my land.
Islands in the sun, islands in the fun. Welcome, welcome one and all to the land of death. Trinity to the bone, Trinity to the bone. When they come to Bacchanal, well, they can't beat we at Trinity to the bone, Trinity to the bone. Sweet woman parade abundantly. The brethren they full of energy. Some people say God is a Trinity. Paradise are not convincingly. God gave us a spirit fiery, but nothing in the world will bother we. But look at smart man gone with we money. We still come out and smash up the bandit. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All the sugar can be good for me. Oh, from Tobago to Caroni. Oh, Maraba to Sanssouci. Oh, from Scarborough to Kokori. Oh, profiling on Frederick Street. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, how I love of my country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All the sugar can be good for me.
All these years I spread abroad in the cold, longing to be home. Trinity to the bone, Trinity to the bone. Lord, I pray that some sweet
me, I will no longer have to roam Trinity to the pole. Trinity to the pole. The problems we have are plain to see. We prove we could stand the scrutiny. All I know that true democracy, how we vote is not how we party. There's no place like home, some people say. Though some have to leave to make your way. Put in your hands and know their destiny. Just come home and pick up the country. Sweet, sweet TNT. Lord, how I love of this country. Sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Sweet, sweet TNT. Lord, how I love of the country. Sweet, sweet TNT. All this sugar can be good for me. From Cuba to Signal Hill, Arima to Charlottesville, Matlock down to Port of Spain. Yeah. We playing Masonore, sweet, sweet TNT. Oh, all love of the country, sweet, sweet TNT. No place in this world I'd rather be. Man rearrange, that gun flare, 'cause nothing can compare to a Trinity rising. Oh, no, no. Oh, nothing can compare to a Trinity rising.
The Economic Future of the Caribbean, a view from 1943, and it's linked to today with Tony Martin and Erica Williams-Connell up next on Carib Nation. Hello, I'm Darius Dean. Welcome to Carib Nation. In 1943, Dr. Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago organized a conference of some of the greatest minds of the Western Hemisphere. The proceedings of that conference are recorded in this book titled The Economic Future of the Caribbean. Joining me first is Dr. Tony Martin to talk about that conference and its role in the political life of Dr. Eric Williams. Professor Tony Martin, thank you so much for joining us on Carib Nation. The book we're talking about is The Economic Future of the Caribbean, initially edited by Dr. Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago, and you have chosen to have it republished with a new introduction. Tell us a little bit about why you thought it was important to republish this book, a book that most people don't even know existed or might have been forgotten about.
Yes, even Eric Williams himself seems to have, forgotten it. He only very barely mentions it in his autobiography, Inward Hunger. But I think it's a very important book for a variety of reasons. First of all, it was based on a conference that Eric Williams convened at Howard University in Washington, D.C. in 1943. The title of the conference was the same as the book, The Economic Future of the Caribbean. And Williams brought together a very incredible array of people from a variety of very diverse fields to address this problem. They were members of the sort of high-ranking bureaucracy of the Caribbean, the sort of imperial bureaucracy, people from an organization known as the Anglo-American Caribbean Commission, which was a British-American sort of a body that oversaw the administration of the Caribbean, and they were there. There were radical figures from the Caribbean American community, people who were advocating for political democracy and so on in the Caribbean. There were academics. There were some of the leading African American academics, people like E. Franklin Frazier, the famous sociologist, Rayford Logan, famous historian, and many others. There were also mainstream white American scholars from places like Wellesley College and elsewhere. So you had a very wide array of people there, all addressing this very important issue. So if for no other reason, just as a snapshot of a very broad cross-section of people, important people, addressing this issue in 1943, that alone, I think, makes the book important.
Mm-hmm. When you look at the importance of many of the points raised at that conference and the relevance today, it almost boggles the mind when you think of the foresight and the vision of these people. Talk a little bit about the vision of Dr. Williams, a young scholar at that time, and the influence he's had both on the Caribbean and on American leadership.
Yeah, so Williams is really an extraordinary person in our history as Caribbean people, as Caribbean American people. Williams had gotten his doctorate in philosophy at Oxford University in 1938, and a few months later, he came to Howard University as an assistant professor. This is in 1939, and he very quickly established himself as a major intellectual force. He won prizes, he got fellowships. He almost instantaneously became a major figure in the very thriving, academic life of that period. He also, from the very beginning, had a very great interest in politics. Even as a student in England, he had moved in some very, very, very radical political circles with people like the great Pan-Africanist C.L.R. James, people like George Padmore, another very great Pan-African figure. So he brought that sort of political background with him to the United States of America. So what you found here at Howard then was his political sort of orientation, being wedded to his incredible, scholarly ability, and this became a very, very important mix. So the conference, I argue, is a sort of a manifestation of those two interests, and they converged in Williams, and eventually, many years later, I think led to his political career in Trinidad and Tobago.
The impact of that conference on the Caribbean then and even now is also quite clear. In this area, when we're talking about the single market and economy across the Caribbean, link those two.
Okay, yes. No, Eric Williams was a great advocate of federation for the Caribbean. And most of the speakers at that conference also, very interestingly, advocated some kind of federation. There was a realization that the individual units in the Caribbean were relatively small, and that they needed some way to combine, their individual strengths into, a sort of a critical mass that could impact on the world. And so you found Williams advocating some kind of federation. There were some people from Puerto Rico and Cuba advocating a Hispanic federation. Some were advocating a political federation right away. Some were advocating an economic union that would then move eventually towards political union. But you had all kinds of ideas being put forward. But the underlying unity of these ideas was for some kind of unity, some kind of federation. And also, as a corollary of federation, there was a lot of talk too about improving the sort of inter-island communications as well.
Which is something that is still lacking today.
Absolutely,
it's
yes.
incredible.
Yes.
Do you think that the leadership today in the Caribbean has digested some of what's in here?
I believe that there are moves afoot in the Caribbean today, yes, towards closer union. There are a variety of regional bodies. Of course, there's the FTAA, the Free Trade Area in the Americas. There's CARICOM, which has been around for a very long time, the Caribbean Economic Community. And I know that they have been trying to expand. They've been trying to move out of the formerly British islands to incorporate places like, say, Haiti and Cuba and so on. And who knows, out of that kind of infrastructure, as in the case of Europe, out of that initial economic infrastructure, hopefully, eventually, might come some kind of a political union later on.
One of the things mentioned in the book, and most people will connect the two, is the relationship with CLR James. And I don't think I can get through this interview without referring to that, simply because we've heard over the years of that. Talk a little bit about that and the reference to that in the book, and how Dr. Williams himself dealt with that.
CLR James, of course, is a great figure in the history of Pan-Africanism. And here we are having this interview in the Washington, D.C. area. And of course, CLR James actually taught for a while at what was then Federal City College, now the University of the District of Columbia, also at Howard University. I remember as a student, actually, in 1970, coming from Michigan State, where I was, to Howard University to a conference where CLR James was the great star figure and whatnot. But James is a major figure in our history. He was a Marxist intellectual, a Trotskyist. He was an activist in all kinds of ways. When Eric Williams was in London in the 30s, James was heading something known as the International African Friends of Ethiopia, which was formed after the Italian fascist invasion of Ethiopia. He was also very active in George Padmore's Pan-African Federation and a whole bunch of organizations like that. And Williams would have been around the periphery of those organizations. There's no evidence that Williams actually joined any of those organizations, but he certainly was part of that milieu out of which those organizations arose. Williams also collaborated with James on James's academic work. James also, like Williams, straddled the academic and the political arenas. James's great work is The Black Jacobins, a history of the Haitian Revolution. And when James was doing his research in the 30s in Paris, into the archives and so on, that's the, pertaining to Haiti, Williams apparently accompanied him to Paris. And the two men collaborated. They helped each other in their respective, academic pursuits. So that's the basis. Of course, James was a very radical figure. And by the time this 1943 conference comes about, Williams is trying to put together what I call a coalition, if you like, of the radical elements and also of the imperial overlords as well. And it becomes a very, very, very tricky, very delicate thing.
Yeah.
But I think he succeeded.
Yeah.
Yes.
For young people today who, I think, curious about the Caribbean, a second generation Caribbean people living in America who did not grow up with, and I think, the fault of the many of us in our generation, who've not kept alive that Caribbean heritage for their benefit. What would you say they can take from this and move ahead in terms of recognizing, appreciating their heritage, but helping also the development of the Caribbean?
Well, one thing they can take away from this is the sort of very close connection that there has always been between the Caribbean and America, and the Caribbean and African America especially. You had some of the greatest, figures in African American intellectual life participating in this conference, even though the conference was ostensibly primarily about the Caribbean. In fact, Eric Williams is actually the co-editor of this book.
Right.
Even though I think he was by far the most prominent figure putting together the whole conference, but nevertheless, he was actually officially listed as the co-editor together with E. Franklin Frazier, one of the greatest of all African-American sociologists. And there were many other people of similar stature at that conference. There was Rayford Logan, one of the legendary figures in African-American history, people like that. And Williams also interacted with many other people like that. For example, in 1940, shortly after coming to the US, Williams won the prize for the best essay, published in the Journal of Negro History, edited by the legendary father of African-American history, Carter G. Woodson, the man who gave us Black History Month and all kinds of other things like that. So I think that, the Caribbean American generation of today can learn from the fact that there was a very high level of cooperation, and that, and then both groups, I believe, in that period realized that the future of the two areas was intertwined. Yeah.
When you look at the WTO, the relationship between US and Europe and the Caribbean in that connection, do you see the Caribbean taking its place in the world, in world economics, so to speak, soon, or are we dragging our feet?
I'm not sure if we're dragging our feet. I mean, there's so many, major forces against us, and that's again, Williams's argument for federation, that if we were combined, it might give us, more bargaining power. One thing to say, the banana industry, in those small islands, at the mercy of American foreign policy and so on. I don't think that those kinds of problems are due necessarily to us dragging our feet. I think that they're an indication of our smallness, our relative weakness,
and the need for interdependence.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. But I have great hope for us. I'm a great sort of, almost chauvinist, you might say, Caribbean chauvinist. I think we have a wealth of talent in the Caribbean. Much of it has, of course, impacted positively in North America. But and we have potential. We have a highly educated community, and we have potential.
True. Some people feel that we are facing another form of imperialism today, when we look at what is happening around the world and the role that the United States is playing. This book almost tells us what is likely to happen. When you look at the trend that things have taken, do you see the Caribbean? One of the things we've always been calling for is for the Caribbean to chart its own course and stand up and create its own format, its own roadmap. How beneficial can this be to the leaders of today who are struggling with the FTAA, WTO, and all of that?
I think it can be an inspiration, And again, there were many voices at that conference in 1943, some very radical voices calling for, an independent Caribbean voice. There was a lawyer there called Gilberto Concepcion from Puerto Rico, who very stridently almost advocated, independence for Puerto Rico. Again, there were the people from the Caribbean American community who were calling for democratization in the Caribbean. And one of the things, interestingly enough, that they were calling for also was for Caribbean representation, of which there was none yet on the Anglo-American Caribbean Commission. Eric Williams was eventually the beneficiary of that agitation for a Caribbean presence at the very highest echelons of that Caribbean Commission. So I think that, yes, I think that the sort of seeds of that nationalist fervor can be found in this conference. And I think that, the current generation can benefit from that.
Talk a little bit about when you chose to rewrite the introduction, some of your own thoughts about the path the Caribbean has taken.
Okay, when I did the introduction, I focused to a large degree on Williams himself. A good deal is known about Williams in his more overtly political period from 1956, when he became, the major figure in Trinidad politics up until his death in 1981. But there wasn't that much known, I didn't think, about this earlier period. And so my idea was to try to focus on that earlier period and to sort of, kind of flush out Williams, the man, and whatnot. And what I discovered was that he already in this early period had his mind set on politics. He already saw his academic work as nothing but a facilitator, if you like, for his larger political purpose. He was already lobbying to get into the Anglo-American Caribbean Commission. And he saw that as a beautiful push from which he could, again, really become involved in the politics and the economics and the whole social structure and the administration of all of those areas in the Caribbean. And so he was successful in all this, So it seems to me that, it really shows his single-mindedness, his ability, B, his self-conscious realization of that ability, but C, very importantly, his realization that he owed something, he owed something to his community. He knew he was an able person. There's no way he could not have known it. He came first in the whole university at Oxford University, graduated at the top of his class. So he had a whole history of academic excellence even before that. So there's no way, even with all due modesty on his part, there's no way he could not have known he was a brilliant intellect. But it's very fascinating to see him very self-consciously, make the decision that he would use this ability which he had to further the aspirations of the Caribbean people.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking with you. The title of the book is The Economic Future of the Caribbean. Coming up in the next segment, we'll talk with Erica Williams-Connell about the Eric Williams Memorial Foundation after this short break on Carib Nation.
You're watching Carib Nation Television.
Welcome back to Carib Nation. We've been talking about the book, The Economic Future of the Caribbean. To talk with me about the Eric Williams Memorial Collection in this segment of the program, we're joined by Erica Williams-Connell. Thank you so much for joining us on Carib Nation. It's a pleasure to talk with you and to meet you finally.
Thank you, Denise.
You have collaborated with Dr. Tony Martin on this book, The Economic Future of the Caribbean. But before we talk about the book, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Eric Williams Memorial Collection, which you founded. Talk about why you founded it and what you hope to achieve with it.
I guess you could call me the founder, but my father, when I was 14 years old, I remember talking to my dad. He used to talk periodically about what he wanted, at his death. And I remember saying to him many, many times over the years, but beginning at around 14, that I didn't want anything from him except his books and papers. I had absolutely no clue what I would do with them. I was only interested in boys. 3 things: boys, boys, and more boys. So I had no clue what I was going to do with them, what it meant to have them, why I wanted them. I had absolutely no clue. I only know that I still, at 54 years old, have books from my childhood given to me when I was 4, 5, 6, etc. So there was obviously something in my makeup, that sort of intrinsic appreciation of history, which makes it even more amazing, because I failed at history so miserably at school. But I obviously had that sort of intrinsic historian's desire to keep things, I guess.
Yes.
And so anyway, that's what I always said to him. And of course, at his death, that's exactly what he did do, is he left me his books and papers, which consisted of innumerable scholarly papers, a miscellany of reports, conference documents, all sorts of things, drafts of books, etc., from his not only his scholarly life but also his quarter-century administration as head of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Also, his personal and rather eclectic library of 7,000 plus volumes. So that's what went to form the core of the Eric Williams Memorial Collection, which I deposited at the University of the West Indies. I believe it was from 1989, and it took them several years to do what they needed to do with it, catalog, index, etc., etc. And in 1998, we were formally inaugurated by the former U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell. And in 1999, we were named to UNESCO's prestigious Memory of the World Register, which is the United Nations attempt to preserve the world's historical and cultural heritage.
Right. Obviously, recognizing the contribution that your father had made, which is something that I think most Caribbean people understand, but maybe some have taken for granted in terms of the wealth of information that has been left for our young people especially. When Dr. Martin came to you about writing this, why was it important for you to collaborate on this particular book?
Well, as I mentioned, the Eric Williams,
of this book.
right, as I mentioned, the Eric Williams Memorial Collection is on deposit with the University of the West Indies, and it consists of we also have a museum as well as the library and archives and the usual reading room for scholars, etc. But we do have a museum, and although that is the physical repository of the collection in Trinidad and Tobago, the collection is far, far more than that. We sponsor conferences. There have been 4 international conferences on Eric Williams, from one in Italy in 1984 to the last one at the Schomburg Center in New York in 2002. We sponsor conferences. We have a lecture series at Florida International University, which is Miami's largest public university. We're in our 7th consecutive year. We sponsor panels. There are 4 panels on Eric Williams alone this year. We sponsor scholarships as well. There's an Eric Williams scholarship annually given by the University of the West Indies. We promote books. Eric Williams's Capitalism and Slavery is being translated into Korean this year for the very first time. This year also saw the republication of the same book in Japanese for the first time in 30-something years. Columbus to Castro is being translated for the first time this year into Spanish. So you have the physical repository in Trinidad and Tobago, and you have the projects.
Ongoing projects.
So when Tony came with this idea, this was an absolute natural.
Yeah.
And we're also now talking with a publisher about republishing Eric Williams's autobiography, which has been out of print for years, Inward Hunger, as well as 2 other books as well. So this is just part of what we
process.
do. Yes.
What is your general opinion of the state of the Caribbean's economic situation today? And where do you see its future as now that King Sugar is no longer king? I just read that St. Kitts has decided to abandon sugar as well in favor of tourism. With tourism as the main income earner for most of the Caribbean today, talk about your impression or your thinking of the economic future of the Caribbean based on what we have here.
Well, I think what was very striking about this particular conference, from which the book emanates, is the requirement, the imperative, which is more pronounced today for the Caribbean to get together and to get its act together and to stop talking. We're talking ourselves out of our existence. And frankly, we have become, let me be very graphic about it, a corn on the little toe of the United States of America instead of a bunion on the big toe. And until we get our act together and talk about not just independence, but interdependence, which is what Eric Williams has advocated for so many years, and others as well. we're sort of, like that proverbial Trinidad and Tobago saying, we're spinning top in mud. There is an absolute imperative. We must get together and we must act. We can see, it's not like we don't have a huge precedent in front of our noses every day, the European community.
Yeah.
We must speak in order to have any kind of bargaining power in the world. In 2003, the chief U.S. diplomat for Western Hemispheric Affairs gave a presentation to a large group of people about the FTAA. And not the the Caribbean, Latin American Free Trade, same thing, I guess. And he failed to even mention the Caribbean. Failed in what, a 45-minute presentation? One immensely aggrieved Caribbean envoy who was in the audience actually got up and publicly chastised the speaker and said he hoped that this egregious omission was not stated U.S. governmental policy, but the point speaks for itself.
Of course.
So, yes, there is an imperative. Certainly, CARICOM is moving forward. And I think that the kind of vision that Eric Williams and others like him had for the integration of the Caribbean is not something that can be accomplished in a generation.
Right.
I think this will take and has taken several generations, but the time now is to act. And, we Caribbean people love to talk, me included, but you must follow this up with, you must back this up with action.
Someone once said to me that the Caribbean seems to have the greatest ability to produce orators.
Yes.
But we don't get a lot done.
We don't get a lot done.
And that is unfortunate.
And very often, I think what happens is what we do get done moves us to one step forward, and then what we follow that up with moves us 14 back.
Somebody reinvents the wheel again, and we go back.
Exactly.
Steps.
And we need to, Eric Williams said on August 31st, 1962, that history is, I'm paraphrasing, is a recognition of the past as a guide to future action. The Caribbean nation cannot possibly know where it is going to if it does not know where it has come from.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Williams, the person, as a father. As an only child, obviously you must have learned a great deal at his feet. What were some of the greatest lessons you learned from him that have carried you through life or helped frame your philosophy?
He was the most immensely wise person I have ever met. He had an impeccable sense of timing, not impulsive or impetuous like I tend to be sometimes. Extraordinarily humble person, yet at the same time he could be totally arrogant with his political opponents and other people that he variously put in cold storage, throughout his life and their lives. But essentially in his person, an extraordinarily humble person. He did not set store by the outward trappings of power.
As far as the benefit of this book for young people today, those who are curious about the Caribbean, want to
On page 12 of our Constitution, it starts by saying, whereas the people of Trinidad and Tobago, That's big words.
It tries to level the playing field. It provides an opportunity for enterprise, regardless of industry, regardless of gender, regardless of race, regardless of religion.
Whereas we on this twin island state, moving forward, this is the spirit of how we think.
It's just words on a piece of paper, but they're ideals and principles that we are guided by.
This life, the only thing that you have is your word. So in the Constitution, we have the preamble to the Constitution, which is our Declaration of Rights. This is nobody granting the rights to you, you know. This is you granting the right to yourself.
We go to the ballot box. We want to put in a new government. We can do it as people. We want to get rid of a government. That's what we tend to do. We go there and we vote. Our destiny in that way is in our hands.
So the ability to hold our politicians accountable, the ability to appoint public officials, and the ability to say, this is what human treatment is defined as, by our own words, is the most powerful thing to me.
The beauty about it is that it allows you to follow your dreams, and the ability to follow your dreams, that's huge.
These are the words we want to abide by. This is the standard we want to hold our public officials by. This is really, you know, saying, I'm running things for myself now. We the people.
People full of vibe, yeah, we style it comes alive. Anywhere we go, we vibe it for sure. We from the Caribbean Sea, we are TNT.
The Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
I really don't know. That like a group of people like coming together like as a party.
I really don't know.
It's there to how people carry about themselves, especially in the eyes of the law.
I'm not sure that I have the right idea.
I think a constitution is the rules by which our country is governed, as simple as that.
A democratic constitution is a body of basic rules by which the people of a country agree to govern themselves. It is intended to operate in a world of movement and change. Its major purpose is so to distribute functions that the right of the people to govern themselves through the institutions which it sets up will not be disregarded.
Our Constitution provides the structure, procedures, powers, and rights by which our country is governed.
Why did we need a constitution?
Prior to 1950 and until 1961, there were several constitutional instruments from the Queen of England that determined how we were governed. Trinidad and Tobago was part of the West Indies Federation, which was supposed to gain independence in 1962. In 1961, the Jamaica referendum resulted in Jamaica withdrawing from the Federation, and as a result, Trinidad and Tobago decided to become independent. It then became necessary for this twin island state to have an independence constitution. According to the 1974 Wooding Report, the constitution under which Trinidad and Tobago achieved independence in 1962 was in all its essentials a written version of the constitutional arrangements evolved in the United Kingdom over many centuries. It is this 1962 constitution which remained in effect until 1976, when the existing Republican Constitution came into force.
Richard Crane drafted the Republican Constitution.
The Constitution begins with a preamble and includes sections that define the President, the Parliament, the Executive, the Judiciary, and other organs of the state. The preamble is a brief introductory statement which sets out the fundamental purposes and guiding principles which the Constitution is meant to serve.
The preamble states, whereas the people of Trinidad and Tobago have affirmed that the nation of Trinidad and Tobago is founded upon principles that acknowledge the supremacy of God, faith in fundamental human rights and freedoms, the position of the family in a society of free man and free institutions, the dignity of the human person, and the equal and inalienable rights with which all members of the human family are endowed by their Creator.
Why is the preamble significant?
When the first draft of the Independence Constitution was published, there were several complaints that there was no reference to the supreme being. To address this, a preamble was developed to outline the country's approach to social, economic, and other issues. The preamble remained the same when we became a republic in 1976.
Well, the preamble is that part of the Constitution that really outlines the fundamental principles that may be used to construe the Constitution, if I could put it that way. The preamble talks about the guiding principles that that we should be a nation under God, that there should be a respect for faith, that we should abide by the rule of law, and it goes on to talk about moral and spiritual values. Now, we hear those terms used and bandied about so often, but they do have an important role to play, because when it comes to understand how the Constitution works and to interpret the Constitution, it is important to know what exactly the framers of the Constitution were thinking when they came to draft the document. And it's so helpful, and the preamble affords us that sort of insight, that window into what they were thinking when they came. And so it's not only forward thinking, it's also an illuminating mechanism to say that when one comes to interpret the Constitution, that you can construe this particular provision of the Constitution in light of the need to have the rule of law adhered to, or to ensure that when you are dealing with question of fundamental rights, that you are looking at it in terms of the needs of social justice, etc. So to that extent, the preamble is very important, and it gives you an insight as to how you construe the Constitution.
The world has been moving away from monarchy and individual power towards republicanism, which is as old as ancient civilization.
Chapter 1 of the Constitution deals with the recognition and protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms.
It is hereby recognized and declared that in Trinidad and Tobago they have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, origin, color, religion, or sex, the following fundamental human rights and freedoms, namely the right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person and enjoyment of property, and the right not to be deprived thereof except by due process of law.
So I think by enshrined rights, all it's really meant is the rights that are set out in the Bill of Rights. Now, those rights are set out in general terms and have to be read subject to what one might call reasonable interpretation. For instance, you have a right to freedom of speech, but you don't have a right to slander somebody or to commit libel. You have freedom of action, but you don't have a right, because it's your arm, to stretch it out at a time when somebody's near to you and thereby assault him. So that although rights are set out in form, they have to be applied reasonably.
It's so often that we hear persons at all levels of the society saying that we have a right here, a constitutional right, and my rights are being infringed, etc. It's true that, you know, the Constitution outlines in quite some detail that you have certain rights: a right to life, a right to equality of treatment, a right to a fair trial, freedom of expression, etc. But it is in the details, I think, that people don't have an appreciation. You don't have an absolute right. In fact, very few rights are absolute. So freedom of speech is a classic example. One has a right to express one's views, but it doesn't allow you to say any and everything. So in a sense, there's a balance that has to be struck between your right to express what you want to say, but also the law of the land. So classic example, of course, is while you may have your freedom of speech, it's against the law to use obscene language in public. And, you know, you can't come to the court and say that, well, my constitutional right says that I have a freedom. Of speech, and therefore I can use obscene language or even threatening language, etc. So there's a balance, and it is in that balance that is what the courts have to deal with.
The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago provides for a president as head of state and a parliament consisting of the president, the Senate, and House of Representatives. The three arms of the state are the executive, headed by the Prime Minister and his cabinet, the legislature or parliament, and the judiciary.
President is the head of state, and he oversees all the other issues that concerns parliament.
As in what? The president or the prime minister or something?
The head of state will be the president.
No.
Well, the president is the head of our state.
The president is the head of state. A person is qualified to be nominated for election as president if he or she is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, is 35 years or older, and has been resident for 10 years prior to being nominated.
The president is elected by an electoral college.
The president is elected by a body consisting of all the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, and it's referred to as an electoral college.
How is the president elected?
12 or more members of the House of Representatives nominate a person for election as president. That person must indicate his consent. The matter is then submitted to this electoral college. If there is a contested election, in other words, if there's more than one candidate, the candidate who receives the greater number of votes is, of course, the one elected.
We have had 4 presidents since 1976.
The president's term lasts 5 years, and there is no limitation on his or her reappointment.
What is meant by immunities of the president?
The president shall not be answerable to any court for the performance of the functions of his office, or for any act done by him in the performance of those functions.
Can the president be removed from office before the end of his term?
The removal of the president is a very complex matter. One has to have a resolution in the House, and then a meeting of the House and Senate, and you need a 2/3 majority, and you have to state specifically the grounds on which you propose the removal. And if you get that majority in the House and in the Senate, then the matter goes to a tribunal consisting of the Chief Justice and 4 senior judges. They consider the question, and if they think that the question should be pursued further, they send their report in, and the House and Senate again meet, and you need a 2/3 majority to decide that the president should be removed from office.
What is the role of the president?
Powers that were formerly exercised by the Queen as the head of state of Trinidad and Tobago would be exercised by the president. And the Constitution is based on the fact that since we are now having an indigenous head of state, the president should at this particular time have greater powers.
Well, I don't think it's a question of being simply an indigenous head of state. There was a deliberate distinction to ensure that all power did not continue to be vested in the prime minister. And therefore, there was a dilution of his power by entrusting certain matters to the president. And these matters are really matters of appointments.
A constitution is rules that governs the fairness of any country, how it operates its business in a very fair scale.
Well, I know the Constitution is supposed to be a set of guidelines or laws by which the society is governed.
Well, basically, a constitution is a compilation of laws that govern the operation of the parliament or the functionalities of government.
The constitution should be part of A-levels exams in all schools so that people become conversant.
Human beings need to regulate their affairs. We live in a hierarchical society with, lots of competing demands between human beings. So given that state of affairs, we need to have rules, and this is basically what a constitution is.
Our constitution is a set of laws and principles under which the country is governed. Trinidad and Tobago had an independence constitution from 1962 to 1976. The existing constitution came into force in 1976 when we became a republic. The 3 arms of government are the executive, the parliament, and the judiciary. The parliament consists of the president, a senate, and the House of Representatives.
Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote.
and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. I repeat, and in private employment. Democracy means the protection of the weak against the strong. Democracy means the obligation of the minority to recognize the right of the majority. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise.
What is the legislature?
The law of the country really comes from the judiciary, the justice system.
The laws of the country is basically made by the Prime Minister and the President together with the help of the Constitution.
Will be the MPs together with the senators and the Prime Minister all forming one body.
It is a combination between the opposition and the government.
The laws of the country is made by Parliament.
The Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago provides for three branches of the state, which are the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The legislature, simply put, is the parliament. Its main role is to enact laws, and it consists of the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. The method of enactment of laws is through the passage of bills passed by the House and the Senate and assented to by the President. Bills may be introduced in either the Senate or the House, except a money bill, which must be introduced in the House.
A money bill deals mainly with taxation and public expenditure.
The Senate is the part of the government that rules the country, where they are the executive of the government. Those are the people who were voted into power.
The Senate is like the people who give the okays for the laws.
Final decision-making process of any legislation that's passed in the lower house.
I don't know exactly what the Senate is.
I don't know nothing much about the Senate, only that it underneath the ministers.
The Senate is part of our parliament. Our parliament is structured in two parts: is the upper house and the lower house, the House of Representatives and the Senate.
The Senate consists of 31 members referred to as senators. 16 senators are appointed by the President, acting on the advice of the Prime Minister, and 6 are appointed by the President, acting on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. The remaining 9 senators are appointed by the President in his discretion. To be eligible for appointment, a person must be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, 25 years old or older.
The Senate is also called the Upper House.
When the Senate first meets after any general election, the first thing it does is it elects one senator to be president of the Senate and another to be vice president. If either office becomes vacant at any time before Parliament is dissolved, the Senate elects another senator to that office.
What does the President of the Senate do?
The President of the Senate presides over sittings and chairs committees of the Upper House. He also acts temporarily as President of the country where the office is vacant or when the President is unable to perform his functions by reason of absence or illness.
What is the House of Representatives?
The House of Representatives is made up of elected members representing the various constituencies throughout Trinidad and Tobago. At present, Trinidad and Tobago is divided into 41 constituencies. There is an Elections and Boundaries Commission which reviews the number and boundaries of the constituencies and submits recommendations for changes, if necessary, to the Prime Minister and the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives.
The House of Representatives is also called the lower house.
The Constitution provides for election of members of the House by secret ballot and by the first-past-the-post system. This provision is not entrenched and may be altered by a simple majority. Members of the House are elected for a term of 5 years and must be citizens aged 18 years or older and resident in Trinidad and Tobago for 2 years prior to nomination for election.
Who presides over the House of Representatives?
The presiding officer of the House is the Speaker. When the House first meets after a general election, the first thing it does before proceeding to any other business is to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries are not eligible for election.
What does the Speaker do?
The Speaker of the House presides over each sitting, maintaining order and enforcing the rules as necessary. He or she acts as chairman of committees and is also responsible for the management and general administration of the House. The Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition must be members of the House of Representatives. The Prime Minister is the person who is the leader of the party that wins the majority of seats in the House of Representatives. The Leader of the Opposition is the person who commands the support of the greatest number of members of the House who do not support the government. He must also be willing to be appointed as Leader of the Opposition.
This constitution is the supreme law of Trinidad and Tobago, and any other law that is inconsistent with this constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency.
Parliament may make laws for the peace, order, and good government of the country, but the provisions made in the Constitution can only be altered under certain conditions.
It is necessary to have mechanisms to ensure that the Constitution keeps up with the needs of a changing society. However, that's one side of it. Of course, there's a view that a Constitution, being a document of such importance, it being the rules for which govern how the institutions of the state operate, one doesn't want to leave it in a situation where it is so flexible that it can be easily changed. So it's a balance that has to be struck, essentially. So there is provision to amend the Constitution.
When it is said that the Constitution is the supreme law, what is meant is that any law that conflicts with the Constitution is unconstitutional. But of course, you can have a law which amends the Constitution. Some of the sections of the Constitution can be amended by a simple majority. Others, which we call entrenched provisions, require a two-thirds majority in the House and a two-thirds majority in the Senate. There are other sections that are specially entrenched, and those require a majority of three-quarters in the House and two-thirds in the Senate.
For the most part, the privileges and immunities of the Parliament are similar to the House of Commons of the United Kingdom. The most important of these is freedom of speech in the Senate and House of Representatives. These privileges and immunities are intended to facilitate the better discharge of parliamentary duties.
Once a piece of legislation is passed, it's a law. And it's important that in that process of passage of legislation, that the debate that surrounds whether to pass that legislation is one that is uninhibited and one in which every opportunity is made for all the stakeholders, all the participants in the debate to be able to freely vent any concerns.
How does a new session of Parliament begin?
Sessions of Parliament begin by proclamation of the President.
How many sessions of Parliament should there be each year?
Both the Senate and the House of Representatives must meet at least once every year without a 6-month interval between sittings. The President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, may prorogue or dissolve Parliament at any time. Parliament may appoint committees, but the Constitution establishes a number of important ones, 2 of which are the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. These committees deal with financial matters and report to the House of Representatives. They are advised by the Auditor General. This officer audits and reports on the public accounts of Trinidad and Tobago. The Auditor General is an independent public officer appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition.
In what specific areas can the President act on his own?
Major appointments, let us say what, Chief Justice, possibly what, Auditor General, had previously been the Prime Minister, after consultation with Leader of the Opposition, advises the Governor General. The word advise means that he must do what the head of the government says should be done in the particular circumstances.
With the Republican Constitution, there's a division. The executive powers of the Prime Minister are unaltered, but the President has power with respect to important appointments. But in all these instances, he does so, exercises his power after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. In one case, however, he acts without any necessity of consultation, and that is in the appointment of the independent senators.
The Ombudsman. The Constitution provides for an ombudsman who is appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. The Ombudsman is an officer of the Parliament. He investigates complaints of administrative injustice made by a minister or department or authority of government. This office is non-political.
The watchwords I have chosen for the nation are discipline, production, tolerance. I appeal to you to let them ever be your guide to conduct. If we do this, we will build a nation which can hold its head high and be accepted anywhere in the world, and which any other nation will be glad to welcome as a friend. One final word. As we march forward to our great day, let us do so as a united people, bridging all the differences of class, race, color, and creed.
I believe the people in Parliament do.
Well, the laws of the country are made in the lower house and the lower house in Parliament and the Senate.
The laws of the country are made by members of Parliament, and
It's the members of Parliament.
In Parliament, I would think, yeah. Our elected representatives and the Senate debates laws, and they come up with laws as they see fit, and it happens in Parliament.
The laws of the country is made by the legislative arm of government, being Parliament, which comprises the opposition and the ruling party.
Legislature is another term for Parliament. Parliament consists of the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. The role of Parliament is to enact laws. Bills are passed by the House of Representatives and the Senate, and assented to by the President. Parliament may pass laws, but the Constitution can only be altered under certain conditions. The Senate consists of 31 members, referred to as senators. The President of the Senate presides over the Senate. The House of Representatives consists of 41 elected members, referred to as members of Parliament. The presiding officer of the House is the Speaker. Freedom of speech is an important privilege in the Senate and House of Representatives.
Democracy means more, much more, than the right to vote and one vote for every man and every woman of the prescribed age. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. Democracy means the equality of all in the eyes of the law. Democracy means equality of opportunity for all in education, in the public service, and in private employment. I repeat, and in private employment. Democracy means the protection of the weak against the strong. Democracy means the obligation of the minority to recognize the right of the majority. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens.
Today, we are going to explore the happiest and the second wealthiest country in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago. This small island nation gave us the ever-popular limbo dance, the only new acoustic instrument of the 20th century, steel pan or steel drum, and one of the hottest chilies, Marugo scorpion. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy learning about TNT today. If you are new to our channel, welcome. We love to have you here. In this channel, we profile and learn about each country. If you are interested in learning about the countries around the world, please consider subscribing. Without further ado, let's go and explore Trinidad and Tobago. Let's go find the islands on the map. It is in the southern Caribbean region. Actually, Trinidad is the most southerly of all Caribbean islands. It lies very closer to Venezuela and south of Grenada. It is the fifth largest Caribbean nation and it covers over 5,000 square kilometers. The country consists of two main islands, Trinidad and Tobago, and 21 smaller islands. Trinidad is the larger and most populous of the two islands. Tobago is smaller and covers only 6% of the total area and 4% of the population. The country's population is about 1.4 million. It is the most populated country in the Lesser Antilles and the sixth most populated country in the Caribbean. Capital is Port of Spain. It is located in the Gulf of Paria on the northwest coast of Trinidad. It is the second largest city with a population of 37,000. The city is also home to the largest container port on the island and one of the shipping hubs for the Caribbean. San Fernando is the industrial capital and the largest city with a population of 49,000 people. It is a great place to visit. Tourism is not commercialized as some other Caribbean countries. It has some of the amazing beaches to relax in and best coral reef to snorkel. If you want to play any other water sports, you can do all in this island. But if you want something different and interested in colonial and Renaissance style architecture, check out the Magnificent Seven, a group of 7 mansions located west of Queen's Park Savannah in Port of Spain. While you are there, check out Queen's Park Savannah's roundabout. It is the largest in the world with a diameter of 3.5 kilometers. Who would have expected that? If you are interested in bird watching, you must stop by Asa Wright Nature Center. It is the best place to bird watch in all of the Caribbean. A note of caution. If you are visiting this island, don't pack your camouflage clothing. It is illegal to wear unless you are a military personnel. If the official sees you wearing it, you will be asked to remove it right away. And nobody wants that, right? And another thing to keep in mind, US dollar is not common as in other neighboring countries. It is better to take Trinidad and Tobago dollar. It is equal to about 15 US cents. Are you intrigued? Are you ready to learn more about this country? Let's start with its flag. This is one of the simplest flag, but the colors have multiple meaning and captures the diversity of the island. Black represents the dedication of the people and their strong bonds. It is the color of strength, unity of purpose, and the wealth of the land. Red represents the vitality of the land and its people, warmth and the energy of the sun, courage and the friendliness of the people. The white stands for the sea, cradle of the nation's heritage, the purity of aspiration and the equality of all under the sun. The colors also represent the elements of earth, water and fire, also past, future and the present. This is the coat of arms. At the top is the coconut palm is from the Great Seal of British colonial Tobago. The ship's wheel below it represents the fact that the island were discovered and settled by sea voyage. The gold helmet represents the queen, then head of state. The shield represents the colors of the flag. The 2 hummingbirds. Trinidad is known as the land of hummingbird with over 17 known species. The 3 ships represent the 3 ships of Columbus. On the left, Scarlet Ibis, national bird of Trinidad, and Cocorico, national bird of Tobago on the right. The 3 peaks stand for both Columbus's decision to named the island Trinidad and the three peaks on the southern mountain range called the Three Sisters. The smaller landmass on the right stand for Tobago. The scroll below displays the national motto, "Together we aspire, together we achieve," which promote harmony in diversity. Next, can we look at the physical geography of the islands? Geographically, Trinidad and Tobago is an extension of South America, although some believe it is part of the Lesser Antilles archipelago, while the others argue it is on its own archipelago. Trinidad terrain is mostly plains with some hills, lower mountains, mangrove, swamps, and nice beaches. Three relatively lower mountain ranges cross Trinidad from east to west. Heavily forested northern range rises into two peaks. Highest one is Cerro de la Ripo at 940 meters. The central range extends diagonally across the island, pass through swampy areas and rising into small hills. The southern range is a broken line of hills, extend along the southern coast of Trinidad. You can find many rivers and streams on the island. Most significant one is the 50 kilometers long Oreto River that flows into Atlantic Ocean. At dark, this lake glows. When you first see it, it will take your breath away with the eerie blue bioluminescence due to a type of plankton that bloom in the lake. Trinidad doesn't have any typical lake, but it has a pretty unique one. The Pitch Lake is the largest natural deposit of asphalt in the world and is estimated to contain 10 million tons of asphalt and covers the area of 100 acres. It is also a popular tourist attraction. Because it was once a part of South America, Trinidad has an assortment of tropical vegetations and wildlife, considerably more than the other islands, including 482 bird species. Both islands are famous for their excellent birding. Tobago is a volcanic island, generally rugged with only sizable lower land in the southern end. Tobago has many rivers and streams flowing through the island. Climate is tropical, tempered by northeast trade wind. The dry season is from December to May. Temperatures fluctuate between 20 degrees Celsius at night and 30 degrees Celsius during the day. Rainy season starts in June and lasts until December. Receive about 2100 millimeters of rain annually. The country is rarely affected by hurricane but experiences severe storms. How do you like this amazing country so far? Are you learning something new? At least I hope so. So next we will look at history and then look at the people and how they live. Finally, a little bit about the economy. Sounds like a plan? Let's go. Come along. Trinidad and Tobago was originally inhabited by peace-loving Arawak Indians over 7,000 years ago, making it the earliest settled part of the Caribbean. Several waves of immigration took place, and the fierce Caribs were living in the island when Christopher Columbus landed on the island in 1498. He named the larger island Trinidad after the three mountain peaks at the southeast corner and the smaller island Tobago after the long steamed tobacco pipes. Initially, native resisted European settlement, but they were only able to delay. They couldn't stop the settlement. Spain colonized Trinidad in 1592. Between 1620 to 1640, Dutch, English, and Latvians all attempted to colonize Tobago, but successfully, Dutch colonized the island in 1630. French captured Tobago in 1781, transformed it into a sugar-producing colony. British captured Trinidad in 1797, and it was formalized by the Treaty of Amiens in 1802. As the sugar prices went down, cocoa took over. In the early 19th century, farmers from South Africa were strongly encouraged to move to Trinidad to cultivate cocoa. Slavery was abolished in 1834. Decades after that, Indians were brought in to work in the plantations. The island's Trinidad and Tobago were administratively combined as a single British colony in 1889. Then it joined the British West Indies Federation in 1958, but a year later, a self-government was established. Then on August 31st, 1962, Famalay became an independent country with Eric William as a prime minister and chose to remain a member of a Commonwealth with Queen Elizabeth as the Queen of Trinidad and Tobago. Then in 1976, Trinidad and Tobago became a republic within the Commonwealth with Elias Clark as a president, a ceremonial role, and Eric Williams as the prime minister. This is an extremely condensed version of the history. The next stop is
People and culture.
ethnic makeup of Trinidad and Tobago reflect the history of conquest and immigration. Currently, Indian descendants make up the largest ethnic group at 35%. They still maintain many of their traditions from East India. African descents account for 34% of the population. Bulk of the remaining population is made up of mixed heritage. There are also small but significant minority of people of Amerindian, European, Portuguese, Latino, Hispanic, Chinese, and Arab descents. Official language is English, but the main spoken language is English-based Creole. Various segments of the population speak many other languages, including Hindustani, Tamil, Spanish, Chinese, and French patois. This is important. CNN declared Trinidadian accent as one of the top 10 sexiest accent in the world. As far as the religion goes, most of them are Christians, 63% of them. Second biggest group is Hindus at 20%, then Muslims at 6%. National Geographic named Trinidad and Tobago as the cultural capital of the Caribbean, as its culture is influenced by Indian, African, Portuguese, Amerindian, Spanish, and Chinese cultures. When you mix all of them together, you come up with a unique and rich culture. Carnivals are famous in the Caribbean, but none as grand, spectacular, and alluring as the one you will find in Trinidad. Believe it or not, it is known as the greatest show on earth. They also have the biggest celebration of Diwali, the Hindus' festival of light, in the Western Hemisphere. This twin island is famous for its rich melting pot of cuisines, influenced by multitude of cultures. Doubles is undeniably the most popular street food. It is made up of two roti filled with chickpea curry and topped with various sauces, either coconut chutney or grated cucumbers. World Bank categorized Trinidad and Tobago's economy as the high-income economy. Petroleum, petrochemicals, and natural gas contribute to 40% of its GDP of 45 billion. It also has a sizable manufacturing sector, notably food, beverages, and cement. Country also has earned a reputation as an excellent investment site for international businesses and has one of the highest growth rate per capita income in Latin America. TNT exports petroleum, petroleum product, liquefied natural gas, methanol, ammonia, urea, steel product, beverages, cereal and cereal product, sugar, cocoa, coffee, citrus fruits, vegetables, and flowers to United States, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Peru. I hope you enjoyed watching this video and learned something about this country. Next, I'm going to explore Bahamas. That is the last Caribbean country I'm going to do. Then it's going to be South America. If you are watching this, you must like learning about other countries. So please give me a thumbs up to this video and subscribe to my channel so we can explore every single country in the world. Thank you for watching. We will meet again in the next video.
Today, we are heading to the Caribbean nation of Trinidad and Tobago.
Send us some music for some I dressing up in my red, white and black. I don't care what nobody say. Every carnival I done day. Plus I know all artists and only mass man. Them say I'm mad and I'm mad. I'm telling you where I'm from. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. As a Trini, Popo Trini, yeah, cause they know what Trini does look. And they like how Trini does cook. And they like to hear Trini talk. And they like Trini woman walk. And we make good company. Yeah, and we make good company.
So afraid to show my care. Will he think me weak if I tremble when I speak? There's another one he's thinking of. Maybe he's in love. I'd feel like a fool. Life can be so cruel. I don't know what to do. I've been there with my heart out in my head. But what you must understand, you can't let the chance to love him pass you by. Tell him that the sun and moon rise in his eyes. Reach out to him and whisper tender words so soft and sweet. Hold him close to feel his heartbeat. Love will be the gift you give yourself. Touch him with the gentleness you feel inside. Your love can't be denied. The truth will set you free. You'll have what's meant to be. All in time you'll see. Oh, I love him. Of that much I can be sure. I don't think I could endure if I let him walk away when I have so much to say. sweet. Hold him close to feel his heartbeat. Love will be the gift you give yourself. Love is a light surely lost in the hearts of those who know. It's a tender flame that glows. See the fire with all the passion you can show. Tonight love will assume its place. Every time cannot erase. Your faith will lead love where it has to go. Tell him that the sun and moon rise in his eyes. Reach out to him and whisper tender words of something sweet. Hold him close to feel his heartbeat. Love will be the gift you give yourself.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2002 series of Scouting for Talent. I'm Lizelle Rovedas, and I'll be your hostess for this year's series. I must admit how honored I am to be associated with a show that is undoubtedly one of the nation's cultural icons. And what better way to launch the series with the beautiful singing voice of Miss Denise Plummer doing Celine Dion's hit, Tell Him. Let's give Denise a warm round of applause. We are very proud to have our band back with us in 2002 for yet another year. Backup music for all our contestants will be provided by Patrick Johnson and the Music Connection. And it's my pleasure to introduce this great team of musicians to you. We start with Charles Assam on the drums. On bass guitar, there's Lincoln Melville Augustus. Our rhythm guitarist is Arthur Marcial. And on the keyboard, the leader of the team himself, the very talented Mr. Patrick Johnson. That's our team of musicians for 2002. But what about our judges, who have the difficult task of determining which of our contestants will move on to the second round from this evening's show? Let's meet them. We start with one of our regular judges, the well-known producer, Mr. Norman Fullerton, who is currently the program manager of the Best Village competition. Next, we have musician and composer, Mr. Junior Augustus Howell. Our third judge this evening is producer and director, Mr. Lenford Sims. And the lone lady on the panel comes from San Fernando. She's a music teacher. Her name is Mrs. Lorna Conyet. Last but certainly not least, the top guitarist and former band leader, Mr. Joseph Chet Sampson. It's on now to the competition. The contestant who has the honor of opening this year's series is a young saxophonist from California. He has always had a love for instruments, but just over a year ago, he discovered the sax, which he hopes will one day propel him to international stardom. Here to launch our series in fine style with a song entitled My Sherry Amor is Mr. Daniel Anand. Our second contestant comes from Pleasantville in San Fernando. For the past 8 years, singing has always been a natural thing to her. And coupled with love for her God-given talent, this performer gets additional thrill from the jazzy flavor very evident in her gospel song, He Keeps Me Singing. He certainly does, because it's now time to welcome Miss Samantha Hutchinson.
There's within my heart a melody. Jesus gives me sweet hello. Fear not, I am with thee, peace be still. In all of life's ebb and flow. All my life was wrecked by sin and strife. Discord filled my heart with pain. Jesus leapt across the broken stream, stirred the slumbering course again. Jesus, 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 sweetest name I know, fills my every longing and keeps me singing as I go. Feasting on the riches of His grace, resting neath His sheltering wing, always looking on His smiling face. That is why I shout and sing. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, sweetest name I know, fills my longing and keeps me singing as I go. Although sometimes it leads through waters deep, trials fall all across the way. Though sometimes the path seems rough and steep, I see his footprints all the way. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, sweetest name I know, fills my longing and keeps me singing as I go. Soon he's coming back to welcome me far beyond the starry sky, and I'll show him the flights to worlds unknown. I shall reign with him on high. Oh, Jesus, 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 sweetest name I know. He fills my longing, keeps me singing as I go. Yeah, I'm singing the melody and harmony. He keeps me singing as I go.
That was our second contestant, Miss Samantha Hutchinson, with He Keeps Me Singing. With great inspirational support from 6 siblings and a loving husband, our third contestant possesses a joy for singing. She has been taking advantage of this since childhood and is now a member of the St. Anthony's Church Choir in Point Fortin. Traveling far and wide, doing what she does best, here is Antoinette Figaro with her rendition of Don't Cry For Me.
Here we are again, that old familiar place, where the wind will blow. No one ever knows the time or space. No one is the blame. My death was meant to be. Don't carry guilt or shame, the reasons why I came. Soon you see. Don't cry for me, don't shed a tear. The time I shed with you will always be. And when I'm gone, still carry on. Don't cry for me. Don't cry when life is not the joy it should be. With life comes pain. Soon time will lead its course appointed, and you will be rewarded, and all the world will see. Don't cry for me. Don't shed a tear. The time I shed with you will always be. And when I'm gone, life still carries on. Don't cry for
don't cry for
Don't Cry for Me, performed by Antoinette Figari. And we move on. Our fourth contestant changes the mood, and by his performance hopes to positively influence the youth of our nation. Who knows, even influencing the youths across the wider Caribbean, now that Scouting for Talent has widened its scope. Taking his message via a monologue, here is Eric Nicholson with The Curse of Cocaine.
So now you're tired of grass, LSD, acid, and hash, and you want to go on to bigger things. You want to go into cocaine. Well, I am cocaine. And before you start fooling with me, let me inform you of how I could be. For I will seduce you and make you my slave. For I have sent people stronger than you to their grave. And once I enter deep down in your veins, the craving will drive you insane. You will need lots of money, as you have been told, because I'm much more expensive than gold. So you think you could never become a disgrace and be addicted and be a big waste? You feel you're smart, but I will make you start inhaling me one afternoon and come into my arms real soon. You would swindle your mother, and just for a buck, you would turn into something cruel and corrupt. You would mug and steal for my narcotic charms and feel discontentment when I am not in your arms. The day you realize the monster you have grown into, you would promise to leave me for true. If you feel you got the mystical knack, try getting me off your back. Don't vomit the cramps your guts tied in a knot, the jangling nerves screaming for just one more shot. The hot chills, the cold sweat, the pains. There is no other way, for there is no need to look, because deep down inside you know you are hooked. You would run to the pusher and then welcome me into your arms once again. And when you return, just as I foretold, I know that you would give me that body and soul. You would give up your conscience, your morals, your heart, and you will be mine till death do us part. For I am cocaine. On me you will depend. Do you still want me, my dear friend?
We now move on to contestant number 5. Still I Rise is the name of the song and is meant to reflect the ever-changing fate of society. Her faith, however, remains undaunted and is complemented by her natural talent evident since childhood. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome Genevieve Pear. Still I Rise.
I shattered, but I'm not broken. Wounded, but time will heal. Heavy the load, the cross I bear. Lonely the road I tried, I dare. Yet still I rise, never to give up, never to give in against all odds. Yet still I rise, high above the clouds. At times I feel low, yet still I rise above all my problems, above all my eyes can see. Knowing God is able to strengthen me, to strengthen me. Yet still I rise, never to give up, never to give in against all odds. Yet still I rise, high above the clouds. At times I feel low, yet still I need to know which way to go, yet still at times I feel low, yet still rise, yet still
That was our fifth contestant, Genevieve Pear, singing Still I Rise. From Bellore Road, Belmont, we focus next on our national instrument, the steel pan. The panist, a gentleman who has found it very difficult to put down his pan stick since the youthful age of 16, reminds us about the need to meditate and to pay tribute to our rich local culture. His composition is entitled Meditation. Honed at the Hummingbird Pan Yard in Fort George, we now welcome contestant number 6, Kenwin Spence. Hope you've had chance to meditate. Title song from Panis, Kenwin Spence, contestant number 6. Well, it's not possible to talk of Pan without featuring another one of our national art forms. You guessed it, it's time for some calypso. And when isn't it time for this performer from San Fernando? That's the question. Trained by her father, Ronald Harrington, our final contestant in this, the first preliminary of Scouting for Talent 2002, is Kimlin Harrington with Question.
As a youth in society, there are some things that really bothering me. If emancipation means freedom, how black man still sitting down and not moving on? I don't see chains on their hands, I don't see no spirit of freedom. All I see is hate and separation, oppression and destruction of the spirit and mind of black man. I want to know the meaning of emancipation. Are you free? Oh, are you free? Are you free, spiritual, physical, mentally? But when I look around at my elders, the things I see gives me horrors. Are you free? Oh, are you free? When I read out my ancestry, when everything it gives me right to be a black lady. But I wonder, what will it be when my children grow up looking for extended history? Will they see black man running through the rain in the fields, singing free again? Will they see black man hang their head in shame? Our ancestors with a fighting bed that will be a burden shame. Then emancipation will be only a name. Are you free? Oh, are you free? Are you free, spiritual, physical, mentally? But when I look around at my elders, the things I see gives me horrors. Are you free? Oh, are you free? Oh, Africa, oh, Arisha, free your spirit, free your mind, free your body, I say, and dance and sing, chant for your freedom.
This evening's guest artist segment is brought to you by Solo Beverages. Solo with plenty more taste.
The start of our show this evening was graced by the presence of Miss Denise Plummer with a Celine Dion ballad. But most of us know Denise as one of the country's foremost calypsonians, who was the 2001 Calypso Monarch of Trinidad and Tobago. This evening, therefore, Denise will occupy our guest artist slot, doing her mega hit, Now Leaving. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Miss Denise Plummer.
Come on, I want to hear everybody make some noise for Trinidad and Tobago. The place with the most beautiful women in the world. Let's go. They say my country so stressful, so tense. We raise hate, young jail, too much violence. Your pack up and go. Leave sweet Trinbago. I tell them no way. No way. How the people small-minded, cautious and loud. Of ball and scandal, they boastful and proud. Yet somehow I see all this foolery as window dressing. Yes, still a blessing. You see, I just see it you. Please rice and cascadu. You grab and galaloo. Me never just give me not leaving. Not leaving. Me never stray so deep and freedom no come cheap. Where else in the world you know? Sweet pan and calypso. People just overflow 2 days in the street. Not leaving. Not leaving. It's here where conceive me, it's here I go there. I see a people creative who must overcome. Make magic from old steel, from rusty old drum. So why should I fear? Some tears here and there, I tell them no way. No way. Camaraderie so special, like natural instinct. They meet you by the river, is come take a drink. Outspoken but kind, no silent but mind. So forget New York and all the old talk. You see, I just drink some Calabash brew, punching from my mountain dew. A hot plate and fell out to me, my phone, they just bring me not leaving. Not leaving. Me never stray so deep and freedom don't come cheap. Where else in the world you know? Jump high then wind down low. And if you don't get on so they watch you see reap. Not leaving. Not leaving. It's here where conceive me. It's here I go there. Come on, clap your hands. Let's go. Yeah. Trinidad and Tobago. Keep it going. The aroma ratas fade. Not leaving. The savannah where children play. Not leaving. The sorrel, the movie back. Not leaving. The corn soup, the bacon shop. Not leaving. The ovals Larabat, the become needed for that, the ritual of Carnival, the soga chutney bacchanal. I wake up one morning and before I stretch, it's Friday, my doubles, my nostril don't catch. And therefore my view, an ocean so blue, I'm going nowhere. Nowhere. Hummingbirds and blackbirds that sing in the trees, Chaponia and spices that waft in the breeze, while meat by the crack, a booty and lapping for his grazing. It's so amazing. You see, I just watch a football match with Trinidad and Yankee clash. So much gold, me pussy lash, me head still dizzy. Not leaving, not leaving. The navel string so deep and freedom no country. Where else in the world you know milk and the honey flow? Vagrants that bend down low and drink from a drain. Not leaving, not leaving. It's here where conceive me, it's here I go dead. But why are we living in jail? But somehow I know true peace will prevail. As folks will recall, our problems are small and going nowhere. Nowhere. The heart of my people is of solid gold. Like soca, they move you with rhythm and soul. So who want to leave? Because they believe that out there easy. I said they're crazy. You see, I just see toppering you. Peas, rice, and cascado. Blue crab and galaloo. My neighbor just give me Natalie. What you say? Natalie. My neighbor straight so deep and freedom no country. Where else in the world you know? Sweet fan and calypso. People just overflow 2 days in the street. Not leaving, not leaving. It's here where conceive me, it's here I go dead. We are all maracas play. Not leaving. The savannah where children play. Not leaving. The sorrel, the moviva. Not leaving. The consul, the bacon shack. Not leaving. The oval, the larabat. Not leaving. The become needed for that. Clap your hands, clap your hands. The ritual of Carnival. Not leaving. So batch up the bacchanal. Not leaving. Not leaving. Not leaving. Not leaving. Not leaving. Let me introduce the first contestant. This gentleman enjoys singing and receives great personal satisfaction whenever he performs. He hopes that through hard work and dedication, he would one day graduate to a higher level. All the way from Arima, let's welcome Marvin Smith with One More Try.
I've had enough of danger and people on the streets. I'm looking out for angels, just trying to find some peace. Now I think it's time that you let me know. If you love me, say you love me. But if you don't, just let me go. 'Cause teacher, there are things that I don't want to learn. But the last one I had made me cry. So I don't want to learn to hold you, touch you, think that you're mine, because it ain't no joy for an uptown boy whose teacher has told him goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. So when you say that you need me and that you'll never leave me, I know you're wrong, you're not that strong. Just let me go. 'Cause teacher, there are things that I still have to learn. Oh, but the one thing I have is my pride. So I don't want to learn to hold you, touch you, and think that you're mine, oh mine, oh mine, oh mine, because it ain't no joy for an uptown boy who just isn't willing to try. So cold inside. Maybe just one more try.
That was Marvin Smith singing his rendition of One More Try. Our next contestant is certainly no stranger to success, having won the Junior Calypso title on 2 occasions. She, however, does not intend to stop there, as she has greater aspirations in mind. Not only does she plan to make her mark in the Calypso arena, but she also has her eyes set on becoming a corporate lawyer. Here with us to perform a Calypso entitled Abstinence is young Karine Ashe.
In these times we're living in, can't afford to contemplate promiscuity. Tell a stranger or next of kin anything to do to save humanity. There's a demon in disguise, worse than any drug addiction. Sit and plotting our demise, since it's not the age of restriction, but one moment of pleasure, a moment of ecstasy, could put us 6 feet in the cemetery. So I am advocating abstinence as the key. Unless you want to have the road of job on your life, abstinence is the key. Until the day you think that you are ready for husband or wife, yes. Cause our union is just not like before. Chastity was once advised, now it's a law. So we human beings must now take a stand. Whoa, whoa. Fidelity that once was scoffed at is now a command. In these times we're living in, how do we escape the scourge of this century? Tell me, oh, where to end, where to begin? Should we look to man for some new discovery? Oh, those who have this dread disease, there is not too much I can offer. No, my song would not appease or make your anguish any softer. But I know if you're given a chance, you would tell us this. Don't do it at all, it's worth the risk. So I am advocating abstinence as the key. Unless you want to have the road of job on your life, abstinence is the key. Until the day you think that you are ready for husband or wife, yes. Cause our union is just not like before. Chastity was once advised, now it's the law. So we human beings must now take a stand, Fidelity that once was scoffed at is now a command. In these times we're living in, some youths are afraid running helter-skelter. But if they stop and search within, they would find true peace and spiritual shelter. Oh, living fast and dying young was not the intent of the master. Living right and being strong must be the ideals to seek after. Judging fruits by their cover, what you taste is not how they look. So my advice today back to that great book. But it is saying to us abstinence as the key. Unless you want to have the road of job on your life, abstinence is the key. Until the day you think that you are ready for husband or wife, yes. Cause our union is just not like before. Chastity was once advised, now it's a law. So we human beings must now take a stand. Oh, fidelity that once was scoffed at is now a command. Oh, mama, yeah, abstinence.
Welcome back. For those of you who just tuned in, this is the first semi-final round of scouting for talent, and we're on to our third contestant. This young lady appreciates a variety of music, but when she performs gospel songs, a sense of peace and contentment is generated within. She hopes that the messages in her selection will touch the hearts of others as it does hers. From Chaguanas, let's welcome Peach Dakota with Upon the Rock.
When others see with earthly eyes just what they want to see, that never die. You will know and recognize by simple childlike faith the priceless truth others will deny. Upon this rock I'll build my kingdom, and on this rock forever and ever it shall stand. Upon this rock of revelation I'll build a strong and mighty nation, and it shall stand the storms of time. Upon this rock, if in a simple carpenter you see the Son of God, if you would choose to lose when you could win, if you would give your life away for nothing in return, then you are where my kingdom will begin. Upon this rock I'll build my kingdom, and on this rock forever and ever it shall stand, and all the powers of hell itself shall nevermore prevail against it, for Satan's thrones are built on sinking sand. Upon this rock I'll build my kingdom, and on this rock forever and ever it shall stand. Upon this rock of revelation I'll build a strong and mighty nation, and it shall stand the storms of time. Upon this rock I'll build my kingdom, and on this rock forever shall stand. Upon this rock of revelation I'll build a strong and mighty nation, and it shall stand the storms of time. Upon this rock I'll build my church. Upon this rock, upon this rock.
That was Peach Dakota with her selection Upon the Rock. Our next contestant started off at a young age playing the diatonic harmonica. Then in 1987, he began experimenting on the chromatic harmonica, which is known to be the most difficult among all harmonicas. And as you will soon clearly see, he has now mastered that instrument. Let's welcome Leon Moore with I Can See Clearly Now. chromatic harmonica. That was Leon Moore with I Can See Clearly Now. Our fifth contestant is the daughter of the mighty bomber. With a deep musical heritage running through her family veins, this performer decided to explore other melodies than calypso music, displaying her versatility with a song entitled You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. Let's hear it for Sharon Harvey.
When I said I needed you, and you said you'll always stay, don't you know that now you're gone, there's nothing left to say? Don't you know that now you're gone, and I'm left here on my own? Now I have to follow you and beg you to come home. You don't have to say you love me, just be close at hand. And you don't have to stay forever, I will understand. Believe me, I can't help but love you. So believe me, I'll never tie you down. Left alone with just a memory, life seems dim and so unreal. All that's left is loneliness. There's nothing left to fear. But you don't have to say you love me, just be close at hand. And you don't have to stay forever, I will understand. Believe me, oh, you won't have to say you love me, just be close at hand. And you don't have to stay forever, I will understand. Believe me.
And Petal Daulat.
I don't have to say a word to you. You seem to know whatever mood I'm going through. Feel as though I've known you forever.
You can look into my eyes and see the way I feel and how the world is treating me. Maybe I have known you forever. Amigos para siempre means you'll always be my friend. Amistad siempre means a love that cannot end. Friends for life, not for a summer or a spring. Amigos para siempre. I feel near even when we are apart.
Just knowing you were in this world can warm my heart. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre.
We share memories I won't forget, and we'll share more, my friend. We haven't started yet. Something happens when we're together.
When I look at you, I wonder why there has to come a time when we must say goodbye. I'm alive when we are together. Amigos para siempre means you'll always be my friend. Amistad siempre means a love that cannot end. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. I feel you near me even when we are apart. Just knowing you were in this world can warm my heart. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. Amigos para siempre means you'll always be my friend. Amistad siempre means a love that cannot end. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. I feel you near me even when we are apart. Just knowing you were in this world can warm my heart. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. Amigos para siempre means you'll always be my friend. Amistad siempre means a love that cannot end. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. I feel you near me even when we are apart. Just knowing you were in this world can warm my heart. Friends for life, not for the summer or the spring. Amigos para siempre. Amigos para siempre.
That was Greg Warner and Petal Dowlad with their selection Amigos para Siempre. A lover of jazz music from the likes of Coleman Hawkins and Thelonious Monk, our seventh contestant hopes one day to become a professional jazz musician. He's here this evening, though, to show his skills on the piano. He will be performing the immortal Stardust, which he hopes will take him through to the final leg of the race. Let's welcome pianist Jason Peters. Hi, welcome back. We're moving on to contestant number 8. The tragedy of September 11th has impacted on all of us. Despite this unfortunate incident, this young woman firmly believes that the answer to the problems we face in the world today is through genuine expressions of love. Singing a piece made popular by Mavis John, let's welcome Star Jacob with Release the Dove.
Terror creeps and orphan weeps for the dead and dying. Angels try to hold on high the winds of war. The body bags a silent flag at half-mast flying. Voices blare, anger flare, and the tempest soar. To stomping boots of bugle blows up above a flock of crows. Where will it end? Around the bend, heaven knows. With blind faith and the firm resolve, we've got to conquer hate. We're all involved. Unleash the beast and we shatter the peace. Break clouds above. Though some may march to a different drum, and blood may spill in time to come, I pray that we return to love. Release the dove. Yeah. Children quake as buildings shake to their foundation, shaken to our innocence, our sense of trust. As fire scorch, I feel the touch that lights a nation, shining through the smoke and dew, the clouds of dust. Flesh and blood he sacrificed for liberty, pay the price for the cause for we've lost paradise. When I look into the sky, I want to see one flying like Noah did before, after the flood. With tears of joy, not pain, no more crying. You see, we need the hand of peace and not sands of blood. Sands of blood. And a firm resolve, we've got to conquer hate. We're all involved. Unleash the beast and we shatter the peace. Bring clouds above. I know some man
But I pray that we return to love. Release the dove. I pray that we return to love. Release the dove.
That was Star Jacob with Release the Dove. Our next performer's ultimate goal is to be a contributing factor towards ensuring that Calypsonians achieve the respect they deserve as vocalists. She believes with hard work and dedication, anything is possible. One of her dreams is to be crowned the Calypso monarch of the world, and as a result, be a true ambassador of this particular art form. Singing Denise Plummer's Not Leaving, here is Claudia Johnson.
When I say, I will never leave sweet Trinidad. This country too sweet. Look, they say my country so stressful, so tense, with race, hate, young jailbait, too much violence. Girl, pack up and go. Leave sweet Trinidad. I tell them no way. No way. How the people small-minded, cautious and loud, of formal and scandal, they boastful and proud. Yet somehow I see all that foolery and window dressing, there's still a blessing. You see, I just eat a curry cue, peace, rice and you grab and calalu, me never just be me, not leaving, not leaving. The neighbors drink so deep and freedom no come cheap. Where else in the world you know, sweet pan and pie, so people just overflow to beg in the streets. Not leaving, not leaving. Here we conceive me, here I go dead. I see our people creative who must overcome. Make magic from old steel, from rusty old drums. So why should I fear? Don't fear. Some tears here and there, I tell them no way. No way. Camaraderie so special, like natural instinct. They meet your vibe, you revive. But take a drink, girl. Outspoken but kind. No silent bad mind, don't forget New York and all the old talk. You see, I just drink Calabash brew, punching rum and Mountain Dew, a hot plate I paid out to. Me macome just give me, not leaving, not leaving. The neighbors drink so deep and freedom don't come cheap. Where it's in the world, you know, come hide and wind on low. If you don't get on, so they watch you see read. Not leaving, not leaving. There we conceive me, there I go dead. Oh, they feel like mad. The least sweet Tobago, this is lovely land of my birth. Look, who want to leave could leave. Oh, you see me? Tobago is my land. Tobago is mine. Whatever you have, Stephen. I know about Tuesday. And you're going on real bad, boy. You know my hemisphere. And what about we chutney? Rhythms of Trinidad. Eh? What do you know about that? And the secret last night, you got far off the wrong road. Check people like that, you don't send your home at all. So them fly leave in Tobago and go away. For what? Look, they can't pay me enough. But they know I can't do it all. My yarrow, Maracas, not leaving, not leaving. These Havana with children pay, not leaving. We sorrel, we bobby bar, not leaving, not leaving. The corn soup, the bacon shop, not leaving. Hey, the oval seal, not leaving, not leaving. The bacon beat it for time, not leaving. Oh, Jesus, look, the ritual, we can't even, not leaving, not leaving.
And I love these local truck the bag and I'm leaving. Hey, at all.
That was Claudia Johnson with Not Leaving. This contestant admits that scouting for talent caused him to develop an appreciation for monologues. He has a genuine love for the arts and feels that creativity bubbling endlessly within. This year, he was awarded the trophy for the Best Actor in the Prime Minister's Best Village competition. This evening, he will be performing a piece he adapted from the well-known South African author Soyinka. Put your hands together for monologuist Errol Roberts with The Not I Bird.
The market, home of my spirit. Women are packing. Oh, I've neglected my woman. Olohodio! A man is either born to his art or he isn't. When I come among the women, I am a chicken with 100 mothers. This night, I lay my head upon their lap. The smell of their flesh, their sweat, this air I breathe as I go. The not-I bird must have his nest. Is there really such a bird? Could it be he failed to knock on your door? Death came calling. Did you hear it? Not I, swears the hunter. He stopped.
son at the very tender age of 5. Since then, she has been improving her skills under the tutelage of her father. Such has been her improvement that she has graduated to producing and arranging her own sounds on the piano. She has become quite adept at playing Indian classical music on this phenomenal instrument. This evening, however, she will demonstrate her versatility by performing the popular Dulahin by Preacher. Let's give a proud and warm welcome to the winner of the 2001 series of Mastana Bahar, Shavana Raghunana.
Merged with the launch of Tobago Carnival, which takes the form of an event titled Bago Jam. The event will include performances from soca artists from across Trinidad and Tobago. A new application is coming which will allow the population to track and report every pothole, broken water main, or overgrown lot in their community, according to Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Faris Al-Rawi. Here with the story is Terry Ann Brown-Campbell.
Rural Development and Local Government Minister Faris Al-Rawi lamented the state of waste in some of the programs under his purview.
We have 20,400 people cutting grass in Trinidad every day. Yet the bush dog. How could that be? 9,000 daily rated employees, 9,000 CPEP workers, and the rest did forestry.
The minister noted his ministry is working toward addressing this very issue.
The digitization in the local government reform means that with the use of an app called Local, listen to the name, L-O-C-A-L, which we'll be launching soon. I see my team smiling. The corporation will receive open source information. Every citizen will be able to download the app for free, register so we know you're real, and then you can report every single issue you see.
He indicated these reports would be taken by customer service representatives and passed along to the relevant public utility or corporation to be addressed.
You actually get to follow your report. Not go and sign up or wait for hours with the indignity of just waiting to tell your story, but you can, under sometimes 100 characters, you can tell what your story is with a geopin and a picture. And you will know, receiving attention, who is paying attention to it, what's the status.
The minister made his comments as he addressed the swearing-in ceremony of the aldermen who will serve on the San Fernando City Council. Councillor Robert Paris was selected to serve as mayor, with the People's National Movement's Assistant General Secretary, Patricia Alexis, as deputy mayor. Terry Ann Brown-Campbell, TTT News.
There's more news after the break. Stay with us.
When I trip for water, Disney World, trip for tutor, CPL, this Java with digital winting. Welcome to 50 days of Java, 50 days to win plenty, 50 days of Java, when ice skating and more daily, like free costumes, Drive or Yuma, PlayStation 5, yeah, you could win that with 50 days of Java. Win more with Digicel, yeah.
Win big with Digicel's 50 Days of Java promotion. Dial *323# or check the My Digicel app to find out more. Digicel, better connected.
Send down thy blessings on our land, O God, and make us free. Let love and wisdom lead our hearts to dwell in unity.
Welcome back, everyone. Members of the business and tourism communities had their say on the long-standing air and sea bridge woes. According to Tobago House of Assembly Transportation Town Hall meeting, the stakeholders not only shared their concerns, but also gave suggestions.
Included among the suggestions given by stakeholders was the re-engagement of a standing committee, a late-night passenger ferry service, and the decentralizing of government services so Tobagonians no longer have to travel to Trinidad. Tourism stakeholder Caroline Birchwood James stressed Tobago needs greater representation.
So we need dynamic representatives, not only on Caribbean Airlines, but also on the Port Authority. People who would have been here today to listen to what we have to say, go back to the board with some kind of influence so we can get some of this right.
Businessman Jerry McFarlane informed there are members of the Tobago diaspora willing to offer their expertise to alleviate the issues.
One of them in particular, national base TNT people want to provide this service. If they could get all of those approvals, they could get an airline dedicated to this service, and of course maybe doing other trips outside of Trinidad and Tobago, but still with a dedicated intentions of providing an efficient and reliable service between Trinidad and Tobago.
Meanwhile, prominent diver Alvin Douglas shared a personal perspective, noting the unreliability of the air bridge is affecting their business.
20 divers from Houston. Dougie, we hear that you have fantastic diving on the island. You want to come visit? We're flying in from Houston, we're coming to Trinidad. I said, sure, no problem, we're booking you. 2 weeks after, Dougie, we get in a flight to Trinidad, but we can't get the connecting flight to Tobago. I said, well, keep trying, I'll try on my end. No help from Caribbean Airlines. Dougie, we get in direct flights to Grenada, you know. Next time we'll hook you guys up. Yeah? We lose millions of dollars as a tourism destination, especially if it is that we are trying to market to the Americas.
Carissa Douglas, TTT News.
There must be connectivity between the two islands. This from Chief Secretary Fali Agustin as he spoke at a recent Tobago House of Assembly Transportation Town Hall meeting held at the Mount Irving Bay Hotel. He stressed for far too long the issues persist and alternatives must be found.
We also should discuss if there are strategies we can employ outside of Cabinet, outside of Caribbean Airlines to fix this. Should we find the money and lease some planes? Should we find every imaginable airline that we can find and just have them come here directly? And what are the challenges to that? Is that someone in Trinidad have to sit and sign off and agree?
Members of the business and hotel and tourism industries got first-hand information regarding the Tobago House of Assembly's plans to address the inter-island transportation woes. They also lent their voices to the discussion. Mr. Agustin said the THA is considering the previously used Tobago Express airline model.
It might mean just pulling a small team together to look at how we could get that done, because we'll have to discuss everything from the planes to the workers, whether we're going to share the same platform with CAL as happened in the past, the same coding system. We'll have to include someone from Ministry of Finance in that conversation, because they determine the subventions to be paid.
Over the past few weeks, Tobago's business community has been clamoring about the challenges on the air and sea bridge. On August 20th, industrial action by Caribbean airline pilots severely crippled business following the fire aboard the Cabo Star 3 days later. Addressing social ills and crime in the country, one artist is seeking to influence positive change in society by way of his music. Charlene Lewis breaks it down in Live for Local.
Islands in the sun, islands in the.
When one thinks about dancehall music, sultry and violent lyrics are centermost in their minds. However, Rossi Campus Gray's recent commentary on the ills affecting the country provides an inspirational message to citizens.
So I believe it's resonating with people on different level, a spiritual level, a level that I think we need to be, a level of consciousness we need to be as a nation right now.
Long time nation, never put your trust in a mankind. Them heart not clean, yeah, cause it full of hate. Them war rainfall, block your sunshine. Show me one, a real friend will legit. Love them, see me down and still will find a way fi kick. Them will bowl me out, but mama.
And on a personal level, RKJ recently found himself a part of those dreadful headlines after his family was subjected to a recent home invasion.
It was an unfortunate situation. I was robbed, right? It's something I don't wish on my worst enemy, because in a situation like that, you feel helpless, especially as a man. Thank God, no one was hurt, right? And I believe in material things. You can always get back material things. What I'll say though to the nation is, people be very vigilant these days. All right, we live in a time where it is not like 10, 15 years ago in Trinidad. All right, I hope in the near future we can rectify this issue. It's a social issue.
In dark, RKG calls on listeners to align themselves with those who have their best interest at heart and to refrain from those who are affiliated with acts and speech that isn't well intended.
It's one of those songs that I think is needed in this time, because this song basically is about betrayal, right? It's something that we go through every single day. The music video is presently out. I took the concept of the Cain and Abel story from the Bible.
As he continues evolving in his career and expanding his repertoire of creative works, RKG has set his sights on producing a movie and releasing his third album. I'm Charlene Lewis for TTT News, urging you to live for local.
Remember, you can keep up to date with all that's happening on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at TTT Live Online. Up next, sport, and TNT Under-17 women learn hard lesson in Curacao.
The Equal Opportunity Commission was established in 2008 with a mandate to work towards eliminating discrimination and promoting equality of opportunity. The main functions of the EOC are outlined in the Equal Opportunity Act. They are to receive, investigate, and as far as possible, conciliate allegations of discrimination, to keep the Act under review, and submit proposals for amendments when necessary, to develop, conduct, and foster research and educational programs for the purpose of eliminating discrimination and promoting equality, and to prepare and publish appropriate guidelines for the avoidance of discrimination. The EOC also offers free services such as legal advice on discrimination, inclusivity training sessions for organizations, appearances on webinars and panels, and partnering with organizations and NGOs. To learn more, visit our website at www.equalopportunity.gov.tt or any of our social media pages.
Welcome back, and it's time for your TTT Sport Report. First on the pitch, Trinbago Knight Riders romped to their second win of the 2023 CPL T20 over the Barbados Royals at Kensington Oval last evening. TKR opener Martin Guptill smashed an unbeaten ton in 58 balls. Captain Kieran Pollard was 4 short of his half-century, and Mark Dayal scored 27 as the Trinbago side posted 194 for 5 at the end of their allotted 20. Jason Holder had best figures of 2 for 39, but they would pale in comparison to those of a TKR trio. Waka Salamkeel took 4 for 14, Andre Russell 3 for 13, and Akil Hussein 2 for 16, as the Royals were all out for a measly 61 in 12.1 overs. Holder top scored for the BIM side with 14, as TKR's 133-run victory set down a marker ahead of their next fixture against Jamaica Talawas in Bridgetown on Sunday. Trinidad and Tobago's under-17 women fell at the final hurdle in their quest to qualify for the 2024 CONCACAF Women's Championship with a 6-0 defeat to El Salvador. Both units entered the final Group A match unbeaten and in a must-win situation. El Salvador clinched the top spot with Wilmstead, Curacao, courtesy a plugged-in performance. Brianna Medina opened the scoring in the 3rd minute and got her brace by the 6th. Camila Brower got El Salvador's 3rd in the 19th minute. Medina scored 2 more, the hat-trick goal in the 58th and her 4th in the 79th. Naomi Portillo made it 6 in the 88th as they joined lone Caribbean qualifiers Haiti, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Panama, Canada, the United States, and Mexico in next year's tournament. The senior men's national football team will be back in action in the CONCACAF Nations League when they host Curacao next Thursday. Head coach Angus Eve shared his thoughts on the upcoming fixtures. Ken Fuentes tells us more.
With the start of the Nations League 1 week away, the newly reappointed national team coach is approaching this challenge with a positive attitude.
You know, I'm always optimistic going into whatever tournament that we have to go into. You know, the game that we play, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you always have another day to go back and fight again. And this is just another opportunity for the team to come together. You know, we coming together to the Copa America is a massive tournament. It's going to be very difficult for us to qualify for a tournament like this. And then going into, you know, having the opportunity to put ourselves in a better space for the World Cup campaign, I think it's more of a paramount for us, but we're going into the 2 phases of what we're going to with optimism.
Eve says the goal is also to get the team back on track with positive results.
So we try to put forward the best group that we can get to represent the country in a way that and in a manner that we should be represented. We are hugely disappointed in the last 2 matches that we would have played, and people only remember your last performance. So I think we've been on a good run before that, but as again the way it ended, none of us was happy about it.
He adds now is not the time to focus on the rankings of the teams they will face, as his team prepares to face Curacao at home on September 7th, and then 3 days later travel to El Salvador.
All of the games are going to be difficult. We are now in the A. So, you know, just like us and Nicaragua was fighting to be here, we are here now. So all of the teams would be ranked higher than us in this phase. But as I said, you know, we have to put aside the rankings. We have to put aside the fact that they have good players. They have players who are playing in good European teams and stuff like that. And we have to put our best foot forward.
Eve will be without some key players from his recently named teams, but is confident the next man up will step up to the plate when his name is called.
I think we have about 60-odd players that we have in a pool that we can pull from. You know, sometimes players get injured. Levi is now officially he's out at the matches because he's injured. Chuda is injured, you know, but there's a lot more players in there that we can choose from. We're going to choose the players that we believe that has been going through the process with us.
Kent Fuentes, TTT Sports.
Football coaches from throughout the region and here at home have been involved in a FIFA coaching development course conducted by the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association and designed to improve their knowledge of the game. Tonight we hear from some of the course instructors.
For Danny Reiser, the course is an important one for the further development of the game of football in the Caribbean, and was pleased with the attitude of the course participants.
For me, the first thing that I have to say, I was very impressed about their openness, about their interest. For me, I think all they have a good level of education. And now, hopefully with this course, they are able to develop themselves, but also to develop them, the coaches, in their federations.
Also praising the dedication and effort of the course attendees was FIFA Senior Coaching Development Manager, Giovanni Fernandez.
It's been amazing to see the progress of each coach educator and the understanding of how they can apply everything we've shared within their context. In the end, the program is about supporting member associations